Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. And yeah, you saw the length of this video, right? It's a long one. The first hour or two is filled with brand new stories you haven't heard before, followed by some of the best ones from past videos. So don't click off just yet, there's plenty here to keep you company. I really appreciate you taking the time to tune in, and if you've been watching me on and off for a while, maybe consider hitting that subscribe button. It helps the channel more than you'd imagine, and lets me keep putting together these long, relaxing uploads for you. Now grab whatever helps you unwind, get comfortable, and let's dive into some stories. Our first story comes from someone whose simple Uber ride turned into something much more complicated than expected. My Uber driver showed up at my house the next day. I'm still processing what happened and honestly don't know if I should be flattered or terrified. I'm 24 and work downtown at a marketing firm. Last Friday, I had to stay late to finish a presentation, so by the time I left the office, it was almost 10 p.m. I called an Uber to get home since I don't like taking public transportation that late. The driver who picked me up seemed normal enough at first. His name was Michael, probably in his early 30s, and he had good ratings on the app. We made small talk during the 20-minute ride to my apartment. He asked about my job, mentioned he was new to the city, said he was trying to meet people and make connections. Nothing seemed weird about it at the time. When we got to my building, he helped me carry my laptop bag to the front door, which I thought was just good customer service. I tipped him through the app and went inside, not thinking anything more about it. The ride felt perfectly normal, maybe even pleasant compared to some of the awkward Uber experiences I've had before. Saturday afternoon, I was doing laundry when someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw Michael, my Uber driver from the night before, standing in my hallway, holding a bouquet of flowers. My heart immediately started racing because I had no idea how he'd gotten into my building or why he was there. Either Chain opened the door with still on and asked what he was doing there. He smiled and said he'd felt a connection during our ride and wanted to hang out. He'd brought flowers because he thought I seemed like someone who would appreciate them. The whole situation felt surreal, like I was living in some kind of thriller movie. I told him I was flattered but not interested, and that showing up at my apartment unannounced wasn't appropriate. He seemed genuinely confused by my reaction, saying he thought we'd had a good conversation and that he was just being friendly. He kept insisting that he'd felt something special between us and couldn't stop thinking about our talk. When I asked how he'd gotten my address, he reminded me that he'd driven me home the night before. I realised he must have memorised or written down my address from the ride, which made me feel incredibly violated. The fact that he'd also somehow gotten into my secured building made it even worse. I firmly told him he needed to leave and that I'd call the police if he didn't. He finally seemed to understand that I was serious, but before leaving, he left the flowers outside my door and said he hoped I'd change my mind about giving him a chance. He said he was a good guy who just wanted to get to know me better. After he left, I immediately reported the incident to Uber through their app and called their customer service line. They were apologetic and said they'd investigate the situation and take appropriate action against the driver. They also suggested I contact local police, which I did to file a report and create a paper trail. The police officer who took my statement said this kind of thing happens more often than people realise. Rideshare drivers have access to passengers' pick-up and drop-off locations, and some unfortunately abuse that information. He advised me to vary my pick-up and drop-off locations when possible and always be aware of my surroundings. I've been staying at my friend's place for the past few days because I don't feel safe at my apartment. Every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, or someone knocks on a door in the building, I panic thinking it might be Michael coming back. The whole experience has made me paranoid about using rideshare services. The flowers are still sitting outside my door, wilted now, but I'm too scared to go back and throw them away. My building manager said they'd removed them, but seeing them every time I walk past is a constant reminder of how easily someone can cross boundaries and make you feel unsafe in your own home. That story is over. The fact that someone thought a 20-minute Uber ride constituted enough of a connection to justify stalking behaviour is genuinely disturbing. Using professional access to someone's personal information to show up uninvited at their home crosses so many lines, it's not even funny. At least she reported it to both Uber and the police, because that kind of boundary violation usually escalates if it's not addressed immediately. Speaking of people who don't understand appropriate boundaries, this next story involves a boss who decided his employee should fund the office social activities. My boss made me pay for the office pizza party. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how this happened and whether I have any recourse. I'm 26 and work at a small accounting firm with about 15 employees. We're a pretty close-knit team, and our boss, Kevin, usually tries to do nice things for everyone, like occasional catered lunches or holiday parties. Last month, Kevin announced that we'd be having a pizza party to celebrate landing a big client. Everyone was excited because we'd been working extra hours to close the deal, and it felt good to have our efforts recognised. Kevin said he'd take care of ordering from everyone's favourite place, and that we should just focus on enjoying ourselves. The day of the party, Kevin ordered way too much food. We had pizzas, wings, breadsticks, salads, and drinks for what felt like twice our office size. When I mentioned that it seemed like a lot, he laughed and said he wanted to make sure everyone could take leftovers home. It was actually really thoughtful, and everyone appreciated the gesture. We had the party on a Friday afternoon, and it was honestly one of the best office events we'd ever had. People were relaxed, laughing, sharing stories about the client project, and just enjoying each other's company. Kevin gave a nice speech about teamwork and how proud he was of everyone's dedication. Monday morning, Kevin called me into his office and handed me a receipt for the pizza order. The total was $347, which seemed reasonable for feeding 15 people with plenty of leftovers. But then he said he needed me to reimburse the company for the cost since I'd volunteered to cover it. I was completely confused because I definitely hadn't volunteered to pay for anything. I told him there must be some misunderstanding, that I'd never offered to cover the cost of the party. He seemed surprised by my response and said he was sure I'd mentioned wanting to treat the team during our planning conversation. The problem was, we'd never had a planning conversation. Kevin had announced the party in a team meeting and handled all the arrangements himself. I'd never been involved in any of the planning or decision-making process. I tried to explain this, but he insisted that I'd specifically said I wanted to pay for it. Kevin pulled out his phone and showed me a text conversation where someone with my name had offered to cover the party costs, but when I looked closer, the number wasn't mine. It was similar to my number, but off by one digit. Someone else with my same first name had apparently offered to pay, and Kevin had mixed up the contact information. When I pointed out that the phone number was different, Kevin seemed embarrassed, but then said that since the mistake had already been made and the food had been ordered, someone needed to pay for it. He suggested that since everyone had enjoyed the party so much, I should just go ahead and cover it anyway. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Kevin was essentially asking me to pay hundreds of dollars for a company party that he'd organised, that I hadn't requested, and that he'd mistakenly attributed to me based on a text from someone else entirely. The logic made no sense whatsoever. I told Kevin that I wasn't comfortable paying for something I hadn't agreed to purchase, especially since it was supposed to be a company-sponsored celebration. He got defensive and said that small businesses like ours depend on team members stepping up when needed, and that refusing to pay made me look selfish. The conversation got increasingly uncomfortable as Kevin tried various tactics to convince me to pay. He mentioned how much everyone had enjoyed the party, how it had boosted morale, and how disappointing it would be if the company had to cut other employee benefits to cover the unexpected expense. Eventually, I told Kevin I needed to think about it and left his office. I spent the rest of the day feeling anxious and confused about whether I was being unreasonable. The whole situation felt manipulative, but Kevin's arguments made me second-guess myself. That evening I called my dad, who's been in business for 30 years, and explained the situation. He was outraged on my behalf and confirmed that what Kevin was doing was completely inappropriate. He said no employee should ever be expected to pay for company events, especially not based on a case of mistaken identity. The next day, I went back to Kevin's office and politely but firmly declined to pay for the pizza party. I explained that while I appreciated his efforts to create a positive work environment, I couldn't take financial responsibility for company events that I didn't organise or agree to sponsor. Kevin wasn't happy with my decision, but he couldn't really argue with my reasoning. He ended up paying for the party himself, but the whole incident has made our working relationship awkward. He's been noticeably cooler toward me, and I can't help but wonder if this will affect my job security or advancement opportunities. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to convince yourself that an employee should pay for a company party they didn't organise is truly impressive. The fact that he tried to guilt trip her into covering his mistake after mixing up phone numbers just makes it worse. Some bosses really think their employees are personal ATMs for whatever random expenses they don't want to handle. Our next story takes us into the world of property disputes, where apparently some people think boundary lines are more like suggestions than actual legal requirements. My neighbour tried to build a fence through my garden. I'm dealing with what might be the most bizarre property dispute I've ever heard of, and I honestly don't know whether to laugh or call a lawyer. I'm 31 and bought my first house about 2 years ago. It's a small place with a decent-sized backyard that I've been slowly turning into a garden. When I moved in, the property lines were clearly marked from the previous survey, and I've been careful to keep all my landscaping within my boundaries. I planted vegetables, herbs and flowers in neat rows, and it's become my favourite part of home ownership. The garden takes up about half of my backyard, and I spend most of my free time working on it. My neighbour Tom moved in next door about 6 months ago. He's probably in his 50s, recently divorced, and seems to be going through some kind of midlife crisis involving home improvement projects. He's constantly working on his yard, his deck, his driveway, always something that involves power tools at inconvenient hours. Last month, Tom mentioned that he was planning to install a privacy fence around his backyard. I thought it was a great idea, since it would give both of us more privacy and clearly define our property lines. I even offered to split the cost if he wanted to put it directly on the boundary line between our yards. Tom seemed interested in my offer and said he'd think about it. A few days later, he came over with what he said were the survey documents for both our properties. He'd apparently ordered new surveys to make sure the fence would be properly positioned, which seemed like the responsible thing to do. But when Tom showed me his proposed fence line, I immediately saw a problem. According to his plan, the fence would cut directly through my garden, claiming about 10 feet of my property as his own. The line he'd drawn would put half of my vegetable beds and most of my herb garden on his side of the fence. I pointed out that his proposed line didn't match the existing property markers or the survey I'd received when I bought the house. Tom insisted that his survey was more recent and therefore more accurate. He said the property line looked straighter his way and that my survey must have been wrong. When I asked to see the actual survey documents, Tom said he'd left them at home but would bring them by later. He never did. Every time I asked about the survey, he had some excuse about why he couldn't produce it. Eventually, I realised he probably never ordered a survey at all. I decided to get my own survey done to settle the matter once and for all. The surveyor I hired was thorough and professional, and his results confirmed what I already knew. My property line was exactly where I thought it was, and Tom's proposed fence would have encroached on my land by about 10 feet. When I showed Tom the official survey results, he became defensive and argumentative. He claimed that property lines were just suggestions anyway, and that good neighbours should be willing to compromise for the sake of aesthetics. He said my garden was messy and that his lawn would look better in that space. Tom started getting increasingly aggressive about the fence placement, showing up at my door multiple times to argue about property rights and neighbourhood harmony. He said I was being selfish by insisting on strict boundary lines, and that his fence plan would improve both our property values. The situation escalated when I came home from work one day to find Tom measuring my garden with a tape measure. He'd apparently decided to start marking where his fence posts would go, regardless of my objections. Several of his markers were clearly on my property, right through my tomato plants. I told Tom to remove his markers immediately and to stay off my property. He refused, saying he had a right to prepare for his fence installation and that I couldn't stop him from improving his own yard. The conversation got heated, and I ended up calling the police. The officer who responded was familiar with property disputes and looked at both my survey and Tom's claims. When Tom couldn't produce any documentation supporting his version of the property line, the officer told him to remove his markers and respect the surveyed boundaries. Tom reluctantly removed the markers but made it clear he wasn't giving up on his fence plan. He said he'd find another way to make the fence work, and that I'd regret not being more cooperative about the whole situation. His tone was threatening enough that I documented everything and sent copies to my homeowner's insurance company. The next week, I noticed Tom had started building his fence, but thankfully on his own property this time. However, he positioned it as close to the property line as possible and made it 8 feet tall, which blocks most of the sunlight to my garden during certain parts of the day. I'm now dealing with reduced crop yields because of the shade from Tom's spite fence, and I'm considering legal action for the intentional damage to my garden's growing conditions. My lawyer says I might have a case, but litigation would be expensive and time-consuming. That story is over. Nothing says good neighbour like trying to steal 10 feet of someone's property and then building a spite fence when you don't get your way. The fact that he couldn't even produce fake survey documents to support his imaginary property line just makes the whole thing more pathetic. Some people really think confidence can override actual legal boundaries. Moving from property disputes to family drama, our next story proves that timing and audience awareness are not universal skills. My cousin announced her divorce at my engagement dinner. I'm still trying to process what happened last weekend, and honestly, I don't know if I should be more hurt or angry. I'm 27 and recently got engaged to my boyfriend of 3 years, Ryan. We decided to have a small celebration dinner with close family to share the news and show off the ring. We booked a private dining room at a nice restaurant downtown and invited about 20 people, mostly immediate family and a few close friends. Everyone was excited to celebrate with us, and the whole evening was supposed to be about our future together. I'd been looking forward to this dinner for weeks. My cousin Ashley has always been the type who needs to be the centre of attention at family events. She's 2 years older than me and has this way of making everything about herself, but I figured she'd behave appropriately at my engagement dinner. She's been married to her husband Derek for about 5 years, and they seemed happy enough whenever I saw them. The dinner started perfectly. Everyone was congratulating us, asking about wedding plans, and just generally being supportive and excited. Ryan gave a sweet speech about how grateful he was to be joining our family, and my parents said some really touching things about watching us grow together as a couple. Right after my dad finished his toast, Ashley stood up and asked if she could say something. I thought she was going to give us her congratulations or share a nice memory, so I nodded and told everyone to listen. What happened next completely blindsided me and ruined the entire evening. Ashley cleared her throat and announced that she had some news of her own to share. She said that since the whole family was together and she didn't want to wait for another gathering, she wanted everyone to know that she and Derek were getting divorced. The silence that followed was deafening. Everyone just stared at her in shock while she went into detail about how their marriage had been failing for months, how Derek had been emotionally distant, and how she'd finally decided to file papers earlier that week. She talked for almost 10 minutes about their relationship problems, while our entire engagement celebration came to a screeching halt. Started, my grandmother crying, not from happiness about my engagement, but from sadness about Ashley's divorce. My aunts immediately shifted into crisis management mode, asking Ashley if she needed anything and whether she had somewhere to stay. The entire focus of the evening changed from celebration to family emergency management. I sat there watching my engagement dinner turn into Ashley's divorce announcement party, feeling completely helpless and furious. Ryan squeezed my hand under the table, but I could see he was just as shocked and uncomfortable as I was. This was supposed to be our special moment, and Ashley had hijacked it completely. When Ashley finally finished her announcement, she looked at me and said she hoped I understood that she just couldn't keep pretending everything was fine at such a happy family event. She said it felt dishonest to celebrate love when her own marriage was falling apart, and she needed the family support right now. The rest of the dinner was awkward and tense. People tried to split their attention between congratulating us and comforting Ashley, but it was clear where everyone's focus had shifted. Our engagement became secondary to Ashley's personal drama, and several family members left early to help her with immediate concerns. After everyone left, I confronted Ashley about her timing. I asked her why she couldn't have waited until literally any other day to make her announcement. She got defensive and said she was going through a crisis and needed family support. She accused me of being selfish for expecting her to suffer in silence just so I could have a perfect evening. I tried to explain that it wasn't about her suffering in silence, but about choosing an appropriate time and place for major announcements. She could have called a family meeting, sent a group text, or waited until the next family gathering. Hijacking someone else's celebration was incredibly hurtful and inconsiderate. Ashley said I was being dramatic and that family should support each other during difficult times, regardless of timing. She claimed that my reaction proved I cared more about appearances than her well-being, and that a truly loving cousin would have been understanding about her need to share her pain. The argument escalated until Ashley stormed out, saying she'd remember how unsupportive I was during her darkest hour. She posted on social media about how some family members abandon you when you need them most, clearly referring to our conversation. Several relatives who weren't at the dinner reached out asking what had happened. Ryan and I ended up having our real celebration the next weekend with just his family, who were appropriately focused on our engagement. But the damage was done. What should have been a beautiful memory of announcing our engagement became the night Ashley announced her divorce instead. That story is over. Using someone else's milestone event as your personal therapy session is peak attention-seeking behaviour. The fact that she tried to guilt-trip her cousin afterward for being upset just proves she knew exactly what she was doing. Some people really can't stand seeing anyone else in the spotlight for even one evening. Our next story involves someone who discovered that lending things to friends comes with risks you never expect. My friend used my car for a date without asking. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle this situation because it's so far beyond anything I thought a friend would do. I'm 23 and work at a local coffee shop while finishing my degree. I don't make a lot of money, so my car is one of my most valuable possessions. My friend Rachel and I have known each other since high school. We've stayed close through college, and I've always considered her one of my most trustworthy friends. She's helped me through breakups, family drama, and academic stress. I would have done anything for her, which makes what happened even more shocking. Rachel has been seeing this guy Marcus for about 2 months. He seems nice enough from what I've heard, but Rachel gets really nervous about impressing new boyfriends. She always goes overboard trying to seem more sophisticated or put together than she actually is, which sometimes leads to questionable decisions. Last Friday, I had to work a double shift at the coffee shop, so I took the bus to work and left my car parked at my apartment complex. It's not unusual for me to leave it there when I'm working long hours, especially since parking downtown is expensive and complicated. I figured it would be safe in my assigned spot. When I got home around 11 p.m, exhausted from working since 6 a.m, I noticed my car wasn't in its usual spot. At first, I thought maybe I'd parked it somewhere else and forgotten, but after walking around the entire complex, I realised it was definitely gone. My heart started racing as I considered whether it had been stolen. I was about to call the police when I got a text from Rachel, saying she hoped I didn't mind that she'd borrowed my car for her date. She said she'd noticed I wasn't using it and thought it would be okay since we're such good friends. She promised to return it soon and said she'd fill up the gas tank as. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Rachel had taken my car without asking, apparently using her spare key to my apartment to get the keys, and was currently out on a date with it. She'd made this decision without any input from me, assuming I wouldn't mind having my property taken without permission. I immediately called her, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message asking her to bring my car back immediately, explaining that I needed it for work the next morning, and that taking it without asking was completely inappropriate. I tried calling several more times throughout the evening with no response. Rachel didn't bring my car back until almost 2 a.m. By that point, I'd been stressed and angry for hours, worried about whether something had happened to her or my car. When she finally returned, she seemed surprised that I was upset and said she thought I'd be happy to help her impress her new boyfriend. The car was returned with an empty gas tank, despite her promise to fill it up. There were food wrappers in the back seat, the radio was tuned to a station I never listened to, and the seat was adjusted completely wrong. It was clear that both Rachel and Marcus had been in my car, probably for several hours. When I confronted Rachel about taking the car without permission, she said she'd tried to call earlier in the day, but couldn't reach me. She claimed she'd assumed it would be fine since I wasn't using it anyway. She seemed genuinely confused about why I was so angry about what she saw as a favour between friends. I explained that borrowing someone's car without explicit permission isn't a favour, it's theft. I told her that I needed to know where my car was at all times, especially since I'm responsible for insurance, maintenance, and any accidents that might occur. Her casual attitude about taking my property was completely unacceptable. Rachel got defensive and said I was overreacting about a simple misunderstanding between friends. She pointed out that she'd returned the car undamaged and had intended to fill up the gas tank before bringing it back. She said most friends would be happy to help each other out in situations like this. The conversation became increasingly heated as Rachel tried to minimize what she'd done. She said she'd thought our friendship was strong enough that sharing resources wouldn't be a big deal. She accused me of being possessive and materialistic, suggesting that real friends don't keep score about things like car borrowing. I told Rachel that real friends ask permission before taking major liberties with each other's property. I explained that my car represents months of saving money and that I can't afford to replace it if something happens. Taking it without asking showed a complete disrespect for my financial situation and personal boundaries. Rachel eventually apologised, but it felt forced and insincere. She said she was sorry I was upset, but maintained that her intentions were good and that the whole situation was blown out of proportion. She promised to ask next time, but her tone suggested she still didn't understand why asking was necessary. The incident has completely changed how I feel about our friendship. I gave Rachel her spare key back and told her that trust, once broken, takes time to rebuild. She seemed shocked that I was taking such a harsh line about what still characterised as a minor mistake between friends. That story is over. Taking someone's car for a romantic evening and then acting confused about why they're upset is friendship-ending behaviour. The fact that she didn't even bother to refill the gas tank after promising to do so just adds insult to injury. Some people really think good intentions excuse massive boundary violations. Speaking of boundaries being crossed in unexpected ways, this next story involves social media mishaps that can't be undone. My mum's boyfriend accidentally posted my baby pictures online. This happened 3 weeks ago, and I'm still dealing with the fallout from what might be the most embarrassing social media disaster in my family's history. I'm 22 years old, and my mum has been dating her boyfriend Carl for about 8 months now. Carl is 45, recently divorced, and trying really hard to fit into our family dynamic. He's actually a decent guy who treats my mum well, but he's not exactly tech savvy, and sometimes makes social media mistakes that range from harmless to mortifying. This latest incident definitely falls into the mortifying category. My mum and Carl went to a family reunion last month where my grandmother brought out the infamous baby photo albums that every family seems to have. These albums contain decades of embarrassing childhood pictures, including some particularly unfortunate shots of me as a toddler during potty training phase, and bath time. At the reunion, Carl was really excited about being included in family activities and kept talking about how happy he was to be part of our family traditions. He took pictures of everything, including the photo albums, saying he wanted to remember all the family stories and history he was learning about. What I didn't know was that Carl had been posting constantly on Facebook throughout the reunion, sharing pictures and tagging family members in an effort to show his friends and co-workers how integrated he was becoming with my mum's family. His enthusiasm was sweet, but his execution was problematic. The disaster happened when Carl decided to post what he thought was a cute album of family photos to show off his new extended family. Unfortunately, he didn't carefully review which pictures he was sharing, and several of the baby photos he posted were of me in various states of undress during bath time and diaper changes. Even worse, Carl tagged himself as my father in the photos, and caption wrote about how proud he was of his beautiful family and how lucky he felt to have such wonderful kids. He used hashtags like daddaughter and family love and shared the post publicly so all his friends and co-workers could see. Out about the post, when my college, I found roommate texted me asking why my mum's boyfriend was posting naked baby pictures of me on Facebook and calling himself my dad. She'd seen the post because Carl had tagged me in it, which made it show up in my friends' news feeds as well. I immediately, to Facebook, went and saw the post, which had already gotten dozens of likes and comments from Carl's friends congratulating him on his beautiful family. Several people had shared the post, spreading my embarrassing baby pictures even further across social media platforms I couldn't control. I called my mum in a panic, explaining what Carl had done and begging her to make him take down the post immediately. She was mortified and said she'd handle it right away. She called Carl, who was apparently at work and didn't understand why everyone was so upset about sharing family photos. Carl eventually took down the original post, but by then it had been up for almost 6 hours. Several of his friends had already shared it to their own profiles, and some had made copies of the pictures. The damage was done, and there was no way to completely undo the spread of my childhood photos. When I finally talked to Carl directly, he was genuinely apologetic, but also confused about why posting family photos was such a big deal. He said he'd been trying to show his friends how happy he was to be part of our family, and didn't realise that sharing baby pictures could be inappropriate. I had to explain to Carl that posting naked pictures of children on social media, even baby pictures, was problematic for multiple reasons. Beyond the obvious privacy concerns, there were safety issues, and the fact that these images could potentially be saved and misused by strangers on the internet. Carl seemed shocked that anyone would misuse innocent baby pictures and said he'd never considered that possibility. He promised to be more careful about what he posted in the future and offered to contact everyone who had shared the post to ask them to delete it. Most people complied, but some had already shared it beyond his network. The most embarrassing part was dealing with the aftermath at school and work. Several classmates had seen the pictures through various social media connections, and some made jokes about seeing me as a baby. My supervisor at my part-time job mentioned seeing the post, which made workplace interactions awkward for weeks. Carl has since become much more cautious about social media and always asks my mum before posting anything family-related. He also took a social media literacy class at the local community centre to better understand privacy settings and appropriate sharing practices. His efforts to improve the situation was appreciated. My mum felt terrible about the whole incident and had several serious conversations with Carl about boundaries and privacy. She made it clear that future social media mistakes involving her children could affect their relationship, which seemed to really drive the message home for Carl. The incident taught our entire family about the importance of social media awareness and consent before sharing personal photos. We now have clear guidelines about what can and cannot be posted, and everyone asks permission before tagging or sharing pictures that involve other family members. That story's over. Nothing says welcome to the family like accidentally sharing someone's naked baby pictures with your entire social network. The fact that he tagged himself as her father while doing it just makes the whole situation exponentially more uncomfortable. At least he the social took media literacy class afterward, but some mistakes you just can't completely undo. Our next story proves that roommate agreements should probably cover more than just cleaning schedules and rent splits. My roommate gave away my couch while I was at work. I came home yesterday to discover that apparently furniture ownership is more complicated than I thought, especially when you're living with someone who has strong opinions about interior design. I'm 25 and share a 2-bedroom apartment with my roommate Tyler, who I met through a roommate matching service 6 months ago. When I moved in, I brought most of the common area furniture, including a couch that I'd saved up for months to buy. It's not expensive by furniture store standards, but it was a big purchase for me at the time. The couch is comfortable, in good condition, and perfectly functional for our living room space. Tyler has always made comments about the couch not fitting his aesthetic vision for the apartment. He's really into minimalist design and earth tones, while my couch is a pretty standard navy blue sectional that I picked because it was comfortable and practical. He'd occasionally mention finding something that matched better, but I didn't think he was serious. Last week, Tyler started talking more frequently about redecorating the common areas. He showed me pictures of furniture arrangements he liked and asked if I'd be interested in contributing to a more cohesive design scheme. I told him I was happy with our current setup and wasn't looking to spend money on new furniture right now. Tyler seemed disappointed but said he understood that not everyone shared his passion for interior design. He mentioned that he'd been looking at some pieces online and might pick up a few accent items to improve the overall aesthetic. I didn't think much about it since he was talking about small decorative additions. Yesterday, I had to work a double shift at the restaurant where I served tables. I left the apartment around 10 a.m. and didn't get home until after midnight. When I walked into the living room, I immediately noticed that my couch was gone. In its place was a completely different seating arrangement that I'd never seen before. Instead of my sectional, there were 2 small wooden chairs and a bench that looked like they belonged in a meditation retreat. The entire living room had been rearranged around these new pieces, and several of my other belongings had been moved to accommodate Tyler's new design vision. I found Tyler in his room and asked where my couch had gone. He seemed excited about the change and said he'd found someone on Facebook Marketplace who was looking for exactly that style of couch. He'd sold it to them for $200 and used the money to buy the new seating arrangement, which he said better reflected the vibe he was going for. I was speechless for a moment because I couldn't believe Tyler had sold my furniture without asking. When I finally found my voice, I told him he had no right to sell my property and demanded he get my couch back immediately. Tyler seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction and said he thought I'd be happy with the upgrade. Tyler explained that he'd been planning this surprise for weeks and had specifically chosen pieces that would work better with his overall design concept. He said the new furniture was more sustainable, more aesthetically pleasing, and better for entertaining guests. He seemed proud of his initiative and creativity. When I pointed out that the couch belonged to me and that he'd essentially stolen and sold my property, Tyler got defensive. He said we were roommates sharing common space, and that furniture in shared areas should be subject to group decisions. He claimed that his actions were motivated by improving our living situation for both of us. I told Tyler that ownership doesn't disappear just because furniture is placed in a common area, and that selling someone else's belongings without permission is theft, regardless of his design motivations. He needed to contact the buyer immediately and arrange to get my couch back, even if it meant refunding their money. Tyler said that would be impossible because the buyers had already picked up the couch and were probably using it in their own home. He offered to split the $200 he'd received from the sale, saying that would be fair since we'd both been using the furniture. His suggestion made me even angrier because it showed he still didn't understand the problem. The conversation escalated as Tyler continued to defend his actions, and I became increasingly frustrated with his refusal to acknowledge that he'd done anything wrong. He kept returning to arguments about shared space and aesthetic improvement, as if those factors justified selling my property without consent. I ended up calling the police to file a report for theft, which finally seemed to make Tyler understand the seriousness of the situation. The officer explained that roommates don't have the right to sell each other's belongings, regardless of where those items are placed within the apartment. Tyler eventually contacted the buyers and explained the situation. Fortunately, they were understanding and agreed to return the couch in exchange for a full refund. Tyler had to pay back the $200 plus compensation for the buyer's time and inconvenience, which came to $250 total. The couch was returned 2 days later, but the entire incident has made living with Tyler incredibly uncomfortable. He's been sulking about having to give up his design vision and seems to think I overreacted to what he still calls a decorating misunderstanding rather than theft. That story is over. Selling someone's furniture because it doesn't match your aesthetic and then offering to split the proceeds is such a wild approach to roommate relations. The fact that he genuinely thought this was a thoughtful surprise rather than theft shows a stunning lack of awareness about basic property rights. Some people really think good intentions excuse literally any behaviour. Moving from furniture theft to identity theft, our next story involves family members who apparently think impersonation is a valid job search strategy. My sister pretended to be me at a job interview. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last week, and I honestly don't know whether to be more angry or impressed by the sheer audacity of it all. I'm 29 years old and work in graphic design, but I've been looking for a new position with better pay and more creative freedom. I've been applying to jobs for about 3 months now, sending out resumes and cover letters to dozens of companies. The job market is competitive, so I knew it would take time to find the right fit. I've had a few interviews that didn't pan out, but I was staying optimistic about eventually finding something better. My sister Amanda is 2 years younger than me, and we've always looked somewhat similar. Same height, same hair colour, similar facial features. People used to mix us up when we were kids, but as adults, our personalities and career paths are completely different. She works in retail management and has never shown any interest in design or creative work. Amanda has been struggling financially lately after losing her job at a department store that closed down. She's been living with our parents while looking for work, and I know the whole situation has been stressful for her. She's always been the type to take shortcuts when she's desperate, but I never expected her to do something like this. Last Tuesday, I got a call from a company I'd applied to about 2 weeks earlier. They said they wanted to schedule a phone interview for the following day. I was excited because it seemed like a good opportunity, and I spent the evening preparing talking points and researching the company background. The next morning, I was getting ready for the interview when I got food poisoning from something I'd eaten the night before. I was violently sick and couldn't even get out of bed, let alone conduct a professional interview. I called the company to reschedule, explaining that I had a medical emergency. The hiring manager was understanding and said they could push the interview back a few days. I thanked them profusely and spent the rest of the day recovering. I figured it was just bad timing, but that these things happen and I'd have another chance to make a good impression. 2 days later, I got another call from the same company. This time, they were calling to congratulate me on a successful interview and to extend a job offer. I was completely confused because I hadn't had the rescheduled interview yet. When I asked for clarification, they seemed equally confused. The hiring manager said I'd interviewed with them the previous afternoon, in person at their office downtown. They described meeting with someone who had my resume, knew details about my background, and had impressed them with her portfolio presentation. They were ready to move them there. I told forward with an offer letter must be some mistake because I'd been sick and hadn't interviewed with anyone. The hiring manager put me on hold for several minutes, then came back sounding concerned. They asked me to verify some personal information, and everything matched except for the interview timing. That evening, I confronted Amanda about what had happened. At first, she tried to deny any involvement, but when I described the timeline and details, she broke down and admitted everything. She'd gone to the interview pretending to be me, using my resume and portfolio that she'd copied from my computer. Amanda explained that she'd overheard my phone conversation about rescheduling the interview and had seen it as an opportunity. She'd always been good at impersonating me, and she thought she could pull off the interview and then convince me to take the job if they offered it to her. The plan was apparently that she'd go to the interview, see if she could get an offer, and then tell me about this amazing opportunity she'd heard about. She'd planned to coach me through accepting the position and starting the job, thinking I'd be grateful for her help in landing something good. What Amanda hadn't considered was that the company would call me directly after the interview, or that I'd figure out what she'd done. She also hadn't thought through how I was supposed to start a job where the hiring manager had already met someone claiming to be me who looked and acted completely different. When I asked Amanda how she'd thought this would work long term, she admitted she hadn't really planned that far ahead. She'd been desperate to help both of us out of our respective situations and had acted impulsively. She said she'd figured we'd cross that bridge when we came to it. The worst part was that Amanda had apparently done well in the interview. The hiring manager had mentioned being impressed with her presentation skills and enthusiasm for the role. She'd potentially landed me a job I actually wanted, but had done it in a way that made it impossible for me to accept. I had to call the company back and explain the entire situation. I told them that someone had impersonated me at the interview and that I needed to withdraw from consideration for the position. The hiring manager was shocked and said they'd never encountered anything like this before. The company was understanding about the bizarre circumstances, but they obviously couldn't move forward with hiring me after what had happened. They said they'd need to review their interview security procedures and would keep my real application on file for future openings. Amanda felt terrible about ruining the opportunity and kept apologizing, but the damage was done. I'd lost a potential job because of her impulsive decision to impersonate me. She offered to call the company herself and explain, but I told her she'd done enough already. The incident has strained our relationship significantly. While I understand that Amanda was trying to help in her own misguided way, her actions showed a complete lack of judgment and respect for professional boundaries. She's promised never to do anything like this again, but trust isn't easily rebuilt. I'm back to job searching, but now I have to worry about whether other applications might be compromised by Amanda's interference. I've had to change passwords and secure my personal documents to prevent any future impersonation attempts. That story's over. Using someone else's identity to land them a job they can't actually take is such a spectacularly short-sighted plan. The fact that she apparently nailed the interview just makes the whole situation even more frustrating. Sometimes helping people requires actually thinking through the consequences of your actions. Our next story takes us into the world of landlord disputes, where apparently weather patterns are now considered tenant responsibilities. My landlord tried to charge me for rain damage. I've been renting the same apartment for 18 months, and I thought every possible way I'd seen a landlord could try to squeeze extra money out of tenants. I was wrong. I'm 26 and rent a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an older building downtown. The rent is reasonable for the area, and I've been a reliable tenant who pays on time and doesn't cause problems. The building is probably from the 1940s and has the charm and maintenance issues that come with that age. When I moved in, I knew I'd have to deal with things like creaky floors, temperamental heating, and the occasional plumbing quirk. What I didn't expect was to be held responsible for the weather. The problem started about 6 months ago when we had an unusually rainy spring. For 3 weeks straight, we got heavy downpours almost every day. During one particularly intense storm, I noticed water stains appearing on my bedroom ceiling. By the next morning, there were actual drips coming through. I immediately called my landlord Robert to report the leak. He said he'd look into it and that these things happen in older buildings during heavy rain. He seemed unconcerned and told me to put a bucket under the drip until he could arrange for someone to take a look at the roof. The leak continued for weeks. Every time it rained, water would come through my ceiling, and I'd have to strategically place pots and towels to protect my furniture and belongings. I called Robert multiple times asking for updates on the repair timeline, but he kept saying he was waiting for the weather to clear up. After a month of dealing with the leak, I sent Robert a formal written notice about the problem, including photos of the water damage and a timeline of my previous calls. I mentioned that the constant moisture was starting to cause mold growth on my ceiling and walls, which was becoming a health concern. Robert finally sent someone to look at the roof 2 months after I first reported the problem. The handyman confirmed that several shingles were missing and that the flashing around the chimney was damaged. He said the repairs would be straightforward, but should have been done weeks ago. The roof was eventually fixed, but by then, significant damage had been done to my apartment. The ceiling had water stains throughout the bedroom, and there was visible mold growth in several areas. My landlord agreed to have the apartment repainted and the mold professionally removed. Everything seemed to be resolved until I got my security deposit return statement when I moved out last month. Robert had deducted $1,200 for what he called weather-related negligence, resulting in property damage. According to his itemized list, I was being charged for ceiling repairs, mold remediation, and repainting. The explanation letter that came with the deduction was bizarre. Robert claimed that I should have taken preventative measures to minimize rain damage during the extended wet weather period. He said responsible tenants monitor weather forecasts and take appropriate action to protect the property from environmental hazards. According to Robert's logic, I should have realized that the building's roof was vulnerable to rain damage and should have either covered the exterior roof myself or moved my belongings away from areas where leaks might occur. He said my failure to anticipate and prevent weather damage constituted negligence on my part. When I called Robert to dispute the charges, he doubled down on his position. He said that while landlords are responsible for major structural repairs, tenants have a duty to mitigate damage when they're aware of potential problems. He claimed that my delay in moving furniture away from the leak had made the damage worse. I pointed out that I'd reported the leak immediately and had followed up multiple times requesting repairs. I'd done everything a reasonable tenant could be expected to do. Robert insisted that I should have been more proactive in protecting the property from ongoing weather exposure. The conversation became increasingly absurd as Robert explained his theory of tenant weather responsibility. He said that just like tenants are expected to shovel snow from sidewalks, they should also take reasonable precautions against rain damage when they're aware of building vulnerabilities. I told Robert that expecting tenants to waterproof their landlord's property was completely unreasonable and likely illegal. Rain damage from a leaking roof is clearly the landlord's responsibility, especially when the tenant has reported the problem and requested repairs. His charges were baseless, and I wouldn't be paying them. Robert threatened to take me to small claims court to recover the money he claimed I owed for weather negligence. He said he had documentation of my failure to adequately protect the property during the extended rainy period. I told him I looked forward to explaining his theory to a judge. I contacted a tenants' rights organisation and showed them Robert's deduction letter and our correspondence. The attorney I spoke with said she'd never seen anything quite like Robert's weather negligence argument, but that it was clearly without legal merit. She offered to help me file a counterclaim for the return of my full deposit. The case went to small claims court last week, where Robert attempted to present his weather responsibility theory to the judge. He brought printouts of weather forecasts from the period when the leak occurred, arguing that I should have anticipated the roof problems based on the predicted rainfall amounts. The judge listened patiently to Robert's explanation, then asked him whether he expected tenants to perform roof inspections and maintenance based on weather reports. When Robert said that tenants should take reasonable precautions, the judge asked him to define what reasonable precautions against rain might include. Robert's answers became increasingly ridiculous as he tried to explain how tenants could protect property from weather damage they had no ability to prevent. The judge eventually cut him off and ruled in my favour, ordering the return of my full security deposit plus court costs and damages for the frivolous claim. After the hearing, Robert approached me and said he still believed tenants should take more responsibility for weather-related property protection. He seemed genuinely convinced that his theory made sense, despite the judge's clear rejection of his argument. Some people really can't admit when they're wrong. That story is over. Charging tenants for weather negligence because it rained on a building with a leaky roof is such an impressively creative attempt at avoiding landlord responsibilities. The fact that he actually took it to court and tried to present weather forecasts as evidence makes it even better. Sometimes, the most ridiculous disputes produce the most satisfying legal outcomes. Speaking of situations that produce unexpected outcomes, our final story involves the kind of betrayal that makes you question everything you thought you knew about friendship. My best friend told my crush I liked them, then asked them out. I'm still trying to process what happened 3 weeks ago, because it feels like something out of a soap opera, except it's my actual life, and the drama is completely real. I'm 23 and work at a marketing agency downtown. I've been best friends with Chloe since college, and I trusted her with everything. About 2 months ago, I developed a crush on this guy, Alex, who works in the accounting department at my company. He's funny, smart, and we always have great conversations when we run into each other in the break room or at company events. I'd been working up the courage to ask him out for weeks. I told Chloe about my feelings for Alex during one of our regular coffee dates. She listened to me gush about him for probably an hour, offering advice about how to approach him and encouraging me to make a move. She seemed genuinely excited about my potential romance and kept asking for updates about our interactions. Chloe had never met Alex, but she'd heard so much about him from me that she said she felt like she already knew him. She helped me analyse text conversations, suggested ways to spend more time around him at work, and even helped me pick out outfits for days when I knew I'd see him. Last month, Chloe started a new job at a consulting firm that happens to share office space with several other companies, including a satellite office of my company. She mentioned that some of my co-workers might work in the same building, which I thought was a funny coincidence. 2 weeks ago, Chloe texted me, asking for Alex's last name because she thought she might have seen him in her building and wanted to confirm it was the same person I'd been talking about. I gave her his information, thinking it would be cool if they randomly met and she could put in a good word for me. A few days later, Chloe called me with exciting news. She'd run into Alex in the elevator and had struck up a conversation about mutual connections at my company. She said she'd casually mentioned that her best friend worked there too and had wonderful things to say about him. I was thrilled that she'd made contact. According to Chloe, Alex had seemed interested when she mentioned me and had asked several questions about our friendship and my personality. She said he'd seemed genuinely curious about me and that she'd gotten the impression he might be interested in asking me out. I was over the moon with excitement. Chloe suggested that we all grab drinks together sometime so she could officially introduce us in a social setting. She said having a mutual friend facilitate the meeting might make things less awkward than approaching him at work. It seemed like the perfect plan, and I was grateful to have such a supportive best friend. Last Friday, I was having lunch at my desk when Alex appeared with a concerned expression. He said he needed to talk to me about something important and asked if we could step outside for a few minutes. My heart started racing because I thought he might be about to ask me out. Instead, Alex told me that he'd been thinking about our conversation from earlier in the week and wanted to make sure there weren't any misunderstandings between us. I was confused because we hadn't had any significant conversations recently, just our usual friendly small talk in passing. Alex explained that Chloe had told him I had romantic feelings for him, but that he wanted to handle the situation delicately since we were co-workers. He said he was flattered, but didn't think it would be appropriate to date someone from the office, and he hoped we could remain friends without things being awkward. I was mortified and confused. While it was true that I liked Alex, I'd never directly told him about my feelings, and I couldn't understand how Chloe's casual introduction had turned into such a direct revelation. I told Alex there must have been some miscommunication and that I'd sort it out. That evening, I called Chloe to ask what had happened during her conversation with Alex. She seemed flustered and said she might have been a little too enthusiastic when talking about our friendship. She claimed she'd only mentioned that I thought highly of him, not that I had a crush. Alex's account of their conversation didn't match Chloe's explanation at all. According to him, Chloe had explicitly told him that I was interested in dating him and had asked whether he'd consider giving me a chance. She'd apparently been quite direct about my feelings and intentions. When I confronted Chloe with Alex's version of events, she finally admitted that she'd been more forthcoming than she'd initially claimed. She said she'd thought being direct would help move things along, and that beating around the bush would just waste everyone's time. She seemed to think she'd done me a favour. The situation got worse the following Monday when I learned from a coworker that Alex had started dating someone new over the weekend. When I asked who it was, they told me it was a woman named Chloe who worked in our building and had apparently met Alex through mutual friends at my company. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. My best friend had not only embarrassed me by revealing my feelings without permission, but had then asked out the same person she knew I was interested in. The betrayal was so complete and calculated that I couldn't process it at first. I confronted Chloe immediately, and she broke down crying, admitting that she'd developed feelings for Alex during their elevator conversation. She said she'd initially planned to help me connect with him, but that their chemistry had been undeniable, and she couldn't help pursuing him herself. Chloe claimed that she'd told Alex about my feelings as a way of clearing the air before asking him out herself. She said she didn't want there to be any secrets or confusion about the situation, and that she thought honesty was the best policy for everyone involved. When I pointed out that honesty would have involved telling me about her feelings before acting on them, Chloe said she hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. She claimed that one conversation had led to another, and before she knew it, they were making plans to go out together. Chloe insisted that she hadn't planned for any of this to happen, and that she felt terrible about how everything had unfolded. She said she'd never intended to hurt me, and that she hoped I could understand that sometimes feelings just develop naturally between people. The most insulting part was when Chloe suggested that maybe this was all for the best, since Alex had already told me he didn't think workplace relationships were appropriate. She said that at least now I knew where he stood and could move on, without wondering what might have been. I told Chloe that our friendship was over, and that I couldn't trust someone who would betray me so completely while pretending to help. She's been texting me constantly, asking for forgiveness and claiming that her relationship with Alex won't last anyway, but I haven't responded to any of her messages. That story is over. Using someone's romantic feelings as your own personal dating intel and then swooping in to steal their crush is friendship betrayal at its finest. The fact that she tried to frame it as doing everyone a favour by being honest just makes the whole thing even more manipulative. Some people really will sacrifice any relationship for their own immediate gratification, and sometimes betrayal comes from the people who are supposed to have your back no matter what. Speaking of trust being shattered, this next story shows how quickly someone can turn your vulnerabilities against you. My best friend told my crush I liked them, then asked them out. I'm still trying to process what happened 3 weeks ago, because it feels like something out of a nightmare, except it's my actual life, and the betrayal is completely real. I'm 23 and work at a marketing agency downtown. I've been best friends with Sophie since college, and I trusted her with everything. About 2 months ago, I developed a crush on this guy Connor, who works in the IT department at my company. He's funny, smart, and we always have great conversations when we run into each other in the break room or at company events. I'd been working up the courage to ask him out for weeks. I told Sophie about my feelings for Connor during one of our regular coffee dates. She listened to me gush about him for probably an hour, offering advice about how to approach him and encouraging me to make a move. She seemed genuinely excited about my potential romance and kept asking for updates about our interactions. Sophie had never met Connor, but she'd heard so much about him from me that she said she felt like she already knew him. She helped me analyze text conversations, suggested ways to spend more time around him at work, and even helped me pick out outfits for days when I knew I'd see him. Last month, Sophie started a new job at a consulting firm that happens to share office space with several other companies, including a satellite office of my company. She mentioned that some of my co-workers might work in the same building, which I thought was a funny coincidence. 2 weeks ago, Sophie texted me, asking for Connor's last name, because she thought she might have seen him in her building and wanted to confirm it was the same person I'd been talking about. I gave her his information, thinking it would be cool if they randomly met and she could put in a good word for me. A few days later, Sophie called me with exciting news. She'd run into Connor in the elevator and had struck up a conversation about mutual connections at my company. She said she'd casually mentioned that her best friend worked there too, and had wonderful things to say about him. I was thrilled that she'd made contact. According to Sophie, Connor had seemed interested when she mentioned me, and had asked several questions about our friendship and my personality. She said he'd seemed genuinely curious about me, and that she'd gotten the impression he might be interested in asking me out. I was over the moon with excitement. Sophie suggested that we all grab drinks together sometime so she could officially introduce us in a social setting. She said having a mutual friend facilitate the meeting might make things less awkward than approaching him at work. It seemed like the perfect plan, and I was grateful to have such a supportive best friend. Last Friday, I was having lunch at my desk when Connor appeared with a concerned expression. He said he needed to talk to me about something important and asked if we could step outside for a few minutes. My heart started racing because I thought he might be about to ask me out. Instead, Connor told me that he'd been thinking about our conversation from earlier in the week and wanted to make sure there weren't any misunderstandings between us. I was confused because we hadn't had any significant conversations recently, just our usual friendly small talk in passing. Connor explained that Sophie had told him I had romantic feelings for him, but that he wanted to handle the situation delicately since we were co-workers. He said he was flattered, but didn't think it would be appropriate to date someone from the office, and he hoped we could remain friends without things being awkward. I was mortified and confused. While it was true that I liked Connor, I'd never directly told him about my feelings, and I couldn't understand how Sophie's casual introduction had turned into such a direct revelation. I told Connor there must have been some miscommunication and that I'd sort it out. That evening, I called Sophie to ask what had happened during her conversation with Connor. She seemed flustered and said she might have been a little too enthusiastic when talking about our friendship. She claimed she'd only mentioned that I thought highly of him, not that I had a crush. Connor's account of their conversation didn't match Sophie's explanation at all. According to him, Sophie had explicitly told him that I was interested in dating him and had asked whether he'd consider giving me a chance. She'd apparently been quite direct about my feelings and intentions. When I confronted Sophie with Connor's version of events, she finally admitted that she'd been more forthcoming than she'd initially claimed. She said she'd thought being direct would help move things along, and that beating around the bush would just waste everyone's time. She seemed to think she'd done me a favour. The situation got worse the following Monday when I learned from a co-worker that Connor had started dating someone new over the weekend. When I asked who it was, they told me it was a woman named Sophie, who worked in our building and had apparently met Connor through mutual friends at my company. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. My best friend had not only embarrassed me by revealing my feelings without permission, but had then asked out the same person she knew I was interested in. The betrayal was so complete and calculated that I couldn't process it at first. I confronted Sophie immediately, and she broke down crying, admitting that she'd developed feelings for Connor during their elevator conversation. She said she'd initially planned to help me connect with him, but that their chemistry had been undeniable, and she couldn't help pursuing him herself. Sophie claimed that she'd told Connor about my feelings as a way of clearing the air before asking him out herself. She said she didn't want there to be any secrets or confusion about the situation, and that she thought honesty was the best policy for everyone involved. When I pointed out that honesty would have involved telling me about her feelings before acting on them, Sophie said she hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. She claimed that one conversation had led to another, and before she knew it, they were making plans to go out together. Sophie insisted that she hadn't planned for any of this to happen, and that she felt terrible about how everything had unfolded. She said she'd never intended to hurt me, and that she hoped I could understand that sometimes feelings just develop naturally between people. The most insulting part was when Sophie suggested that maybe this was all for the best, since Connor had already told me he didn't think workplace relationships were appropriate. She said that at least now I knew where he stood and could move on without wondering what might have been. I told Sophie that our friendship was over and that I couldn't trust someone who would betray me so completely while pretending to help. She's been texting me constantly, asking for forgiveness and claiming that her relationship with Connor won't last anyway, but I haven't responded to any of her messages. She keeps saying she didn't think I was serious about it, but I'd literally spent months talking about Connor and asking for her advice. The fact that she used my trust as a roadmap to steal my crush is something I'll never be able to forgive or forget. That story is over. Using someone's romantic feelings as intelligence gathering for your own dating strategy is friendship betrayal at its absolute worst. The fact that she tried to frame outing her friend's crush as doing everyone a favour just makes the manipulation even more calculated. Some people will sacrifice decades of trust for one elevator conversation with an attractive person. Our first story comes from someone who learned that some managers have absolutely zero respect for basic human decency. My boss expected me to work through my grandma's funeral. I work at a small marketing firm where we're chronically understaffed and everyone's constantly stressed. I've been there for about 2 years and generally try to be reliable and rarely call out sick or ask for time off. My grandmother had been battling cancer for several months, and last week she finally passed away, peacefully surrounded by family. The funeral was scheduled for a Friday, and I asked my boss on Monday if I could have that single day off to attend her service and be with my family during this difficult time. I explained the situation and offered to work extra hours during the week to make sure all my projects stayed on track. My boss looked at me with this completely stone-cold expression and said, "Death isn't an excuse for laziness. We have deadlines to meet and clients depending on us. If you can't handle the responsibility of this job, maybe you should find something more suitable for your work ethic." I was completely stunned. I've never called out for anything frivolous. I work overtime regularly without complaint, and I've never missed a single deadline. But apparently, wanting to attend my own grandmother's funeral made me lazy and irresponsible. I told him that I would be attending the funeral regardless, and that if he couldn't understand why that was important to me, then maybe this wasn't the right company for me. He said that if I didn't show up on Friday, I shouldn't bother coming back on Monday. I attended, said goodbye to someone who helped raise me and was one of the most important people in my life. It was devastating and beautiful, and everything a funeral should be. I held my mum while she cried and listened to stories about the incredible woman my grandmother was. On Monday morning, I found a termination letter on my desk. Apparently, my absence had caused irreparable damage to client relationships, even though nothing urgent had happened, and all my work was caught up before I left. The story ends there. The complete lack of basic human empathy is absolutely staggering. Calling someone lazy for wanting to attend their grandmother's funeral shows a level of callousness that's hard to comprehend. Some people really shouldn't be in positions of power over other human beings. OP is definitely better off without that toxic environment, even though being fired for grieving is incredibly unfair. Let's move on to someone who discovered that workplace theft comes in many forms, including the daily disappearance of lunch. My co-worker stole my lunch every day until I got revenge. I work in a busy office building with a shared break room and communal refrigerator. Like most people, I bring my lunch from home to save money and eat healthier than the fast food options nearby. About 3 months ago, I started noticing that my lunch would occasionally go missing from the fridge. At first, I thought maybe I'd forgotten to bring it or misplaced it somewhere else. But then it started happening more frequently, and I realised someone was deliberately taking my food. I tried everything I could think of to stop the theft. I labelled my lunch containers with my name in permanent marker. I put my lunch in an insulated bag and hid it behind other items in the fridge. I even bought a small lunchbox with a combination lock, but somehow my food still kept disappearing. The breaking point came when I brought leftover homemade lasagna that had taken me hours to prepare over the weekend. It was comfort food during a particularly stressful week, and I'd been looking forward to it all morning. When lunchtime came, my container was empty in the sink, with just a few crumbs left. I decided to set up a little surveillance operation. I started paying attention to who was in the break room during lunch times and noticed that my co-worker Jake always seemed to be eating elaborate meals that looked suspiciously similar to what I'd brought from home. Jake was one of those people who always complained about being broke, but somehow always had the latest gadgets and went out for expensive dinners. He'd make comments about how lucky everyone else was to have gourmet home cooking while he was stuck with peasant food. For my revenge, I prepared what looked like my usual delicious lunch, but loaded it with an absolutely brutal amount of hot sauce. I'm talking Carolina Reaper level heat that would make most people question their life choices. I packaged it up in my normal container with my name clearly labelled and put it in the fridge. Sure enough, around noon I heard this blood-curdling scream from the break room, followed by Jake running to the water cooler, chugging directly from the spout. He was sweating, crying, and making these horrible gasping noises while other co-workers gathered around, asking what was wrong. When he finally recovered enough to speak, he started yelling about how someone had poisoned his lunch. I calmly walked over and pointed out that he was holding my lunch container with my name on it and asked him why he was eating my food. The entire room went silent as everyone realised what had been happening. Jake tried to claim it was an honest mistake, but several people pointed out that this wasn't the first time they'd seen him eating food that clearly belonged to someone else. He got written up by HR for theft, and I never had another lunch go missing after that incident. That story is absolutely perfect. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire, or in this case, fight theft with chemical warfare. The fact that Jake had the audacity to scream about being poisoned after stealing someone else's clearly labelled food is incredible. Nothing quite like instant karma served at exactly the right temperature to teach someone a lesson about respecting other people's property. Our next story takes us into the mind of a manager who apparently thinks medical documentation is just a suggestion. The manager who denied my sick leave with a doctor's note. I work at a retail store where calling out sick is treated like committing a federal crime. The managers act like any illness is a personal attack on their ability to run the store, and they make you feel guilty for being human. Last month I came down with the worst flu I've had in years. I'm talking fever, chills, body aches, the whole nightmare package. I could barely get out of bed, let alone stand for 8 hours helping customers and handling merchandise. I called my manager Sarah first thing in the morning to let her know I wouldn't be able to come in. She immediately got hostile and said that being sick wasn't an excuse and that we were already short-staffed for the day. I explained that I had a high fever and felt terrible, but she said everyone gets sick and we all have to push through it. I decided to go to urgent care to get checked out and hopefully get some medication to help me recover faster. The doctor confirmed that I had influenza and wrote me a note saying I should stay home for at least 3 days to recover and avoid spreading the illness to coworkers and customers. I texted Sarah a photo of the doctor's note, along with a message explaining that I had the flu and medical documentation requiring me to stay home. Her response was absolutely unbelievable. If you can text me, you can work. Being able to use your phone means you're not too sick to stand behind a register. I couldn't believe what I was reading. According to her logic, unless I was literally unconscious, I should be at work spreading my contagious illness to everyone I encountered. I tried to explain that the doctor had specifically said I needed to quarantine to prevent infecting others, but she claimed doctors only write notes to help people get out of work. She told me that if I didn't show up for my next scheduled shift, she would write me up for an unexcused absence despite having medical documentation. She said the doctor's note didn't matter because she didn't believe I was actually too sick to work. I ended up having to drag myself to work while running a fever because I couldn't afford to get written up and potentially lose my job. I spent the entire shift feeling miserable, barely able to focus, and probably got half our staff and countless customers sick. Within a week, 3 other employees called out with the same flu symptoms I'd had, including Sarah herself. When she got sick, she took 4 days off and sent multiple texts to our group chat about how terrible she felt and how she couldn't possibly work in her condition. The hypocrisy was absolutely mind-blowing, but of course when management gets sick, it's a legitimate medical emergency that requires time off to recover. This story perfectly captures the toxic double standard that exists in so many workplaces. Managers who think they can override medical professionals because they don't want to deal with staffing issues are creating dangerous situations for everyone. The fact that Sarah ended up getting the same illness and immediately took more time off than she'd allowed OP shows exactly how hypocritical these policies really are. Moving on to someone who discovered that workplace plagiarism is alive and well in the corporate world. My coworker took credit for my entire project. I work at a consulting firm where we regularly present project proposals and findings to clients. I'd been working for weeks on this massive market analysis presentation for one of our biggest accounts, staying late every night to make sure every detail was perfect. The presentation included original research I'd conducted, data analysis I'd performed, and strategic recommendations I'd developed based on months of studying the client's industry and competitors. This was the kind of project that could really advance my career if it went well. The night before the big client meeting, I finalized everything and uploaded my slides to our shared project folder so the team could review them one last time. I was proud of the work and confident that it would impress both our client and upper management. The next morning, I arrived at the office early to print handouts and prepare for the presentation. When I walked into the conference room, my coworker Jessica was already there setting up her laptop and running through slides that looked exactly like mine. I initially thought she was just helping me get ready, but then I noticed that all the slides had her name in the footer instead of mine. Every piece of research, every chart, every recommendation that I had spent credited to Jessica. I confronted her about it, and she acted completely casual, like nothing was wrong. She said she had refined my work and improved the presentation flow, so weeks developing was now naturally. It made sense for her to present it since she'd added so much value. I pointed out that the content was 99% identical to what I'd created, with only minor formatting changes. She said that collaboration was normal in our industry, and that I was being territorial about work that belonged to the company anyway. The client meeting started before I could escalate the situation to management. I had to sit there and watch Jessica present my research, my analysis, and my recommendations as if she'd done all the work herself. She fielded questions about methodology and data sources that only I could have answered accurately, but somehow she managed to fake her way through it. The presentation was a huge success. The client loved our recommendations and signed a major contract extension. Upper management praised Jessica for her exceptional work and innovative thinking. After the meeting, several executives pulled Jessica aside to congratulate her and discuss potential promotion opportunities based on the quality of her presentation. Meanwhile, I sat at my career advancement disappear into someone else's portfolio. That story is infuriating on so many levels. The premeditation involved in stealing someone's My Desk watching work and then presenting it as your own shows a level of professional betrayal that's hard to comprehend. Jessica didn't just take credit for OP's work, she potentially stole career opportunities and recognition that rightfully belonged to someone else. That kind of workplace theft can be devastating to someone's professional growth and trust in their colleagues. Let's continue with another story about a boss who apparently confused rejection with job performance reviews. My boss took rejection personally and decided to punish me professionally. I work at a small marketing company where the owner, let's call him Mark, has always been a little too friendly with female employees. He's one of those guys who stands too close when he talks to you and makes comments about your appearance that toe the line between compliments and harassment. I'd been working there for about 8 months and generally kept things professional. Mark would occasionally make inappropriate jokes or comments, but I just ignored them and focused on my work. I was actually doing really well, consistently meeting all my targets and getting positive feedback from clients. The situation escalated about 2 months ago when Mark asked if I wanted to grab dinner with him to discuss some upcoming projects. I politely declined and suggested we could meet during regular business hours instead. He seemed disappointed but said that was fine. Over the next few weeks, he kept finding excuses to ask me out. Coffee meetings, lunch discussions, after-work drinks to celebrate successful campaigns. Every time, I declined professionally and offered workplace alternatives instead. I thought I was handling it well by keeping things strictly business. Then suddenly my performance reviews started changing. Mark began criticizing work that he'd previously praised, finding fault with projects that clients loved, and questioning my commitment to the company. He started scheduling overtime mandatory for projects that weren't urgent and assigning me the most tedious tasks available. The breaking point came when he called me into his office for what he said was a performance improvement meeting. He told me that my recent work hadn't been meeting company standards and that he was concerned about my attitude. He said that. Then maybe I needed to be more of a team player and show that I was willing to go above and beyond for the company. When I asked for specific examples of my poor performance, he couldn't give me any concrete issues. Everything was vague complaints about my energy and dedication to the role. He suggested that perhaps I needed to be more social with the team and participate in company culture. I realized he was basically punishing me for refusing to date him. My work quality hadn't changed at all, but suddenly everything I did was wrong in his eyes. He started cutting my hours, saying that we needed to make sure I was really committed before giving me full-time responsibilities. Within a month, I went from working 40 hours a week to barely getting 20. My paychecks were cut in half, and I couldn't afford my rent or basic expenses. Meanwhile, he hired a new female employee who seemed very receptive to his attention, and she immediately got the hours and projects that had been taken away from me. I ended up having to find a new job because the hostile work environment became unbearable. Mark made every day miserable with his passive-aggressive comments and constant criticism of my work. That story ends there. Using professional retaliation as revenge for personal rejection is such abuse a classic of power move. Mark couldn't handle being told no, so he decided to make OP's work life hell until she quit. It's the kind of behavior that creates toxic workplaces and makes people afraid to set professional boundaries. These situations show exactly why workplace harassment policies exist, even though they're not always enforced properly. Let's move on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think noise pollution form of creative expression. My co-worker blasted music all day and claimed silence killed creativity. I work in an open office environment where we all share the same space. Generally, people are pretty considerate about noise levels since we're all trying to concentrate on detailed work that requires focus and attention. About 6 months ago, we got a new hire named Brandon, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate workplace behaviour. From his very first day, he brought in this massive Bluetooth speaker and started playing his music loud enough for the entire office to hear. I'm talking about bass-heavy hip-hop, aggressive metal, electronic dance music with repetitive beats that made it impossible to concentrate on anything. Volume that was so loud that people on phone calls with clients had to ask them to repeat themselves constantly. When someone politely asked Brandon if he could use headphones instead, he launched into this speech about how silence stifles creativity and that music ambient helps boost productivity and innovative thinking. He said that successful companies like Google and Facebook encourage creative environments and that our office was too sterile and corporate. Multiple people complained to Brandon directly, explaining that his music was making it difficult for them to focus on their work. He would turn it down for maybe an hour, then gradually increase the volume again until it was just disruptive as before. The situation got worse when Brandon started taking music requests from people, thinking this would make everyone happy. He'd shout across the office, asking genre what people wanted to hear, completely disrupting whatever we were working on. When people ignored him or said they preferred quiet, he'd choose something even louder. Several of us filed complaints with HR about the noise issue. We explained that we couldn't concentrate, that client calls were being disrupted, and that the constant music was creating a hostile work environment for people who needed quiet to be productive. HR spoke with Brandon about the complaints and asked him to use headphones like everyone else. His response was to bring in an even bigger speaker and claim that he had a medical condition that made headphones uncomfortable. He said he'd provide documentation from his doctor if necessary. The music continued for weeks, while HR supposedly investigated his medical claim. Meanwhile, our productivity plummeted because nobody could focus on detailed work with constant bass thumping in the background. People started working from home just to escape the noise. Finally, someone discovered that Brandon had been lying about the medical condition. HR found out he'd never contacted any doctor or medical professional about headphone sensitivity. When confronted with this information, he admitted that he just preferred speakers because the sound quality was better. He was fired the next day for creating a hostile work environment and lying to management about medical accommodations. That story is over. The weaponizing of fake medical conditions to justify being inconsiderate is a whole new level of workplace manipulation. Brandon turned an entire office into his personal concert venue and then acted like everyone else was the problem for wanting to actually work. The fact that he doubled down with an even bigger speaker after HR talked to him shows he never intended to be reasonable about the situation. Moving on to someone who learned that some bosses think punctuality rules only apply to their employees. The manager who docked my pay for being 2 minutes late while showing up 30 minutes late himself. I work at a retail store where our manager is absolutely obsessed with punctuality, at least when it comes to his employees. He's implemented this strict policy where being even 1 minute late results in automatic pay deductions and disciplinary action. Every morning, he stands by the time clock with a stopwatch, literally timing when people arrive. If you're supposed to start at 9 and you clock in at 9:01, you get written up and lose 15 minutes of pay. He says that being on time shows respect for the company and your co-workers. The policy seemed excessive, but I tried my best to always arrive early to avoid any issues. I'd leave my house with plenty of buffer time and usually got to work about 10 minutes before my shift started. For months, I managed to maintain perfect punctuality under his ridiculous system. Then one morning, there was an accident on my usual route to work that created unexpected traffic delays. I called the store as soon as I realized I'd be late, explaining the situation and asking if there was any flexibility given the circumstances beyond my control. My manager said that traffic wasn't an excuse and that responsible employees always plan for potential delays. He told me I'd be written up and docked pay, regardless of the reason, for my tardiness. I ended up arriving exactly 2 minutes after my scheduled start time. My manager was waiting with his stopwatch and a disciplinary form already filled out. He made a big show of documenting my lateness and explaining how this reflected poorly on my work ethic and commitment to the jobs where the hypocrisy becomes absolutely ridiculous. This same manager routinely showed up 30 to 45 minutes late for his own shifts. He'd stroll in casually drinking coffee, make jokes about traffic or oversleeping, and act like his tardiness was perfectly acceptable. When employees pointed out the double standard, he said that management had different responsibilities and scheduling flexibility. He claimed that his role required him to handle off-site meetings and administrative duties that regular employees wouldn't understand. The reality was that he spent his mornings at the gym and getting breakfast, then showed up whenever he felt like it. Meanwhile, we were all expected to be perfectly punctual or face financial penalties and disciplinary action. One particularly ridiculous morning, he arrived 45 minutes late while I was getting written up for being 3 minutes late due to a delayed bus. He walked past us joking about how he'd stopped for donuts and lost track of time, completely oblivious to the irony of the situation. Several employees complained to upper management about the unfair policy and blatant double standard. We pointed out that docking pay for minor lateness while management showed up whenever they wanted was creating a hostile and inequitable work environment. Upper management eventually removed the automatic pay deduction policy and told him that punctuality standards needed to apply to everyone equally, including managers. That story ends there. The level of hypocrisy required to dock someone's pay for being 2 minutes late while showing up nearly an hour late yourself is truly impressive kinds. These of power-tripping managers create such toxic environments by establishing rules that only apply to people below them in the hierarchy. The fact that he was literally timing people with a stopwatch while regularly breaking his own attendance policies shows how disconnected some people become when they get a little authority. Let's continue with someone who discovered that delegation can quickly become exploitation. My coworker dumped all her work on me and called it efficiency. I work in a busy accounting office where we all have substantial workloads during tax season. Everyone's stressed and working long hours, but generally we try to support each other and share the burden as much as possible. My colleague Sarah started working here about 6 months ago and initially seemed very capable and organised. She'd finish her tasks quickly and often offered to help other people with their projects. Management praised her efficiency and team player attitude during her first few performance reviews. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Sarah was asking me to help with more and more of her assignments. It started with small requests like double-checking calculations or formatting reports that she'd already completed. I was happy to help because collaboration makes everyone's job easier, but gradually the requests became more substantial. She'd ask me to handle entire client files because she was swamped with other priorities. She'd delegate research tasks to me while she focused on what she called the more strategic aspects of our projects. Eventually, I realised that Sarah wasn't actually doing much work at all. She'd assign me tasks that were clearly her responsibility, then spend her time socialising with co-workers or browsing the internet. When managers walked by, she'd quickly pull up spreadsheets to look busy. The situation reached a breaking point when Sarah asked me to complete a major quarterly report that was specifically assigned to her by our supervisor. When I pointed out that this was her project, she said that I was better at detailed analysis and that she trusted me to do quality work. I told her I had my own deadlines to meet and couldn't take on additional projects. She became defensive and said that she thought we were a team and that good colleagues help each other out. She made it seem like I was being selfish for not wanting to do her job for her. During our next team meeting, Sarah presented the work I'd been doing as examples of her productivity and efficiency. She talked about streamlining processes and optimizing workflows, but what she really meant was that she'd figured out how to get other people to do her work while she took credit. Our supervisor praised Sarah for her innovative approach to project management and her ability to collaborate effectively with team members. Meanwhile, I was working 60-hour weeks trying to keep up with both my assignments and the tasks Sarah kept dumping on me. When I finally complained to management about the situation, Sarah claimed that she'd been mentoring me and helping me develop new skills by giving me challenging assignments. She said that I'd volunteered for additional responsibilities and that she was surprised I was now complaining about opportunities for professional growth. Management sided with Sarah initially because her projects were always completed on time, and she had a reputation for being efficient and collaborative. It took several weeks of documentation and testimony from other co-workers before they realized what was actually happening. Sarah was eventually transferred to a different department where she couldn't exploit established relationships to avoid doing her own work. That story is over. The evolution from helpful colleague to complete work parasite is fascinating to watch unfold. Sarah basically created her own personal assistant while making it look like collaborative teamwork. The fact that she had the nerve to frame exploitation as mentorship when confronted shows just how manipulative some people can be in professional settings. These situations highlight why it's important to document work contributions and speak up when delegation becomes dumping. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought Christmas was just another Tuesday. The manager who expected me to answer work calls on Christmas Day. I work for a small consulting firm where work-life balance has always been a bit of a struggle. Our clients expect quick responses, and our manager tends to prioritize their demands over employee well-being, but I'd never experienced anything quite like this. Christmas fell on a weekday this year, and I'd requested the day off months in advance. It was approved by management and marked on all the company calendars as a holiday when the office would be closed. I was planning to spend the day with my family, something I'd been looking forward to for weeks. On Christmas Eve, my manager sent an email to the entire team saying that we needed to be available for any urgent client issues that might arise during the holiday. He said that dedicated employees should be willing to sacrifice personal time when business needs required it. I responded that I'd be spending Christmas with family and wouldn't be monitoring work communications. Several other employees sent similar responses, pointing out that we'd all requested and been granted the day off specifically to spend time with loved ones. My manager replied that client emergencies don't respect holidays and that we should all be prepared to handle urgent situations regardless of the date. He said that truly committed employees would understand that sometimes work has to come first. Christmas morning arrived and I turned off my work phone to focus on family time. We were having a wonderful day, opening presents, cooking together, and enjoying each other's company without the constant interruption of work messages and calls. Around noon, there was a knock at my door. I thought maybe a neighbour needed something or a family member had arrived early. Instead, I opened the door to find my manager standing on my front porch holding his laptop and looking absolutely furious. He said that a client had called with an urgent question and that I'd been ignoring my phone for hours. He demanded that I help him resolve the issue immediately because the client was threatening to take their business elsewhere if they didn't get answers. I was completely shocked that he'd shown up at my house on Christmas Day. I told him that I was spending the holiday with my family and that whatever the client needed could wait until the next business day. He said that my attitude was unprofessional and that I was jeopardizing the company's reputation. My family members were staring from the living room, wondering why my boss was at our front door on Christmas morning, demanding that I work. It was embarrassing and completely inappropriate, but he seemed to think his presence would pressure me into abandoning my holiday plans. I told him that I would not be working on Christmas Day and that he needed to leave my property immediately. He said that my refusal to help would be noted in my performance review and that dedicated employees would have made different choices. The next day, I learned that the urgent client issue was a simple question about invoice formatting that could have been answered by anyone with basic knowledge of our billing system. There was no emergency, no threat to lose business, just a routine inquiry that my manager had decided required immediate attention. Several co-workers reported that he'd contacted them throughout Christmas Day as well, trying to get someone to handle this non-urgent client question. Most people had ignored his calls and messages, but he'd become increasingly demanding and hostile as the day progressed. I ended up filing a complaint with HR about the Christmas Day house visit, showing up at employee homes during approved time off crosses major boundaries, and creates a hostile work environment that extends beyond the workplace. That story ends there. Showing up at someone's house on Christmas Day because they won't answer work calls is such a massive boundary violation that it's hard to believe it actually happened. The fact that it was for a routine question about invoice formatting makes it even more ridiculous. Some managers really lose all perspective about what constitutes a genuine emergency versus basic entitlement to control their employees every moment. Let's move to someone who learned that some co-workers think the office microwave is their personal restaurant kitchen. My co-worker microwaved fish in the office every single day and claimed it was healthy eating. I work in a shared office space with about 30 people and one communal break room. The microwave gets heavy use during lunch hour, and generally people are pretty considerate about not heating up anything too pungent or messy. About 4 months ago, we got a new hire named Linda, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate office food. Every single day, at exactly noon, she would walk into the break room with a container of leftover fish and microwave it for what felt like an eternity. I'm talking about salmon, tuna, cod, whatever seafood she'd prepared the night before. The smell would fill the entire break-then room and spread throughout the office, lingering for hours afterward. Within minutes of her lunch routine, you could smell fish from the reception desk all the way back to the conference rooms. Multiple people politely mentioned that microwaving fish was creating a pretty strong odour that was affecting everyone else's lunch experience. Linda's response was always the same cheerful lecture about how fish was packed with omega-3 fatty acids and brain-boosting nutrients that were essential for workplace productivity. She'd go on and on about how people who complained about healthy food were probably just jealous that they weren't making better nutritional choices. She said that successful people prioritize their health and that maybe others should consider upgrading their diets instead of criticizing hers. The situation got worse when Linda started bringing even more pungent fish dishes. Curried fish, fish with garlic sauce, even some kind of fermented paste that made the entire floor smell like low tide. She seemed proud of how exotic and healthy her meals were, but completely ignored the fact that everyone else was gagging. People started eating lunch at their desks or leaving the building entirely to escape the fish smell. The break room became basically unusable for anyone else during lunch hour because the odour was so overwhelming. Several of us approached Linda directly, asking if she could maybe save the fish meals for dinner at home and bring something less aromatic to work. She laughed and said we were being ridiculous, that food smells were natural, and that she wasn't going to change her healthy eating habits because other people had sensitive noses. She actually started microwaving fish more frequently after our complaints, bringing it for both lunch and afternoon snacks. She'd make comments about how some people just couldn't appreciate quality nutrition and that she felt sorry for anyone who lived on processed junk food. The final straw came when Linda microwaved some kind of whole fish head soup that smelled so bad that people in nearby offices started calling to complain. The reception desk got multiple calls from clients asking if there was a plumbing problem or gas leak in our formal building. We filed complaints with HR about the fish situation, explaining that the smell was making it difficult for people to eat their own lunches and that some employees were actually feeling nauseous from the odour. One co-worker mentioned that the smell was triggering her morning sickness. HR spoke with Linda about being more considerate with her food choices. Her response was to bring in an even larger container of fish curry the next day and heat it up while maintaining direct eye contact with everyone in the break room. She was finally given a written warning for creating a hostile work environment and disrupting the workplace with inappropriate food choices specifically. The warning mentioned that continuing to microwave pungent fish would result in further disciplinary action. Linda quit 2 days later, saying that she couldn't work in an environment that didn't support employee health and wellness initiatives. That story is over. The weaponizing of healthy eating to justify making everyone else miserable is truly something to behold. Linda turned the office break room into her personal seafood restaurant and acted like everyone else was the problem for having functioning noses. The direct eye contact while microwaving fish curry after the HR meeting shows she knew exactly what she was doing. Let's move to someone who learned that some managers think unpaid overtime is a personality test. My boss called unpaid overtime team spirit and expected us to work for free to prove our loyalty. I work at a small advertising agency where the workload is constantly overwhelming and deadlines are always unreasonable. We're chronically understaffed, but instead of hiring more people, management just expects everyone to work longer hours. My boss Marcus has this philosophy that truly dedicated employees should be willing to sacrifice their personal time for the good of the company. He regularly schedules meetings that run past normal business hours and assigns projects with impossible deadlines that require staying late to complete. The problem is that Marcus expects all this extra work to be done for free. He says that salaried employees shouldn't worry about clocking hours and that real professionals focus on results rather than time cards. When people mention overtime pay, he acts like they're being greedy and unreasonable. About 2 months ago, he started calling mandatory after-hours work sessions that he labelled as team-building activities. These weren't social events or training workshops. They were just regular work meetings scheduled at 7 in the evening when everyone should have been going home. Marcus would send emails saying things like, "Tonight's collaboration session will help us bond as a team while pushing forward on the Johnson campaign." What he really meant was that we'd be working unpaid overtime, while he called it something that sounded fun and voluntary. When people pointed out that these evening sessions were just work meetings disguised as team activities, Marcus got defensive. He said that employees who truly cared about the company's success would be excited about opportunities to contribute beyond their basic job requirements. He started making comments about team spirit and dedication during these forced overtime sessions. He'd say things like, "I can really see who the committed team members are," while looking directly at anyone who seemed reluctant to stay late without compensation. The situation escalated when Marcus announced that weekend work sessions would be starting to help us catch up on backlogged projects. He framed these as voluntary opportunities for ambitious employees to demonstrate their leadership potential and commitment to excellence. Of course, nothing about these weekend sessions was actually voluntary. People who didn't show up found themselves excluded from important projects and receiving passive-aggressive comments about their work ethic during staff meetings. Marcus created this environment where refusing to work unpaid overtime was treated as a character flaw. He'd make remarks about how some people just weren't cut out for the fast-paced world of advertising, and that successful agencies required employees who were willing to go above and beyond. Several employees tried to address the unpaid overtime issue directly with Marcus. We pointed out that requiring evening and weekend work without compensation was potentially illegal and definitely unfair to people who had families and personal commitments outside of work. His response was that we were thinking about work in an outdated way. He said that modern professionals should be passionate about their careers and that truly successful people don't separate their work life from their personal life. When someone mentioned that they couldn't afford to work additional hours without pay, Marcus suggested that maybe they needed to reconsider whether this was the right career path for them. He said that people who were focused on money instead of professional growth might be happier in different industries. The breaking point came when Marcus scheduled a mandatory Saturday work session and explicitly said that anyone who didn't attend would be demonstrating a lack of team spirit that would be reflected in their performance reviews. 3 employees quit that week, citing the unpaid overtime expectations and hostile work environment. Marcus claimed that their departures proved they weren't committed team players and that we were better off without people who prioritized personal time over company success. The remaining staff filed complaints with the Department of Labour about the unpaid overtime requirements. Marcus was eventually forced to start paying for all mandatory work sessions and weekend projects, but he never stopped making snide comments about employees who cared more about paychecks than passion. That story's over. The rebranding of wage theft as team spirit is such a classic manipulation tactic. Marcus created this toxic culture where basic labour rights were framed as character defects and working for free was somehow proof of professional dedication. The fact that he doubled down even after people quit shows how disconnected some managers become from basic fairness and legal requirements. Moving on to someone who discovered that workplace lies can destroy careers faster than actual poor performance. My coworker lied about me to get a promotion and told management I was missing deadlines that she was supposed to handle. I work in project management at a tech company where meeting deadlines is absolutely critical to client relationships and company reputation. Everyone's performance is closely monitored, and missing deliverables can seriously impact your career advancement. My colleague Amanda and I had been working together on various projects for about 18 months. She was ambitious and competitive, but I thought we had a good working relationship and supported each other's success. We often collaborated on complex assignments that required coordination between multiple departments. About 6 months ago, a senior project manager position opened up in our department. Both Amanda and I applied for the role, which would have been a significant step up in responsibility and salary. The competition was friendly at first, with both of us discussing our qualifications and excitement about the opportunity. During the application process, we were both asked to manage separate components of a major client rollout that had several interdependent deadlines. Amanda was responsible for coordinating with the development team, while I handled client communications and stakeholder updates. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly until our manager called me into a private meeting to discuss some concerning feedback. He said that several department heads had reported issues with my project management and communication skills. Apparently, there had been multiple instances where I'd missed critical deadlines and failed to keep stakeholders informed about project status. I was completely blindsided by these accusations. I'd been meticulously tracking all my deliverables and hadn't missed any deadlines that I was aware of. When I asked for specific examples, my manager mentioned several project milestones that were actually Amanda's responsibility, not mine. I tried to explain that those particular deadlines belonged to Amanda's portion of the project, but my manager said that Amanda had been very clear about the division of responsibilities and that I was trying to shift blame for my own performance issues. Over the next few weeks, more complaints surfaced about my supposed poor performance. Stakeholders were reportedly frustrated with my lack of communication, and the development team was complaining that I wasn't providing them with necessary information to meet their deadlines. The strange thing was that I had detailed email records and project documentation showing that I'd been handling all my responsibilities appropriately. But somehow, Amanda versions of events was being accepted while my evidence was dismissed as excuses or attempts to cover up mistakes. During one particularly frustrating meeting, a department head mentioned that Amanda had been proactively reaching out to address issues that I was supposedly creating. She'd been positioning herself as the solution to problems that she was actually causing by not handling her own responsibilities. I realized that Amanda had been systematically lying about our project division while taking credit for my work and blaming me for her missed deadlines. She'd been building a narrative where she was the competent, reliable team member while I was the weak link dragging down project success. The promotion decision came down a few weeks later, and of course Amanda got the position. During the announcement, management praised her proactive communication skills and ability to handle challenging projects under pressure. They specifically mentioned how she'd managed to keep the client rollout on track, despite facing some team coordination challenges. After Amanda's promotion was announced, I requested a meeting with HR to discuss the false accusations and provide documentation showing the actual project responsibilities. I had emails, project plans, and stakeholder communications that clearly demonstrated Amanda had been lying about my performance. HR conducted an investigation that took several months, during which time Amanda was already settled into her new senior role and making decisions that affected my career development. The investigation eventually concluded that there had been miscommunications about project responsibilities, but no disciplinary action was taken against Amanda. By the time the truth came out, the damage to my reputation was already done. Several department heads still viewed me as unreliable based on Amanda's false reports, and I'd lost the promotion opportunity that I'd been qualified for. I ended up transferring to a different department to escape the toxic dynamic Amanda had created. She continues to thrive in her promoted position while I'm still rebuilding my professional reputation from the lies she spread. That story is over. The calculated destruction of a colleague's reputation for personal gain shows a level of workplace sociopathy that's genuinely disturbing. Amanda didn't just lie about one incident, she created an entire false narrative over months while positioning herself as the hero solving problems she was creating. These situations show how easily careers can be derailed by someone willing to be completely dishonest about shared responsibilities. Let's move to someone whose boss apparently thought emotional regulation was a job requirement. My manager said I didn't smile enough and denied my raise because I wasn't positive enough for the workplace culture. I work in customer service for a mid-sized insurance company where my primary responsibilities involve processing claims and answering client questions over the phone. I've been there for almost 3 years and have consistently received positive performance reviews for my accuracy, efficiency, and professional communication skills. During my annual review last month, I was expecting to discuss my standard raise and potential advancement opportunities. My metrics were excellent. I'd received multiple commendations from satisfied clients, and I'd never had any disciplinary issues or complaints about my work quality. My manager Susan started the review by acknowledging my strong technical performance and reliable attendance record. She said that my claim processing accuracy was among in the department and that clients the highest frequently mentioned my helpfulness and knowledge during follow-up surveys. Then she shifted into what she called areas for improvement, and that's when things got weird. Susan said that while my work quality was excellent, she had concerns about my attitude and energy level. She said that successful employees need to bring positive energy to the workplace and that my demeanour was sometimes too serious or focused. I was confused because I'd never received any feedback about attitude problems. I asked for specific examples of when my demeanour had been inappropriate or unprofessional. Susan said it wasn't about being inappropriate, but rather about not being enthusiastic enough about company culture and team dynamics. She explained that during staff meetings and team activities, I tended to be quiet and task-focused rather than engaging in the social aspects of workplace interaction. She said that truly successful employees should be excited about coming to work and should demonstrate that excitement through their attitude and facial expressions. Susan then made a comment that completely floored me. She said that I didn't smile enough during the workday and that my serious expression made other employees uncomfortable. She suggested that I should work on appearing more approachable and positive, even when handling routine tasks. I pointed out that most of my work involved dealing with people who were filing insurance claims after accidents, property damage, or other stressful situations. Maintaining a professional, empathetic demeanour seemed more appropriate than walking around with a constant smile while people discussed their misfortunes. Susan said that positive energy was contagious and that even difficult conversations could benefit from an upbeat attitude. She suggested that I could find ways to inject more optimism and enthusiasm into client interactions without being inappropriate to their situations. The conversation took an even more ridiculous turn when Susan said that my raise would be smaller than usual because personality and cultural fit were just as important as technical performance. She said that employees who contributed to a positive workplace environment deserved to be rewarded more than those who simply did their jobs competently. I asked if there were specific behavioral expectations or training programs that could help me understand what kind of attitude was expected. Susan said that being positive and enthusiastic shouldn't require training, that it should come naturally to people who are truly happy in their roles. She suggested that maybe I should reflect on whether this job was the right fit for me if I couldn't maintain the kind of upbeat energy that contributed to team morale. She said that some people were naturally more suited to customer service roles than others. I left that review feeling like I was being penalised for having a professional demeanour instead of performing emotional labour that had nothing to do with my actual job responsibilities. Susan was essentially saying that my technical excellence didn't matter as much as my willingness to be a constantly smiling workplace cheer co-leader. Several workers later told me that Susan had made similar comments to them about needing to be more positive and enthusiastic. Apparently, she'd been conducting personality evaluations disguised as performance reviews and using subjective attitude assessments to justify smaller raises and fewer advancement opportunities. I ended up filing a complaint with HR about the discriminatory nature of requiring employees to maintain specific facial expressions and emotional displays that weren't related to job performance. The complaint is still under review, but Susan has stopped making direct comments about my smile frequency. That story is over. Requiring specific facial expressions as a job performance metric is such a bizarre overreach into personal autonomy. Susan basically created her own emotional labour requirements and then used them to justify paying people less money for excellent technical work. The idea that processing insurance claims requires constant smiling shows how disconnected some managers are from the actual nature of the work their employees do. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think the workplace is their personal bedroom. My co-worker napped in the break room every single day and bragged about being well rested. I work at a mid-sized accounting firm where everyone's expected to pull their weight, especially during busy seasons when deadlines are tight and clients are demanding. Most people take brief lunch breaks and maybe grab coffee throughout the day, but nothing excessive that impacts productivity. About 8 months ago, we hired this guy named Derek, who seemed competent enough during his first few weeks. He'd show up on time, complete his assigned tasks, and participated in team meetings without any obvious issues. I thought he was going to be a solid addition to our department. Then Derek discovered our break room had a really comfortable couch that nobody used much. At first, he'd just sit there during his lunch break checking his phone or eating his sandwich. Nothing wrong with that since everyone deserves time to decompress during the workday. But gradually, Derek started spending more and more time on that couch. He'd disappear for extended periods throughout the day, claiming he was taking short breaks to recharge his energy levels. When people asked where he'd been, he'd joke about how important it was to maintain work-life balance. The situation escalated when I walked into the break room around 2 p.m. and found Derek completely passed out on the couch. He was snoring loudly with his shoes off and his feet up on the armrest, totally unconscious, in the middle of a busy workday. I assumed he must be sick or having some kind of health issue, so I quietly left and closed the door to let him rest. But when I checked back 30 minutes later, he was still sound asleep in the same position, completely oblivious to the fact that he was supposed to be working. Derek eventually wandered back to his desk around 4 o'clock, looking refreshed and relaxed, like he'd just had a spa day. When I asked if he was feeling okay, he cheerfully said he was amazing, had a nap, and felt totally recharged for the rest of the afternoon. I realised this wasn't a one-time health issue. Derek had been systematically taking extended napping breaks throughout the workday, while the rest of us covered his responsibilities and handled client requests that he wasn't available to address. The napping became a daily routine. Derek would clock in at 9, work for a couple hours, then disappear to the break room for what he called power naps. He'd sleep for anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how tired he felt. When people started commenting on his frequent absences, Derek launched into these speeches about how successful CEOs and entrepreneurs all swore by strategic napping to boost creativity and productivity. He said he was actually working smarter, not harder, by giving his brain time to process information subconsciously. He'd make comments about how exhausted and stressed everyone else looked, suggesting that maybe they should consider incorporating rest periods into their daily schedules. He acted like he was some kind of workplace wellness guru who had figured out the secret to peak performance. The most infuriating part was that Derek would brag about how well rested he felt compared to his co-workers. He'd stretch and yawn dramatically at his desk, making comments about how refreshing his afternoon nap had been, while the rest of us were struggling to meet deadlines. Meanwhile, his work was piling up and getting redistributed to other team members. When clients called asking about projects Derek was supposed to handle, we'd have to make excuses about him being in meetings or handling other priorities. Multiple people complained to management about Derek's excessive break time and the impact it was having on team productivity. Our supervisor said he'd look into it, but weeks went by without any changes to Derek's napping schedule. The situation reached a breaking point when Derek slept through an important client conference call that he was supposed to lead. The client to team members had to reschedule, and several to scramble to cover for his absence without any advance notice. When confronted about missing the call, Derek claimed he'd been working late the night before and needed recovery time to maintain his performance standards. He said that forcing employees to work when they're tired leads to mistakes and poor quality output. Management finally intervened when Derek's napping started affecting client relationships and project timelines. He was given a formal warning about excessive personal time during work hours and told that future would result in disciplinary action. Incidents. Derek's response was to start bringing a pillow and blanket to work, saying that if he was going to be forced to nap on an uncomfortable couch, he might as well make the experience more restful. He seemed genuinely confused about why people were upset with his strategic rest periods. He was fired 2 weeks later after falling asleep during a staff meeting where we were discussing budget quarterly projections. Derek apparently thought the meeting was boring and decided to take a quick nap, while the rest of us tried to focus on important financial information. That story is over. The complete disconnect between sleeping for hours and calling it strategic productivity optimization is genuinely impressive. Derek turned the workplace into his personal hotel, while everyone else covered his responsibilities. The pillow and blanket response after getting formally warned shows he never understood that work involves actually staying awake. Some people really think they can nap their way to success, while their colleagues do the actual work. Let's move to someone whose boss apparently thought office supplies were a personal charity case. My boss forced me to buy office supplies out of pocket and said it would help the team if I sacrificed a little. I work at a small marketing company where the budget is always tight, but we generally have the basic supplies needed to do our jobs effectively: Inkins, paper, printer P, the usual stuff that any functioning office needs to operate. About 6 months ago, our office manager left for a better opportunity and wasn't immediately replaced. Our boss Janet decided to handle supply ordering herself while they searched for a new hire, which seemed reasonable enough since she knew what the office needed. But Janet's approach to supply management was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Instead of ordering supplies when we ran low, she would wait until we were completely out of essential items, then act surprised that people couldn't work without basic materials. When our printer ran out of ink and stopped working, Janet said the company couldn't afford new cartridges until the next quarter. She suggested that people who really needed to print documents could figure out alternative solutions that didn't require company resources. I pointed out that printing was essential for client presentations and contract signatures, basic functions that our business couldn't operate without. Janet said that creative problem solving was part of being a valuable employee and that resourceful people would find ways to meet their responsibilities. The situation got worse when we ran out of pens and nobody could take notes during meetings or sign important documents. Janet's solution was to suggest that dedicated team members might want to bring pens from home to ensure smooth business operations. When people mentioned that bringing personal supplies to work wasn't really their responsibility, Janet framed it as a team-building opportunity. She said that employees who truly cared about the company's success would be willing to make small sacrifices to help the team succeed. She started making comments about how some people were more committed to collective success than others, implying that anyone who wouldn't buy their own office supplies was somehow selfish or uncommitted to the company's mission. The breaking point came when Janet directly asked me to purchase printer paper with my own money because we had an important client presentation the next day. She said it would really help the team if I could invest in our shared success, and shared that I'd remember my willingness to go above and beyond. I told her that buying office supplies was the company's responsibility, not mine, and that I shouldn't have to spend my personal money on basic business operations. Janet got defensive and said that successful companies required employees who were willing to do whatever it took to achieve goals. She made it seem refusal to buy printer paper was a character flaw that demonstrated a lack of team spirit and commitment to excellence. She likewise said that truly dedicated employees would see this as an investment collective in their own professional growth and the company's future success. When I continued to refuse, Janet suggested that maybe I wasn't the right fit for a small company environment where everyone needed to wear multiple hats and contribute beyond their basic job descriptions. She said that employees at larger corporations might be more comfortable with rigid role definitions. Several other co-workers were also being pressured to buy supplies with their own money. Janet had created this culture where spending personal funds on office needs was framed as proof of dedication and team loyalty rather than the wage theft it actually was. The situation escalated when Janet started keeping track of who contributed personal money for supplies and who refused. She'd make passive-aggressive comments during staff meetings about how some team members were more willing to invest in collective success than others. People who bought their own supplies got praised for their commitment and team spirit, while those who refused were subtly criticized for not being team players. Janet was essentially creating a two-tiered system where your willingness to subsidize company operations determined your standing with management. I ended up filing a complaint with the Department of Labor about being required to purchase work materials with personal funds. The complaint is still being investigated, but Janet stopped directly asking people to buy supplies after she received notice about the filing. The company eventually hired a new office manager who immediately ordered all the basic supplies we'd been lacking for months. Turns out the budget had always been sufficient for office materials. Janet had just been pocketing the money that should have gone toward operational expenses. That story is over. Basic turning office supply theft into a loyalty test is such a creative form of wage manipulation. Janet basically ran a scam where employees had to fund their own ability to do their jobs, while she stole the supply budget. The fact that she framed personal financial sacrifice as team spirit shows how skilled some people are at manipulating guilt to cover up their own theft. At least the Department of Labor takes this kind of exploitation seriously, even when management tries to dress it up as company culture. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers think smoke breaks are extended vacation time. My co-worker took hour-long smoke breaks every single day and left me responsibilities. I work in to handle all his customer service at a busy retail store where we're always understaffed and the phones never stop ringing. Everyone's expected to handle multiple tasks simultaneously while maintaining good customer service standards throughout their shifts. My coworker Marcus is a heavy smoker who takes frequent breaks throughout the day to go outside and smoke cigarettes. Initially, his smoke breaks seemed reasonable, maybe 5 or 10 minutes every few hours, which is pretty standard for people trying to manage nicotine addiction while working. But gradually, Marcus's smoke breaks started getting longer and more frequent. What began as quick cigarette breaks evolved into extended outdoor sessions where he'd disappear for 30 to 45 minutes at a time, leaving me alone to handle the customer service desk. During his extended smoke breaks, I'd have to answer all the phone calls, help walk-in customers, process returns, and handle any emergencies that came up. The workload that was designed for 2 people suddenly became my sole responsibility, while Marcus stood outside smoking and chatting with other employees on their breaks. When customers asked where my coworker was, I'd have to make excuses about him handling other tasks or being temporarily unavailable. I couldn't exactly tell customers that he was outside smoking cigarettes while they waited for service. Marcus would return from his hour-long smoke breaks looking relaxed and refreshed, often carrying coffee or snacks he'd purchased from nearby shops during his extended outdoor adventures. He'd joke about how stressful the job was and how much he needed those breaks to maintain his sanity. The most frustrating part was that Marcus never acknowledged the extra workload his absences created for me. He'd come back from his marathon smoke breaks and immediately start complaining about how busy things were, as if he hadn't been absent during the busiest parts of our shift. I tried talking to Marcus directly about the length and frequency of his smoke breaks. I explained that handling the entire customer service operation alone was overwhelming and that his extended absences were creating service delays and frustrated customers. Marcus's response was that smoking was an addiction and that he couldn't control when he needed nicotine. He said that people who didn't smoke couldn't understand the physical necessity of taking breaks to manage withdrawal symptoms and maintain focus. He started framing his excessive smoke breaks as a medical accommodation that the company was legally required to provide. He claimed that preventing him from smoking when he needed to would be discriminatory against people with nicotine addiction. When I pointed out that other smokers in our store took much shorter, less frequent breaks, Marcus said that everyone's addiction was different and that he had particularly severe withdrawal symptoms that required longer recovery periods. I complained to management about Marcus's extended absences and the impact they were having on customer service quality. Our supervisor said he'd look into the situation, but weeks went by without any changes to Marcus's smoking schedule. The breaking point came during our busiest shopping day of the year when Marcus disappeared for over an hour during the peak afternoon rush. I was completely overwhelmed trying to handle dozens of customers, multiple phone lines, and several returns simultaneously while he was outside smoking. A customer complaint was filed about long wait times and poor service quality during that busy period. When management investigated, they discovered that Marcus had been absent during the entire incident while I struggled to provide adequate service alone. Marcus was finally given a formal warning about excessive personal time during work hours. The warning specified that smoke breaks should be limited to 15 minutes maximum and no more than 3 times per shift, which is still more generous than most workplaces allow. His response was to start timing his breaks exactly and making a big show of checking his watch to ensure he wasn't exceeding the 15-minute limit. But somehow, his 15-minute break still managed to stretch into 30 or 40-minute absences when management wasn't paying attention. The situation finally resolved when Marcus was transferred to a different department, where his smoking habits wouldn't directly impact customer service quality. His replacement is also a smoker, but takes reasonable 5-minute breaks that don't leave me handling everything alone. That story is over. The evolution from normal smoke breaks to hour-long outdoor vacations is truly something to behold. Marcus basically treated nicotine addiction like a get-out-of-work-free card, while his co-worker struggled with double the responsibilities. The fact that he tried to frame excessive breaks as a medical accommodation shows how creative some people get when they want to avoid actually working. At least management eventually realised that customer service suffers when half the team is perpetually missing in action. Let's continue with someone whose boss apparently thought public humiliation was an effective management strategy. My boss screamed at me in front of customers for his own mistake and humiliated me publicly. I work at a busy restaurant where maintaining professional appearances is crucial for business success. Customers expect friendly service and a pleasant dining atmosphere, so staff interactions are always supposed to remain courteous and professional, especially in public areas. My manager Robert has always been high-strung and demanding, but he generally kept his stress management issues confined to private conversations with employees. He'd occasionally snap at people in the back office, but never in front of customers, where it could damage the restaurant's reputation. Last month, we had a particularly busy Saturday evening with a full dining room and multiple large parties celebrating special occasions. Everyone was working at maximum capacity to keep up with orders and maintain service quality during the dinner rush. Robert had specifically instructed me to prepare a special anniversary cake for a couple celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary. He gave me detailed instructions about the decoration and presentation, emphasizing how important it was to make their celebration memorable. I followed his instructions exactly, preparing the cake with the specific message and decorative elements he'd requested. The cake looked beautiful, and I was proud of the work I'd put into making it special for the anniversary couple. When it came time to present the cake, Robert took one look at it and flew into an absolute rage. He started screaming about how I'd completely ruined the couple's anniversary by preparing the wrong cake, with the wrong message and inappropriate decorations. The problem was that everything I'd done was exactly what Robert had instructed me to do, but apparently he'd given me incorrect information about what the couple wanted, and now he was furious about his own mistake, while blaming me for following his directions. Instead of handling the situation privately or quietly, Robert decided to have his meltdown right in the middle of the dining room, where every customer could hear and see what was happening. He was yelling at the top of his lungs about my incompetence and unprofessionalism. He called me stupid, careless, and said I obviously wasn't listening when he gave me instructions. He accused me of not caring about customer satisfaction and said that my mistake had ruined an important milestone celebration for the anniversary couple. The entire restaurant went silent as Robert continued his screaming tirade. Customers were staring in shock and discomfort at the spectacle of a manager publicly humiliating an employee over what was clearly his own error in communication. The anniversary couple looked mortified and embarrassed that their celebration had become the centre of such a dramatic workplace conflict. Other diners started whispering among themselves about the unprofessional behaviour they were witnessing. I tried to explain quietly that I'd followed his exact instructions, but Robert just got louder and more aggressive. He said I was making excuses and trying to shift blame instead of taking responsibility for my obvious mistakes. Several customers got up and left during Robert's screaming fit, clearly uncomfortable with the hostile environment he was creating. The entire dining room atmosphere became tense and unpleasant because of his public outburst. When Robert finally finished his tantrum, I was completely humiliated and fighting back tears in front of a room full of customers. The anniversary couple tried to be kind about the situation, saying they appreciated the effort and that the cake was lovely regardless. After the dinner rush ended, I found out that Robert had given me completely wrong information about the cake specifications. He had confused details from two different special orders and then blamed me for his own organisational failure. Instead of apologising for his mistake or acknowledging that he had given me incorrect instructions, Robert doubled down and said that good employees should have caught his error and corrected it before proceeding with the cake preparation. Several customers complained to corporate about Robert's unprofessional behaviour, and the uncomfortable scene his screaming had created in the dining room. Multiple reviews mentioned the incident as a reason they would not return to our restaurant. Robert was eventually required to attend formal anger management training and received a reprimand for creating a hostile work environment that negatively impacted both customer experience and employee morale. The incident damaged my reputation with regular customers who witnessed the public humiliation, and it took weeks to rebuild the professional relationships that Robert's outburst had destroyed with his inappropriate behaviour. That story is over. The double devastation of being screamed at for someone else's mistake while customers watch in horror is nightmare-level workplace abuse. Robert turned his own organisational failure into a public execution while destroying the restaurant's atmosphere and probably losing customers permanently. The fact that he refused to apologise even after discovering his own error shows the kind of toxic ego that makes some people completely unsuitable for management positions. At least corporate took the customer complaint seriously enough to force some accountability. Moving on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the office refrigerator is their personal science laboratory. My co-worker kept rotten food in the fridge for months and claimed it was science. I work at a small tech company where we have a shared break room and one communal refrigerator that everyone uses for their lunches and drinks. Like most office fridges, it gets pretty crowded and sometimes people forget items, but generally we all try to keep it reasonably clean and organised. About 4 months ago, my co-worker Dave brought in what looked like a leftover sandwich and some fruit in a clear plastic container. He put it in the fridge, and I didn't think anything of it since everyone brings lunch from home occasionally. Days passed, then weeks, and I noticed the container was still sitting there in the same spot. The sandwich looked increasingly questionable, and the fruit was starting to develop some concerning dark spots. But I figured Dave would remember it eventually and throw it out. After about 3 weeks, the container had become a legitimate biohazard. The sandwich was completely covered in green and white mould. The fruit had liquefied into this horrifying brown sludge, and there was condensation on the inside of the container that suggested active bacterial growth. The smell was starting to permeate the entire refrigerator. Every time someone opened the door, this wave of putrid decay would hit you immediately. People started making comments about the terrible odour and wondering what was causing it. I finally approached Dave and politely mentioned that his food container had been in the fridge for several weeks and was starting to smell pretty bad. I suggested he might want to clean it out before it got any worse. Dave looked at me with this completely serious expression and said he was conducting an experiment to see how long it would take for different foods to completely decompose under controlled conditions. He said it was fascinating to observe the various stages of bacterial breakdown and mold formation. I thought he was joking at first, but Dave went on to explain his research methodology and how he was documenting the decomposition process with photos and notes. He seemed genuinely excited about his disgusting science project. When I pointed out that the smell was making it difficult for anyone else to use the refrigerator, Dave said that real scientific discovery required some sacrifices and that people should be more interested in learning about natural processes. Over the next month, Dave's experiment expanded. He started bringing in additional containers with different food combinations to test various decomposition rates. Our refrigerator became his personal laboratory for studying organic decay. The smell became absolutely unbearable. People stopped bringing lunch from home because they couldn't stand to open the fridge. Some employees started eating out every day rather than deal with the biohazard Dave had created. Multiple people complained to Dave directly about his rotten food experiments, but he always had the same response about scientific curiosity and the importance of understanding natural processes. He acted like we were all anti-intellectual for not appreciating his research. The situation reached a crisis point when someone opened the fridge and found that one of Dave's containers had leaked rotten liquid all over the shelves. The entire refrigerator had to be professionally cleaned and sanitized before anyone confronted Dave about the management buy could use it again. When a hazard he'd created, he tried to frame it as an educational opportunity for the entire office. He said people could learn valuable lessons about food safety and bacterial growth by observing his experiments. HR had to explicitly ban unauthorized food experiments and require all employees to remove their items from the refrigerator within 1 week. Dave seemed genuinely disappointed that his research project was being shut down for what he called bureaucratic reasons. He finally cleaned out his moldy containers, but kept making comments about how our office culture didn't support scientific innovation and curiosity. He acted like removing rotten food was somehow stifling his intellectual development. That story is over. The complete transformation of the office fridge into a personal petri dish is truly remarkable. Dave managed to convince himself that creating a biohazard was actually advancing human knowledge, while his co-workers couldn't eat lunch without gagging. Some people really will justify anything if they frame it as educational research. Moving on to someone who discovered that some managers think weddings are just elaborate parties that can be rescheduled. My manager scheduled me to work on my wedding day, even after I submitted time off months in advance. I work at a retail store where getting time off requires submitting requests well ahead of time, especially for major events or holidays. The scheduling system is supposed to be first come, first served for time off requests, as long as you follow proper procedures. When I got engaged 8 months ago, the very first thing I did was submit a formal time off request for my wedding day and the following day for a mini honeymoon. I filled out all the paperwork, got approval signatures, and received written confirmation that my request had been accepted. My manager Linda acknowledged the request and even congratulated me on the engagement. She said she understood how important the day would be and that she'd make sure to arrange adequate coverage for my shifts during that time. Over the following months, I reminded Linda about my upcoming wedding whenever she was creating new schedules. I wanted to make sure there were no misunderstandings or forgotten details that could create problems as the date approached. 3 weeks before my wedding, Linda posted the schedule for that week, and I was shocked to see my name listed for a double shift on my wedding day. I immediately went to her office thinking there must be some kind of mistake or computer error. When I showed Linda the approved time off request and pointed out the scheduling conflict, she looked at me like I was being unreasonable. She said the store was going to be short-staffed that week and that everyone needed to be flexible about their personal plans. I explained that this wasn't a casual personal plan. It was my wedding day that had been planned and booked for months. I reminded her that she'd approved the time off request and that I had written documentation of the approval. Linda's response was that weddings weren't that important in the grand scheme of things and that people get married all the time. She said that truly dedicated employees would understand when business needs had to take priority over personal celebrations. She suggested that I could reschedule my wedding for a different day when the store's staffing situation was less critical. She said that flexible employees who were willing to adjust their personal lives for work demands were the ones who got promoted and advanced their careers. I was absolutely floored by her suggestion that I should reschedule my wedding to accommodate a retail shift. The venue was booked, invitations had been sent, guests were travelling from out of state, and vendors were contracted for that date specific. When I explained the impossibility of changing the wedding date, Linda said that maybe I should have considered the store's needs before making such elaborate personal plans. She acted like planning a wedding was somehow inconsiderate to my employer. Linda then offered what she thought was a reasonable compromise. She said I could work the morning shift, leave for a few hours to get married, then come back for the evening shift. She seemed to think this showed flexibility on her part. I told her that working on my wedding day wasn't an option, regardless of how the shifts were arranged. I had legally protected time off that had been approved months in advance, and I wouldn't be coming to work that day under any circumstances. Linda got angry and said that my attitude was exactly why young people couldn't be trusted with important responsibilities. She said that previous generations understood the value of hard work and didn't expect special treatment for personal events. I contacted HR about the scheduling conflict and provided documentation of my approved time off request. HR confirmed that Linda couldn't force me to work on approved vacation days and that the schedule would need to be corrected immediately. When HR ordered Linda to honour my approved time off, she became passive-aggressive about the whole situation. She made comments about how some people's personal lives were more important than their job responsibilities and how disappointing it was when employees weren't team players. The wedding was beautiful, and I had an amazing day celebrating with my family and friends. When I returned to work, Linda continued making snide remarks about employees who put personal celebrations ahead of workplace commitments. That story is over. The casual suggestion to reschedule an entire wedding around a retail shift shows a level of workplace entitlement that defies comprehension. Linda really thought marriage ceremonies should be planned around minimum wage scheduling needs. At least HR understands the difference between approved vacation time and optional personal plans. Let's continue with someone whose coworker apparently thought gossip was a legitimate career advancement strategy. My coworker spread rumours that I was getting fired while I was sitting right at my desk. I work in a busy marketing office where information travels fast and workplace gossip can seriously impact people's reputations and career prospects. Most people try to keep personal speculation to themselves rather than spreading unverified information about their colleagues. My coworker Jennifer has always been the type of person who thrives on drama and seems to know everyone's business before they know it themselves. She's constantly whispering with different people about office politics, relationship rumours, and speculation about who might be getting promoted or fired. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Jennifer was having more hushed conversations than usual with various co-workers. She would stop talking whenever I walked by and give me these sympathetic looks that made me wonder what was going on. Then people started treating me differently. Colleagues who normally chatted with me during breaks became awkward and distant. Some people seemed to be avoiding me entirely, while others would give me these pitying glances like something terrible was about to happen. I finally cornered my work friend Sarah and asked her directly what was going on. She seemed uncomfortable, but eventually told me that Jennifer had been telling people I was about to be fired for poor performance and attitude problems. According to Jennifer's version of events, management had been documenting my mistakes and building a case to terminate my employment. She claimed to have inside information about HR meetings and disciplinary actions that were supposedly in progress. The rumours were incredibly specific and detailed. Jennifer was telling people that I'd missed important deadlines, received multiple client complaints, and been written up for insubordination. None of these things had actually happened, but the specificity made her seem credible. Sarah's stories said that Jennifer had been spreading these rumours for weeks, always emphasising how sad she was about the situation and how much she'd miss working with me. She was positioning herself as the sympathetic friend who was trying to prepare everyone for my inevitable departure. The most ridiculous part was that Jennifer was spreading these termination rumours while I was sitting at my desk doing my normal work. She'd walk past me having whispered conversations about my supposed firing while I was clearly still employed and performing my regular job duties. I decided to confront Jennifer directly about the false rumours. When I asked her why she was telling people I was getting fired, she acted completely innocent and claimed she was just sharing information she'd heard from reliable sources. She said she was actually trying to help me by giving people advance notice so they could be supportive during this difficult transition. She framed her gossip as compassionate preparation for my colleagues rather than the malicious rumour spreading it actually was. When I pointed out that none of her claims were true and that I hadn't received any disciplinary actions or negative feedback, Jennifer said that maybe I wasn't aware of all the behind-the-scenes discussions happening about my performance. She suggested that management might not have informed me yet about their concerns and that she was just passing along information from people who were trying to give me a heads up about potential problems. I went to HR straight to report Jennifer's false rumours and ask about my actual employment status. HR confirmed that there were no disciplinary issues, no performance problems, and absolutely no plans to terminate my employment. When HR confronted Jennifer about spreading false information about my job security, she claimed it was all a misunderstanding and that she'd been trying to be helpful by sharing concerns she'd heard from unnamed sources. HR made it clear that spreading unverified rumours about colleagues' employment status created a hostile work environment and could be grounds for disciplinary action if it continued. Jennifer stopped her termination rumours after the HR meeting, but she continued making vague comments about office politics and how quickly things could change in our industry. She seemed disappointed that her dramatic predictions hadn't come true. That story is over. The psychological warfare of spreading termination rumours while sitting 3 feet away from your target is truly next-level workplace manipulation. Jennifer created weeks of anxiety and damaged relationships based on pure fiction while acting like she was being helpful. Some people really get their entertainment from watching others suffer through completely fabricated crises. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought 2 a.m. was a perfectly reasonable time for urgent work discussions. My boss called me at 2 a.m. for urgent work that turned out to be printing copies for a meeting in 2 days. I work at a consulting firm where we occasionally have genuine emergencies that require immediate attention from senior staff members. True urgent situations are rare, but when they happen, everyone understands that sometimes work can't wait until normal business hours. My manager Kevin has always been somewhat disorganised and prone to last-minute panic routine tasks, but he generally keeps his scheduling issues contained to regular work hours. I'd never received after-hours calls from him except for legitimate about emergencies. Last Tuesday night, my phone started asleep when mine was sound ringing at 2:17 assume the morning. I immediately therein must be some kind of crisis, major client emergency, or urgent deadline that required immediate action. Kevin's voice on the phone sounded stressed and frantic as he explained that he needed my help with something extremely couldn't wait until morning. He said he'd been working late trying to prepare for an important client urgent that meeting and had encountered a critical issue. I got out of bed, put on clothes, and prepared to either come into the office or handle whatever emergency Kevin was dealing with from home. I was fully awake and ready to address whatever crisis had prompted a middle-of-the-night phone call. Kevin explained that he needed me to come into the office immediately to help him prepare materials for a crucial client presentation. He said the meeting was extremely important and that we couldn't afford to be unprepared for such a significant business opportunity. When I asked about the specific nature of the emergency and what materials needed to be prepared at 2 a.m., Kevin said he needed help printing and organising copies of presentation slides and supporting documents for the client meeting. I was confused about why printing documents constituted a middle-of-the-night emergency, so I asked when the client meeting was scheduled. Kevin said it was Thursday afternoon, which meant we had over 2 full business days to handle the printing and preparation. I pointed out that printing copies for a meeting in 2 days didn't seem like the kind of urgent emergency that required waking people up in the middle of the night. Kevin got defensive and said that proper preparation was crucial for client success. He insisted that dedicated employees would understand the importance of being thoroughly prepared and that cutting corners on presentation materials could damage our professional reputation with important clients. When I suggested that we could easily handle the printing and document preparation during normal business hours over the next 2 days, Kevin said that procrastination was unprofessional and that successful people didn't leave important tasks until the last minute. I told Kevin that I would be happy to help with presentation preparation first thing in the morning, but that I wouldn't be coming into the office at 2 a.m. to print documents for a meeting that was still 2 days away. Kevin became angry and accused me of not being committed to client success and professional excellence. He said that employees who truly cared about their careers would be willing to sacrifice sleep for important business opportunities. The next morning, I arrived at the office early and found Kevin at his desk surrounded by printed presentation materials. He'd apparently spent several hours during the night printing and organising documents that could have been completed in 30 minutes during regular business hours. When I asked why he'd felt compelled to handle routine printing tasks in the middle of the night, Kevin said he'd been too anxious about the upcoming meeting to sleep and decided to be productive with his time. Several co-workers called that Kevin had also mentioned them during the night with similar urgent printing requests. Most people had ignored the calls or refused to come in, leaving Kevin to handle his self-created emergency alone. I spoke with HR about Kevin's inappropriate after-hours calls for non-emergency work tasks. HR reminded all managers about proper protocols for contacting employees outside of business hours and specified that true emergencies didn't include routine administrative tasks. Kevin continues to be disorganized and prone to last-minute panic, but he stopped making middle-of-the-night phone calls about printing and document preparation. He still creates unnecessary stress for himself by procrastinating on routine tasks, but now he handles it during appropriate hours. That story's over. The transformation of basic printing tasks into a 2 a.m. emergency shows how some people's poor planning becomes else everyone's crisis. Kevin's inability to distinguish between genuine urgency and his own procrastination anxiety created a nightmare situation for his entire team. At least HR understands that printing copies isn't actually a life or death emergency requiring sleep deprivation. Let's move to someone who discovered that some co-workers think workplace safety is optional when they're having fun. My co-worker showed up drunk to every shift, and management looks the other way until he nearly injured someone. I work at a warehouse where operating heavy machinery and moving large shipments requires constant attention and coordination between team members. Safety protocols are supposedly taken very seriously because even minor mistakes can result in serious injuries or property damage. My co-worker Brad has always been a heavy drinker, but initially he seemed to keep his personal habits separate from work responsibilities. He'd make jokes about his weekend adventures and occasionally mention hangovers, but his job performance seemed adequate during his first few months. Gradually, I started noticing that Brad smelled like alcohol during morning shifts. It was subtle at first, just a faint odour that could have been left over from the night before, but it became increasingly obvious that he was showing up to work under the influence. Brad's behaviour during shifts became more concerning as his drinking problem escalated. He'd be unusually loud and giggly, make poor decisions about equipment operation, and seem generally unfocused on safety procedures that required careful attention. Several times, I watched Brad operate forklifts and other machinery while clearly impaired. His movements were slower and less precise than they'd make judgment should have been, and he had errors that could have resulted in accidents if other workers hadn't been paying attention. When I mentioned Brad's drinking to our supervisor Jim, he brushed off my concerns and said that Brad was just a fun-loving guy who liked to have a good time. Jim seemed to think that as long as Brad was completing his basic tasks, his alcohol consumption wasn't a workplace issue. Other co-workers started noticing Brad's intoxication as well, but management continued to ignore the obvious safety hazard he was creating. Jim would joke about Brad being a party animal and act like showing up drunk was just part of his colourful personality. The situation escalated when Brad started bringing alcohol to work and drinking during breaks. He'd have beer or liquor in his locker and would consume it during lunch hour, returning to operate heavy machinery while actively intoxicated. Multiple employees complained to management about Brad's drinking and the safety risks it was creating for everyone in the warehouse. We pointed out that impaired equipment operation could result in serious injuries or fatalities if something went wrong. Jim's response was always the same dismissive attitude about Brad being harmless and fun-loving. He said that some people just had different personalities and that we should be more tolerant of individual differences rather than trying to control other people's behavior. The breaking point came when Brad was operating a forklift while visibly drunk and nearly dropped a heavy pallet on another worker. The co-worker had to jump out of the way to avoid being crushed by the falling shipment, and several people witnessed the close call. Brad seemed completely unaware that he'd almost caused a serious injury. He was laughing and joking about the incident, while the worker he'd nearly hurt was shaking from the adrenaline and fear of what could have happened. That near-miss accident finally forced management to take action. Corporate was notified about the safety incident, and Brad was immediately suspended pending an investigation into his workplace alcohol use and the dangers it had created. The investigation revealed that supervisors had been aware of Brad's drinking problem for months, but had chosen to ignore it rather than address the safety concerns it created. Jim was demoted for failing to maintain appropriate workplace safety standards. Brad was terminated for violating company policies about substance use and creating dangerous conditions for his co-workers. The warehouse implemented stricter policies about monitoring employee sobriety and responding to safety concerns. Several employees mentioned that they'd been afraid to work near Brad for weeks, but hadn't felt like management would take their safety concerns seriously. The incident highlighted how dangerous it can be when supervisors prioritize personal relationships over workplace safety protocols. That story is over. The casual acceptance of drunk forklift operation until someone nearly died shows how broken some workplace safety cultures really are. Jim treated serious substance abuse like amusing personality quirks, while everyone else lived in fear of being crushed by impaired equipment operators. Sometimes it takes a near-death experience to force management to acknowledge obvious dangers they should have addressed months earlier. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought chairs were luxury items that employees needed to earn. My boss refused to provide chairs for employees and said standing 8 hours was good for discipline. I work at a small retail clothing store where the days are long and the customer traffic is constant. Most retail jobs are tough on your feet, but at least you usually get a brief moment to sit down during slow periods or when you're processing inventory in the back room. When our new manager David took over about 6 months ago, one of his first changes was removing all the stools and chairs that employees had been using during quiet moments throughout their shifts. He said that sitting while on the clock looked unprofessional to customers and that dedicated workers should be able to stand for their entire shift. I pointed out that we were required to work 8-hour shifts with only a 30-minute break, which meant standing for 7.5 hours straight on hard concrete floors. David said that standing builds character and that employees in other countries work much longer hours under more difficult conditions. When several of us mentioned that our feet and backs were killing us by the end of our shifts, David suggested we invest in better shoes and focus on developing mental toughness. He said that people who complained about standing were probably just not cut out for retail work. The situation got worse when David noticed that some employees were leaning against counters or walls during slow periods. He implemented a new policy requiring us to remain standing upright at all times while on the floor, claiming that leaning looked lazy to customers. He started doing random checks throughout the day, walking around the store to make sure nobody was sitting, leaning, or even shifting their weight in ways he deemed inappropriate. If he caught someone not standing perfectly upright, he'd give them a lecture about professionalism and work ethic. Several employees developed serious foot and back problems from standing on concrete for 8 hours without any relief. When people requested doctor's notes about the physical strain, David said that medical accommodations were for people with real disabilities, not for healthy adults who simply didn't want to stand. One co-worker actually fainted during her shift from the combination of being on her feet all day and not being allowed to sit down, even briefly. David's response was that she should have eaten a better breakfast and stayed more hydrated, rather than blaming the standing policy for her health issues. Multiple employees complained to corporate about the no-sitting policy and the physical strain it was creating. We pointed out that other retail stores allowed brief sitting periods, and that requiring 8 hours of continuous standing was causing actual health problems. Corporate eventually overruled David's policy and required him to provide appropriate seating options for employee breaks and slow periods. They said that employee health and safety had to take priority over his personal opinions about standing and discipline. David was clearly frustrated by corporate's decision and continued making comments about how modern workers were soft and entitled compared to previous generations, who understood the value of hard physical labour. That story is over. The idea that chairs are somehow a character weakness rather than basic human comfort shows a level of management sadism that's hard to fathom. David literally turned retail work into an endurance contest where fainting was preferable to appearing lazy. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with any authority over other human beings. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their coworker thought customer flirtation was an art form. My coworker flirted with every male customer and blamed me when complaints came in. I work at a busy coffee shop where customer service and maintaining a professional atmosphere are crucial for repeat business. Most of our customers are regulars who come in daily for their caffeine fix before work, so building positive relationships while keeping things appropriate is important. My coworker Ashley started working here about 4 months ago and initially seemed friendly and outgoing with customers. She had good energy and people responded well to her bubbly personality, which I thought would be great for tips and customer satisfaction. But gradually I noticed that Ashley's customer interactions were becoming increasingly flirtatious, especially with male customers. She'd laugh excessively at their jokes, touch their arms when taking orders, and make personal comments about their appearance or clothing that went way beyond normal friendly service. With attractive male customers, Ashley would lean over the counter, bat her eyelashes, and engage in extended personal conversations that created long lines and frustrated other waiting customers. She'd write her phone number on coffee cups and make comments about how handsome certain regulars were. Several female customers started complaining about Ashley's behaviour, saying it made them uncomfortable to watch her openly flirt with their husbands or boyfriends right in front of them. Some couples stopped coming in together because the wives were tired of watching Ashley fawn over their spouses. When I tried to talk to Ashley about keeping customer interactions more professional, she said she was just being friendly and that people appreciated good customer service. She claimed that her personality brought in more business and higher tips than anyone else's boring approach. The situation escalated when Ashley started giving her personal social media information to male customers and inviting them to hang out after her shifts. She'd make plans to meet customers at bars or other venues, completely crossing the line between professional service and personal relationships. Multiple customers complained to management about Ashley's inappropriate behaviour. Some said they felt uncomfortable bringing their girlfriends or wives to the coffee shop because Ashley would ignore the women entirely and focus all her attention on their male companions. One particularly awkward incident involved Ashley openly hitting on a customer while his wife and young children were standing right next to him. The wife was visibly upset and the man looked mortified by Ashley's aggressive flirtation in front of his family. When management spoke to Ashley about the customer complaints, she denied any inappropriate behaviour and claimed that jealous female customers were just upset that their boyfriends enjoyed talking to her. She said she couldn't help it if she had a naturally charming personality. Then Ashley started blaming me for the complaints, telling management that I was the one making customers uncomfortable with my unfriendly attitude and poor customer service skills. She said that customers had told her I seemed cold and unwelcoming compared to her warm, engaging approach. She claimed that I was jealous of her popularity with customers and was trying to sabotage her reputation by encouraging people to complain about her friendliness. Ashley framed the customer complaints as my vindictive attempt to get her in trouble. Management initially seemed confused about who was actually causing the customer service problems. Ashley was very convincing when she presented herself as the victim of workplace jealousy and portrayed me as the real source of customer dissatisfaction. The truth finally came out when a regular customer specifically requested that Ashley not serve him anymore because her constant flirtation made him uncomfortable. He said he just wanted to buy coffee without feeling like he was being hit on by the staff. Ashley was eventually fired after several more customers made formal complaints about her inappropriate behaviour and unprofessional conduct. She continued claiming that she was being persecuted for being friendly and attractive. That story is over. The weaponizing of friendly customer service to justify workplace harassment is genuinely disturbing. Ashley turned the coffee shop into her personal dating service while making everyone else uncomfortable. The fact that she tried to frame legitimate complaints as jealousy shows how manipulative some people become when their inappropriate behaviour gets called out. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought bodily functions were optional during work hours. My manager banned bathroom breaks and required us to clock out if we needed the restroom. I work at a busy call centre where we're expected to be available to take customer calls throughout our shifts. The work is demanding and the call volume is constant, but most places understand that employees have basic human needs that can't be scheduled around business operations. Our new supervisor, Maria, implemented what she called efficiency improvements about 3 months ago. She said that too much time was being wasted on unnecessary breaks and that we needed to maximize our availability for customer service calls. Maria's first policy change was requiring employees to request permission before using the bathroom. She said this would help her track break patterns and ensure adequate phone coverage at all times. Initially, this seemed like a reasonable way to coordinate breaks during busy periods, but Maria's bathroom policy quickly became more restrictive and invasive. She started timing how long people spent in the restroom and questioning anyone who took longer than 5 minutes. She acted like bathroom breaks were personal time that shouldn't be compensated by the company. The policy escalated when Maria announced that bathroom breaks would need to be clocked out as unpaid time since they weren't considered part of customer service duties. She told us that employees who needed frequent bathroom breaks were essentially stealing company time. She installed a sign-out sheet by the bathroom door where employees had to write their name, time out, and time back in for every restroom visit. Maria would review these sheets daily and make comments about people who had too many bathroom breaks or spent too long away from their desks. Several employees tried to explain that bathroom needs can't always be predicted or controlled, especially during 8-hour shifts with minimal break time. Maria said that proper planning and personal discipline could minimize the need for unscheduled bathroom visits. When someone mentioned that denying bathroom breaks could be illegal and potentially dangerous for people with medical conditions, Maria said that employees with legitimate medical needs could provide doctor's notes documenting their bathroom requirements. The situation became ridiculous when Maria started denying bathroom break requests during busy call periods. She'd tell people they had to wait until call volume decreased, sometimes forcing employees to hold it for hours while handling customer service calls. One employee had an accident at her desk because Maria wouldn't allow her to use the bathroom during a high call period. The employee was mortified and had to leave work early to deal with the humiliation of the situation Maria had created. Multiple people complained to HR about the bathroom policy and the health risks it was creating. We pointed out that access to restroom facilities was a basic human right that shouldn't be subject to management approval or time restrictions. HR immediately overruled Maria's bathroom policies and reminded her that employees must have reasonable access to restroom facilities without having to clock out or request permission for basic bodily functions. Maria seemed genuinely confused about why her efficiency improvements were being reversed and continued making comments about employees taking advantage of company time for personal needs that should be handled during unpaid break periods. That story is over. The transformation of basic human biology into a time theft conspiracy shows a level of control freak behavior that belongs in a dystopian novel. not a workplace. Maria literally tried to monetize people's bladders while creating health hazards and workplace humiliation. Sometimes managers forget that employees are human beings, not customer service robots. Let's continue with someone who learned that some co-workers think sharing is just another word for theft. My co-worker constantly stole my pens and notebooks, then laughed when I confronted him about it. I work in a busy accounting office where everyone needs basic supplies like pens, calculators, and notebooks to do their jobs effectively. The company provides general office supplies, but most people also bring personal items that they prefer for their daily work. My co-worker Jake has this habit of wandering around the office and borrowing things from other people's desks without asking permission. At first it seemed harmless enough, maybe grabbing a pen when his ran out of ink or using someone's stapler for a quick task. But Jake's borrowing became more systematic and permanent. He'd take pens from my desk and never return them. He'd grab my notebooks and use them for his own projects. He'd even take personal items like my coffee mug or desk organizers and relocate them to his workspace. When I'd notice my supplies were missing and find them on Jake's desk, he'd act like it was completely normal. He'd say things like, "Oh, I needed a pen," or "I hope you don't mind, I borrowed your notebook," as if taking someone's personal property without asking was just standard office behaviour. I tried leaving extra supplies on my desk so Jake could borrow things without taking the specific items I was actively using. But he'd still gravitate toward my personal pens and notebooks, even Next were available, right when identical items to them. The situation got more frustrating when Jake started taking supplies that I'd specifically purchased for myself. I had a set of nice gel pens that I'd bought with my own money, and Jake would help himself to them whenever he felt like it, often not returning them for weeks. When days or I asked Jake to please ask before taking my things, he laughed and said, "That's what friends are for, right? Sharing is caring." He acted like my request for basic courtesy was unreasonable and uptight. Jake's definition of sharing was entirely one-sided. He'd take my supplies constantly, but never offered to share his own materials or replace the items he'd used up. It was less like sharing and more like him my desk treating as his personal supply store. The breaking point came when Jake took my expensive calculator that I'd brought from home and left it in the break room where someone else picked it up. When I asked him about it, he said he'd thought it was a company calculator and hadn't realised it was my personal property. I started keeping my personal supplies locked in my desk drawer, but Jake would ask to borrow my key or try to get me to unlock the drawer so he could access my materials. He acted like my attempt to protect my own property was selfish and uncooperative. When I complained to our supervisor about Jake's constant appropriation of my supplies, Jake claimed that I was being territorial and uncollegial. He said that good co-workers should be willing to share resources and that my attitude was damaging team morale. Our supervisor suggested that maybe we could establish some guidelines about borrowing supplies and returning them promptly. But Jake continued taking my things while paying lip service to the new sharing protocols. The situation only improved when I stopped bringing any personal supplies to work and relied entirely on basic company-provided materials. Jake moved on to appropriating other people's belongings since my desk was no longer a source of interesting items to borrow. That story is over. The casual rebranding of theft as friendship sharing is such a classic manipulation tactic. Jake basically established a one-way supply pipeline from everyone else's desk to his while acting like basic respect for personal property was somehow antisocial. Some people really think people's belongings exist for their convenience. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought natural disasters were just scheduling inconveniences. My boss expected me to work during a hurricane evacuation, and the office closed an hour after I arrived. I work at an insurance claims processing center in Florida, where hurricane season is always a concern, but most employers understand that employee safety comes before business operations during severe weather events. Hurricane Isabel was upgraded to a Category 3 storm and was heading directly toward our area. Local authorities issued mandatory evacuation orders for our county, and most businesses announced closures to allow employees to secure their homes and evacuate safely. My boss, Richard, sent an email to all staff saying that we needed to maintain normal operations until the storm actually hit. He said that insurance claims processing was essential work and that customers would need our services more than ever during the hurricane recovery period. I called Richard to ask about the evacuation orders and whether we'd be closing the office to allow for the storm. He said that dedicated employees to prepared employees would find ways to fulfill their work responsibilities regardless of weather conditions. Richard claimed that previous generations had worked through much worse conditions and that modern workers were too quick to use weather as an excuse to avoid their job duties. He said that truly committed employees would prioritize their professional responsibilities over minor inconveniences like hurricane preparations. When I pointed out that mandatory evacuation meant we were legally required to leave the area, Richard said that voluntary compliance with government suggestions was different from actual legal obligations. He seemed to think evacuation orders were just recommendations that dedicated workers could ignore. I made the dangerous decision to drive to work during the early stages of the hurricane because I couldn't afford to lose my job. The roads were already flooding and debris was flying everywhere as wind speeds increased throughout the morning. By the time I arrived at the office, the parking lot was nearly empty and several windows were already cracked from flying debris. The few employees who had shown up looked terrified and kept weather-checking updates on their phones. Richard seemed proud that some staff members had demonstrated their commitment by showing up despite the dangerous conditions. He made comments about separating the truly dedicated employees from the fair weather workers who prioritized personal safety over professional duties. Within an hour of my arrival, the power went out, and emergency services announced that anyone still in the evacuation zone needed to seek immediate shelter. The hurricane had intensified faster than predicted and was creating life-threatening conditions. Richard finally announced that we were closing the office and that everyone should evacuate immediately. He acted like this was a sudden change in circumstances rather than the predictable outcome that weather services had been warning about for days. The drive home was absolutely terrifying. Trees were falling across roads, power lines were down everywhere, and floodwater was rising rapidly in low-lying areas. Several times I wasn't sure I'd make it home safely because of the dangerous conditions Richard had forced me to drive through. When we returned to work after the hurricane passed, Richard made no acknowledgement of the unnecessary danger he put employees in by requiring them to work during a mandatory evacuation. He acted like everything had been handled appropriately. Several employees filed complaints with corporate about Richard's decision to keep the office open during dangerous weather conditions. Corporate implemented new policies requiring automatic closure when local authorities issue evacuation orders. That story is over. The complete disregard for employee safety during a literal natural disaster shows a level of corporate sociopathy that's genuinely frightening. Richard treated hurricane evacuations like snow day excuses while putting people's lives at risk for absolutely no business benefit. Sometimes managers lose all perspective about what actually constitutes essential work versus basic human survival. Let's move to someone whose coworker thought teamwork meant taking all the credit. My coworker always took credit for team success while blaming others for any failures. I work on a project management team where collaboration is essential and individual contributions often blend together to create successful outcomes. Most people understand that team success belongs to everyone and that taking sole credit for group efforts is unprofessional. My coworker Derek has this remarkable ability to position himself as the hero of every successful project, while somehow avoiding responsibility whenever things go wrong. He's mastered the art of being visible during victories and invisible during defeats. During team meetings where we discuss project successes, Derek would inevitably find ways to highlight his specific contributions while minimizing everyone else's involvement. He'd use phrases like, "when I implemented this strategy," or "my approach to this problem," even when describing collaborative efforts. Derek had a talent for rewriting history in ways that made him appear more central to successful outcomes than he actually was. He'd take credit for ideas that had emerged from group brainstorming sessions or solutions that other team members had developed and implemented. When presenting project results to upper management, Derek would volunteer to be the spokesperson and would frame the achievements in ways that emphasized his leadership and vision. He'd mention other team members only in passing, while focusing on his own strategic thinking and execution. The most frustrating part was that Derek's credit grabbing was subtle enough that managers didn't immediately recognize what was happening. He'd acknowledge the team's hard work in general terms, while specifically detailing his own contributions and decision-making process. But when projects encountered problems or missed deadlines, Derek's approach completely changed. Suddenly he'd emphasize how collaborative the process had been and how difficult it was to control all the variables when working with large teams. During post-mortem meetings about project failures, Derek would diplomatically suggest that perhaps certain team members hadn't fully understood their responsibilities or had struggled with the complexity of their assigned tasks. He'd never directly blame individuals, but would imply that execution had fallen short of the strategic vision. Derek became an expert at documenting his own contributions while remaining vague about his involvement in problematic decisions. His project reports would detail his successful initiatives while describing failures as collective challenges that had emerged despite strong leadership. Upper management started viewing Derek as the most reliable and effective member of our team because he was always associated with positive outcomes and seemed to have insights about why other projects struggled. His reputation grew while the rest of us became seen as less competent contributors. The pattern became so obvious that team members started keeping detailed records of who actually contributed what to each project. We began documenting Derek's real involvement versus his claimed responsibility for various successes and failures. When we presented this documentation to management, they were surprised to learn how different Derek's actual contributions were from his reported involvement in successful projects. The evidence showed a clear pattern of credit appropriation and blame deflection. Derek was eventually transferred to a different department where his individual contributions could be more easily tracked and measured. His new role required specific deliverables that couldn't be attributed to team collaboration or shared among multiple contributors. That story is over. The surgical precision required to extract credit from team success while deflecting all blame for failures shows a level of workplace manipulation that's truly impressive in its calculated selfishness. Derek turned collaboration into his personal reputation laundering service, while his teammates became unwitting contributors to his career advancement. Some people really master the art of looking successful without actually being successful. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought surveillance was a management strategy. My manager constantly watched us through security cameras and would text criticisms in real time. I work at a retail store where security cameras are normal for theft prevention and general safety monitoring. Most managers use camera systems appropriately, checking them occasionally or reviewing footage when specific incidents occur. My manager, Sandra, took security monitoring to an entirely different level. She'd spend hours in her office watching live feeds from the store cameras and micromanaging employees' every movement through text messages and intercom announcements. Sandra would text me things like, "Why are you leaning on the counter?" or "You've been standing in the same spot for 3 minutes," while I was actively helping customers or organizing merchandise. She'd watch the cameras obsessively and comment on every aspect of our behavior. If I stopped to tie my shoe or adjust my clothing, Sandra would immediately send a message asking why I wasn't actively engaged in productive work activities. She treated any moment that wasn't visibly productive as evidence of laziness or time theft. The constant surveillance created this atmosphere where everyone felt like they were being watched and judged continuously. We'd catch ourselves looking up at the cameras and wondering if Sandra was analysing our posture or facial expressions at that exact moment. Sandra would critique everything from how we held our phones during breaks to the speed at which we walked between different areas of the store. She'd send messages about our customer interaction techniques while we were in the middle of helping people. During slow periods when there weren't many customers, Sandra would text suggestions about tasks we could be doing instead of standing idle. She'd watch us through the cameras and direct us to specific areas that needed attention or organisation. The most unsettling part was that Sandra would reference things she'd seen on the cameras during in-person conversations. She'd mention how we'd handled specific customer interactions or comment on our behaviour during times when we thought no one was watching. Sandra started using the camera footage to evaluate our performance and make scheduling decisions. She'd review recordings to determine who deserved more hours based on their observed work ethic and customer service quality. Multiple employees complained about the excessive surveillance and the uncomfortable feeling of being constantly monitored and critiqued. We pointed out that the constant criticism was affecting our ability to focus on actual customer service. Some people started quitting because they couldn't handle the pressure of being watched and judged continuously. The turnover rate increased significantly as employees found jobs where they weren't under constant video surveillance. When corporate investigated the employee complaints, they found that Sandra was spending more time watching cameras than actually managing store operations. Her obsessive monitoring was creating a hostile work environment that was driving away good employees. Sandra was required to attend management training about appropriate use of security systems and establishing trust with employees. She was told that cameras should be used for security purposes, not for micromanaging staff behaviour. The surveillance intensity decreased after corporate intervention, but Sandra continued making comments that suggested she was still watching us closely through the camera system. The damage to employee morale had already been done. That story is over. The transformation of security cameras into a real-time criticism delivery system shows how technology can enable the worst impulses in controlling managers. Sandra basically turned the workplace into a panopticon, where every movement was subject to immediate judgment and correction. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with surveillance equipment. Let's continue with someone who discovered that tip theft comes in many creative forms. My coworker constantly stole tips from the communal jar and claimed it was fair because she worked the register. I work at a busy coffee shop where tips are pooled and shared equally among all staff members at the end of each shift. The system works well because everyone contributes to the customer experience, from making drinks to cleaning tables to handling transactions. My coworker Rachel worked primarily as a cashier, taking orders and processing payments, while the rest of us prepared drinks and maintained the shop. She had the most direct contact with customers during transactions, but everyone's work contributed to the overall service quality that generated tips. I started noticing that our tip totals seemed lower than expected during busy shifts when Rachel was working the register. The discrepancy wasn't dramatic enough to be immediately obvious, but over time it became clear that money was disappearing from the tip jar. Rachel had easy access to the tip jar since it sat right next to the cash register where she worked throughout her shifts. She could easily palm bills or coins without other staff members noticing, especially during busy periods when everyone was focused on their tasks. When I mentioned the lower tip amounts to other co-workers, several people said they'd noticed the same pattern. Tips were consistently higher during shifts when Rachel wasn't working and lower when she was handling the register. We decided to start paying more attention to the tip jar during Rachel's shifts, and sure enough, we caught her taking money out of it multiple times. She'd wait until other employees were busy with customers or cleaning tasks, then quickly grab bills from the jar. When we confronted Rachel about stealing tips, she denied it initially and acted offended that we would accuse her of theft. She said she'd never taken money that didn't belong to her and that maybe we were miscounting or misremembering the tip amounts. But when we told her we'd actually witnessed her taking money from the jar, Rachel changed her story. She said that since she was the one interacting with customers and processing their payments, she deserved a larger share of the tips than other employees. Rachel claimed that cashiers at most places get to keep the tips that customers give them directly, and that our pooling system was unfair to people who had the most customer contact. She said she was just taking what she rightfully deserved. She argued that making drinks was easier than handling customer service and money transactions, so the people doing the more challenging work should receive more of the tip money. Rachel presented her theft as a correction to an inequitable distribution system. When management found out about Rachel's tip stealing, she continued insisting that her actions were justified by the nature of her job responsibilities. She said she'd never agreed to the tip pooling arrangement and thought individual employees should keep their own tips. Management explained that tip pooling was clearly outlined in our employee handbook and that taking money from the communal jar was theft regardless of her personal opinions about fair distribution. Rachel was terminated for stealing from co-workers and violating company policies about tip handling. She continued claiming that she was being unfairly punished for trying to correct an unjust system that didn't properly compensate cashiers. Several employees mentioned that they'd suspected Rachel of taking tips for weeks, but hadn't wanted to accuse someone without solid proof. The theft had been affecting everyone's income, while Rachel justified it as workplace equity. That story's over. The creative reframing of theft as wage justice shows how people can convince themselves that stealing is actually righteous correction of unfair systems. Rachel basically robbed her co-workers while presenting herself as a victim of tip distribution inequality. Sometimes, the most elaborate justifications are just cover stories for simple greed. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought job training and employment termination should happen simultaneously. My boss made me train my replacement, then fired me immediately afterward. I had been working as an administrative assistant at a mid-sized law firm for about 3 years. My performance reviews had always been positive, and I'd received regular raises and increasing responsibilities over my time there. About 2 months ago, my boss Jennifer told me that we were getting a new employee who would be helping with some of the administrative workload. She said the office was growing and that having additional support would benefit everyone by reducing individual stress levels. Jennifer asked me to take the lead on training the new hire, explaining that my experience and knowledge of our systems made me the ideal person to bring someone up to speed quickly. I was flattered by her confidence in my abilities and happy to help expand our team. The new employee, Marcus, seemed competent and eager to learn. I spent 2 weeks walking him through all of our procedures, introducing him to clients, showing him how to use our case management software, and explaining the specific preferences of each attorney in the firm. I created detailed training materials and checklists to help Marcus remember all the processes and protocols I was teaching him. I wanted to make sure he had everything he needed to be successful in his new role and contribute effectively to our team. During the training period, Jennifer praised my mentoring skills and said that Marcus was learning quickly thanks to my thorough instruction. She seemed pleased with how smoothly the onboarding process was going and how well Marcus was integrating into the office environment. I noticed that Marcus was asking very detailed questions about my specific responsibilities and seemed particularly interested in understanding my relationship with each attorney and client. I assumed he was just being thorough and wanted to understand the full scope of administrative support. After completing Marcus's training, Jennifer asked me to stay late one Friday to discuss some upcoming changes in office procedures. I thought she might want to talk about how to integrate Marcus into our workflow or assign him specific responsibilities. Instead, Jennifer told me that the firm was restructuring and that my position was being eliminated. She said that Marcus would be taking over all of my duties and that Friday would be my last day. I was completely blindsided by this news. When I asked why I wasn't being retained if the office was growing as she'd previously explained, Jennifer said that they'd decided to go in a different direction with their administrative support. She offered no specific reasons for the termination. I realised that I hadn't been training a co-worker to help with the workload. I'd been training my replacement while being completely unaware that my job was in jeopardy. Jennifer had used my expertise to ensure a smooth transition while planning to fire me all along. The most insulting part was that Jennifer praised my training abilities right up until the moment she terminated my employment. She said I'd done an excellent job preparing Marcus to handle the administrative responsibilities, which made my firing even more confusing. I asked if there had been performance issues or complaints that led to this decision, but Jennifer said it was purely a business decision about staffing structure. She offered 2 weeks of severance pay and said I could use her as a reference for future employment. Multiple co-workers expressed shock about my termination and said they'd had no idea that management was planning to let me go. Several attorneys in the firm seemed surprised and upset that I was leaving, which suggested they hadn't been involved in the decision. I later learned through former colleagues that Marcus had been hired specifically to replace me at a lower salary. The firm had used my experience to train someone cheaper while avoiding the costs of proper severance or transition planning. That story is over. The calculated exploitation of someone's expertise to train their own replacement without their knowledge shows a level of corporate betrayal that's genuinely sickening. Jennifer basically tricked OP into participating in their own job elimination while pretending it was career development. Some companies really view employees as completely disposable resources to be used and discarded. Let's move to someone whose co-worker apparently thought shift abandonment was a daily routine. My co-worker left mid-shift without saying anything every single day, and we were too short-staffed to cover. I work at a busy restaurant where maintaining adequate coverage is crucial for customer service and safety. We're already operating with minimal staff, so when someone disappears unexpectedly, the remaining employees have to scramble to cover their responsibilities. My co-worker Tyler has this habit of just vanishing during his shifts without telling anyone where he's going or when he'll be back. He'll be working normally 1 minute, then completely gone the next, leaving his section of tables unattended and his tasks incomplete. Initially, I assumed Tyler was taking legitimate breaks or handling some kind of emergency situation. Restaurant work is unpredictable, and sometimes people need to step away briefly for personal reasons or urgent issues. But Tyler's disappearances became a daily occurrence that followed a predictable pattern. About halfway through his shift, he'd simply walk out the back door and not return for hours, sometimes not at all for the remainder of his scheduled time. When Tyler would eventually reappear, he'd act like nothing unusual had happened. He'd resume working without explanation or apology, ignoring the fact that other employees had been covering his tables and handling his responsibilities during his absence. If anyone asked where he'd been, Tyler would give vague responses about needing fresh air or handling personal matters. He never provided specific explanations or advance notice about his planned departures from work. The remaining staff had to constantly adjust to Tyler's unpredictable absences. We'd have to monitor his tables, take orders for his customers, and handle food delivery for his section, while also managing our own assigned areas. Tyler's disappearing act created chaos during busy dinner rushes when every employee was needed to maintain service quality. His absence would force other servers to work double sections while he was wherever he went during his unofficial breaks. Management seemed aware of Tyler's behaviour, but didn't take any concrete action to address the staffing problems his absences created. They'd make general comments about reliability and teamwork, but never specifically confronted Tyler about his habit of leaving mid-shift. Other employees started complaining about having to constantly cover for Tyler's unpredictable schedule. We pointed out that his absences were affecting our tips and customer service quality because we couldn't adequately serve all the tables. The situation became more frustrating when Tyler would return from his disappearances and immediately jump back into work as if he'd been there the entire time. He'd take new tables and act normally, while the rest of us were exhausted from covering his responsibilities. Several servers requested schedule changes to avoid working the same shifts as Tyler because dealing with his absences had become too stressful and unprofessional. We couldn't rely on him being present during crucial service periods. Tyler's employment finally ended when he left mid-shift during a particularly busy evening and simply never came back. He didn't call, didn't text, just disappeared permanently, while other employees handled the aftermath of his final abandonment. Management had to scramble to find replacement staff while dealing with the realization that Tyler's unpredictable attendance had been creating ongoing operational problems that they'd failed to address appropriately. That story is over. The casual treatment of work shifts as optional suggestions rather than scheduled commitments shows a level of professional irresponsibility that's hard to believe. Tyler basically turned his employment into a part-time hobby that he could abandon whenever he felt like it. Some people really think showing up is just a workplace guideline rather than a basic job requirement. Moving on to someone whose manager apparently thought harassment complaints were just workplace gossip. My manager ignored harassment complaints and said, "That's just how he is. I work at a small marketing company where maintaining a professional environment should be a priority. But our manager, Linda, seems to have very different ideas about what constitutes appropriate workplace behaviour. One of my co-workers, Dave, has a pattern of making inappropriate comments to female employees that clearly cross professional boundaries. He makes remarks about women's appearance, asks personal questions about dating lives, and stands too close during conversations in ways that make people uncomfortable. Several female employees have complained to Linda about Dave's behaviour, providing specific examples of inappropriate comments and unwelcome advances. We've documented instances where Dave has made sexual jokes, commented on clothing choices, and generally created an uncomfortable atmosphere. Linda's response to these harassment complaints has been consistently dismissive. She says that Dave is just being friendly and that some people are too sensitive about normal workplace interaction. She acts like the complaints are overreactions rather than legitimate concerns about professional conduct. When women provide specific examples of Dave's inappropriate behaviour, Linda says she'll talk to him about it. But these conversations apparently consist of Linda telling Dave to be more careful about his jokes rather than addressing the underlying harassment issues. Dave's behaviour continues unchanged after Linda's supposed interventions. If anything, he becomes more subtle about his inappropriate comments while maintaining the same level of unwelcome attention toward female co-workers. Linda has started suggesting that women who complain about Dave's behaviour should just ignore him or find ways to avoid interacting with him. She acts like harassment avoidance is the victim's responsibility rather than addressing the source of the problem. When I pointed out that telling women to avoid a male co-worker wasn't an appropriate solution to harassment complaints, Linda said that workplace personalities sometimes clash and that people need to find ways to get along professionally. She's made comments about Dave being harmless and well-meaning, even though his behaviour clearly makes multiple employees uncomfortable. Linda seems to think that intent matters more than impact when it comes to workplace harassment. The situation escalated when Dave cornered one of our newer female employees in the supply room and made explicitly sexual comments about what he'd like to do with her after work. She was visibly shaken by the encounter and immediately reported it to Linda. Linda's response was that Dave probably didn't mean anything by his comments and that the employee might have misunderstood his humour. She suggested that maybe the employee was overreacting because she wasn't familiar with Dave's personality yet. Multiple women threatened to file complaints with HR or seek external legal action if Linda didn't address Dave's harassment seriously. We pointed out that her failure to handle the situation was creating a hostile work environment. Only then did Linda finally take formal disciplinary action against Dave. He was given a written warning about inappropriate workplace behaviour and required to attend sensitivity training. Dave's behaviour improved somewhat after the formal warning, but Linda continued making comments about how the harassment complaints had been blown out of proportion. She acted like taking action against Dave was somehow unfair to him. That story is over. The casual dismissal of sexual harassment as personality quirks shows how some managers actively enable toxic behaviour while gaslighting victims into thinking they're overreacting. Linda basically created a harassment sanctuary where Dave could operate freely while women were told to manage their own victimization. Sometimes the biggest workplace problem isn't the harasser, it's the manager who protects them. Moving on to someone who learned that designated parking can become a daily battle for territory. My coworker stole my assigned parking spot every single morning, even though my name was clearly displayed on it. I work at a small office complex where parking is limited, and spots are assigned to prevent conflicts and ensure everyone has a designated place to park during work hours. When I started working here 2 years ago, I was assigned parking spot number 15, which is clearly marked with a sign that has my name printed on it. The spot is in a convenient location near the building entrance, and I've been parking there without issues since I began employment. About 6 months ago, we hired a new employee named Kevin, who was assigned a parking spot in a different area of the lot that was further from the building entrance. His assigned spot was clearly marked with his name, just like everyone else's designated parking spaces. Kevin apparently decided that he preferred my parking spot over his own and started parking there every single morning before I arrived at work. When I'd get to the office, I'd find his car in my assigned space, while his actual spot remained empty. Initially, I assumed it was an honest mistake or confusion about the parking assignments. I left a polite note on Kevin's windshield, explaining that he was parked in my assigned spot and directing him to his correct parking location. Kevin ignored the note and continued parking in my spot daily. I had to park in visitor spaces or search for open spots in different areas of the complex, which often made me late for work because I had to walk further distances. When I spoke to Kevin directly about the parking situation, he claimed that he arrived earlier than me, and that first come, first served should determine who gets the better parking spots. He said assigned spots were just suggestions, and that people should be flexible about sharing spaces. I pointed out that the spots were specifically assigned by management to prevent exactly this kind of conflict, and that his name was clearly displayed on a different spot that he should be using. Kevin said he didn't like his assigned location and thought my spot was more convenient. Kevin started arriving earlier and earlier to ensure he could claim my parking spots before I got to work. He seemed to think that beating me to the office gave him the right to park wherever he wanted, regardless of assigned spaces. I complained to management about Kevin's daily appropriation of my assigned parking spot. They confirmed that Kevin should be parking in his designated area and said they'd speak with him about following parking assignments. After management spoke with Kevin, he continued parking in my spot assigned every morning. I had to start arriving even earlier just to have a chance at parking where I was supposed to, which made my workday longer and more stressful than it needed to be. The situation finally resolved when I started documenting Kevin's daily parking violations with photos and timestamps. After presenting this evidence to management, Kevin received a formal warning about following company policies and was told that continued violations would result in disciplinary action. Kevin reluctantly started parking in his assigned spot, but continued making passive-aggressive comments about the parking situation and how some people were too territorial about shared company resources. That story is over. The complete disregard for basic assigned spaces while playing victim about territoriality shows how some people think rules are just suggestions that don't apply to them. Kevin basically stole someone's parking spot for months while acting like the real problem was OP being inflexible about sharing. Let's move to someone who discovered that their boss thought overtime was optional for employers, but mandatory for employees. My boss refused to pay overtime and said I should have worked faster. I work at a small manufacturing company where production deadlines are tight and working beyond 40 hours per week is often necessary to meet client demands. Federal labour laws require overtime pay for hourly employees, but my boss Marcus apparently had his own interpretation of wage requirements. During busy seasons, Marcus would regularly assign tasks that couldn't possibly be completed within a standard 8-hour workday. He'd give me projects with unrealistic timelines that required staying late or coming in on weekends to finish properly. When I submitted my timesheet showing overtime hours, Marcus would question why I needed extra time to complete assignments that he considered routine. He'd suggest that more efficient workers could have finished the same tasks during regular business hours. Marcus started rejecting my overtime claims and paying me for only 40 hours, regardless of how many hours I actually worked. When I pointed out that this violated labour laws, he said that salaried thinking wasn't appropriate for hourly employees who should focus on productivity rather than time management. He claimed that truly dedicated employees would find ways to work more efficiently rather than expecting extra compensation for tasks that should be completable during normal work hours. Marcus acted like requesting overtime pay was somehow taking advantage of the company's generosity. The situation escalated when Marcus began timing how long specific tasks took me to complete and comparing my speed to what he considered reasonable completion times. He'd make comments about how previous employees had been able to handle similar workloads without requiring overtime compensation. When I explained that the volume and complexity of work he was assigning genuinely required more than 40 hours per week, Marcus suggested that maybe I wasn't the right fit for the position if I couldn't handle the basic job requirements efficiently. Marcus started scheduling mandatory weekend work sessions, but instructed me to record the time as regular weekday hours to avoid overtime calculations. He said this was just creative scheduling that would help both the company and employees manage time more effectively. I filed a complaint with the Department of Labour about unpaid overtime violations. The investigation revealed that Marcus had been systematically underpaying multiple employees for months while requiring work that exceeded standard full-time hours. Marcus was required to pay back wages for all unpaid overtime and implement proper timekeeping procedures. He continued making comments about employees being focused on money rather than work quality, but he stopped refusing legitimate overtime claims. That story's over. The creative reimagining of federal labour laws as employee efficiency problems is absolutely wild. Marcus basically decided that overtime requirements were just suggestions while demanding impossible productivity from people he was already cheating. Some bosses really think they can legislate their way around basic worker protections. Moving on to someone who learned that workplace privacy is apparently just a suggestion for some co-workers. My co-worker kept reading my emails and left my inbox open on his screen once. I work at a marketing agency where we all use computers extensively, and email communication is constant throughout the day. Most people understand that personal email accounts and private messages should remain private, even in shared office environments. My co-worker Brad sits at the workstation next to mine, and I started noticing that he seemed unusually well-informed about my client communications and project details that I hadn't shared with him directly. He'd make references to meetings I hadn't mentioned, or comment on client feedback he shouldn't have known about. Initially, I thought maybe Brad was just paying attention during team meetings or picking up information through normal workplace conversation. But his knowledge was too specific and included details from private email exchanges with clients and managers. I became suspicious when Brad mentioned a client complaint that had only been communicated to me through a confidential email marked for my attention only. When I asked how he knew about the issue, he claimed he'd overheard me discussing it with someone, which definitely hadn't happened. The situation became clear when I returned from lunch one day and found Brad quickly minimizing windows on his computer screen. As I approached my desk, I could see that he had my email inbox open on his monitor actively scrolling through my messages. When I confronted Brad about accessing my email, he first tried to claim it was an accident or that he'd just been helping me with something work-related. But it quickly became obvious that he had been systematically reading through my private communications. Brad eventually admitted that he'd been monitoring my emails because he was curious about my client relationships and wanted to stay informed about projects that might affect his own work. He acted like his snooping was motivated by professional interest rather than privacy violation. He said that since we worked closely together on similar accounts, having access to all client communications would help him provide better support and coordination. Brad framed his email surveillance as teamwork rather than the invasion of privacy it actually was. When I reported Brad's email snooping to management, he claimed that I'd given him my password or left my account logged in accidentally. He tried to suggest that I was somehow responsible for his unauthorized access to my private messages. Management investigated the situation and found logs showing that Brad had been accessing my email account regularly for weeks, often when I wasn't at my desk. The evidence clearly showed deliberate and systematic privacy violations. Brad was terminated for accessing confidential information without authorization and violating company policies about digital privacy and security. He continued claiming that his actions had been motivated by workplace collaboration rather than personal curios, the casual violationity. That story is over. Of digital privacy disguised as helpful teamwork is genuinely creepy behavior. Brad basically turned email surveillance into his personal entertainment system while acting like he was being supportive. Some people really think other people's private communications are public information. Let's continue with someone whose manager apparently thought employee competition should involve actual survival tactics. My manager made us compete for hours and cut shifts unless we outperformed each other. I work at a retail clothing store where part-time hours and flexible scheduling are supposed to provide opportunities for multiple employees to earn income while balancing other responsibilities like school or family obligations. When our new manager, Jessica, took over 3 months ago, she decided that competition would motivate better performance from the sales team. She announced that work hours would be distributed based on weekly sales numbers and customer service scores rather than standard scheduling practices. Jessica created a ranking system where employees were scored on individual sales performance, customer feedback, and what she called team contribution metrics. She'd post the rankings publicly each week and use them to determine who deserved the most hours for the following week. The competition system meant that helping co-workers or sharing sales could actually hurt your own ranking and reduce your scheduled hours. Jessica had created an environment where collaboration became counterproductive to individual survival in the workplace. Employees started hoarding potential customers and refusing to assist co-workers with difficult situations because helping others might result in losing sales credit that determined their work hours. The toxic competition destroyed any sense of teamwork or mutual support. Jessica would make announcements about who was earning their hours through hard work and who needed to step up their performance to deserve more scheduling opportunities. She framed reduced hours as motivation rather than the financial punishment it actually was. People started working for free during their time off, coming in early or staying late to organize displays and help customers without clocking in, hoping that extra effort would improve their rankings and secure more scheduled hours. The competition escalated when Jessica started pitting employees directly against each other for specific shifts. She'd announced that 2 people were competing for Saturday hours and that whoever had better sales numbers by Friday would get the weekend shift. Several employees quit because they couldn't afford to work in an environment where their income was completely unpredictable and dependent on outperforming their co-workers every single week rather than showing up reliably and doing good work. When corporate found out about Jessica's competition-based scheduling system, they immediately ended the practice and required her to return to standard scheduling procedures. They said creating hostile competition among employees violated company policies about fair treatment and workplace equity. Jessica seemed genuinely confused about why her motivation system was being discontinued and continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle competitive environments that rewarded excellence and hard work. That story is over, turning work schedules into gladiator matches where co-workers had to destroy each other for basic income is peak toxic management. Jessica created a workplace where helping your teammates literally meant starving yourself. Some managers really think employee desperation equals motivation. Moving on to someone who discovered that some co-workers use tears as professional weapons. My co-worker cried every time she got criticized, and I looked like the bully. I work in a collaborative office environment where giving and receiving constructive feedback is essential for project success and professional development. Most people understand that criticism isn't personal attacks, but rather necessary communication about improving work quality. My co-worker Sarah has this remarkable ability to turn any professional feedback into an emotional crisis that makes whoever delivered the criticism look cruel and unsympathetic. She's weaponized tears in ways that shut down necessary workplace conversations. When I'd point out errors in Sarah's work or suggest improvements to her project contributions, she'd immediately start crying and act like I was attacking her personally rather than addressing specific professional issues that needed correction. Sarah's crying would escalate until other co-workers felt compelled to comfort her and ask me why I was being so harsh about whatever minor issue had triggered her emotional breakdown. The focus would shift from fixing the actual problem to managing Sarah's feelings. During team meetings where Sarah's work was discussed, she'd start tearing up if anyone mentioned areas for improvement or questioned her decisions. The meetings would derail into awkward consolation sessions instead of productive project discussions. Sarah learned that crying effectively ended criticism and made people reluctant to give her honest feedback about her performance. She turned professional development conversations into emotional manipulation sessions where everyone felt guilty for trying to address work quality. When managers needed to discuss Sarah's mistakes or missed deadlines, she'd break down crying and talk about how hard she was trying and how overwhelmed she felt by everyone's expectations. The conversations would become about supporting Sarah rather than solving problems. Other team members started avoiding giving Sarah any feedback at all because they didn't with the emotional drama and guilt trips that followed any suggestions for improvement. This meant Sarah's work quality never improved because no one was willing to help her grow professionally. Sarah's crying strategy worked so well that she received positive performance reviews despite consistently producing subpar work, because managers were afraid to document problems that would make Sarah cry during evaluation meetings. The situation became ridiculous when Sarah would preemptively start crying during meetings if she suspected someone might mention her work. She'd tear up as soon as project discussions began, creating an atmosphere where honest communication became impossible. Eventually, management had to address Sarah's emotional manipulation directly and explain that professional feedback was necessary regardless of her emotional responses. They required her to participate in conversations about work quality without using tears to derail the discussions. That story is over. The strategic deployment of tears to avoid accountability is such a manipulative workplace tactic that it's almost impressive in its effectiveness. Sarah basically turned professional feedback into emotional terrorism, while her co-workers looked like monsters for wanting decent work quality. Sometimes the most toxic people are the ones who make everyone else feel guilty for having standards. Let's continue with someone whose boss apparently thought personal errands were legitimate work assignments. My boss forced me to clean his personal car during work hours and said it was part of being a team player. I work at a small insurance office where my job responsibilities include processing claims, answering phones, and handling customer service inquiries. My employment contract and job description are pretty clear about what tasks fall within my professional duties. My boss Robert started asking me to handle small personal errands about 6 months ago. Initially, these were minor requests like picking up his dry cleaning during lunch breaks or stopping by the office to mail his personal post packages. He'd frame these tasks as favours that showed team spirit and dedication. The personal and gradually became more frequent and time-consuming. Robert would ask me to grocery shop for his family, pick up prescriptions for his wife, or handle banking tasks that had nothing to do with office operations or business needs. Robert would schedule these personal errands during work hours and expect me to complete them while still maintaining my regular job responsibilities. When I'd fall behind on actual work tasks, he'd criticise my time management and suggest I needed to be more efficient with prioritising. The situation escalated when Robert asked me to clean his personal vehicle in the office parking lot during my afternoon shift. He said his car was dirty and that taking care of it would demonstrate my commitment to supporting the team and going above and beyond basic job requirements. When I pointed out that car washing wasn't part of my job description, Robert said that truly dedicated employees were willing to help their supervisors with whatever needed to be done. He framed personal service as professional development and team building. Robert started making comments about how some employees understood the value of being helpful, while others were focused on their narrowed-only job descriptions. He suggested that people who weren't willing to assist with various tasks might not be the right fit for a small office environment. The car cleaning request was particularly humiliating because other employees and customers could see me washing Robert's personal vehicle during work hours while wearing my professional office attire. It was obvious that I was being used for personal service rather than legitimate work duties. When I refused to continue handling Robert's personal errands, he became passive-aggressive about my performance evaluations and started criticising my attitude and team player mentality. He acted like declining to be his personal assistant was evidence of poor work ethic. I filed a complaint with HR about being required to handle personal tasks that weren't related to my job responsibilities. HR confirmed that employees shouldn't be expected to provide personal services to supervisors during work hours. Robert was required to stop assigning personal errands to employees and focus his requests on legitimate business activities. He continued making comments about how some people didn't understand what it meant to be supportive colleagues, but he stopped asking me to clean his car. That story is over. The transformation of employee labour into personal servant duties while calling it team spirit is such a classic abuse of power move. Robert basically turned his insurance office into his personal service empire, while acting like car washing was career development. Some bosses really think their employees are just unpaid household staff. Moving on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the workplace is an appropriate daycare facility. My co-worker brought their child to work every day, and I got blamed for not helping enough. I work at a busy accounting firm where maintaining professional client relationships and meeting strict deadlines requires focused attention and quiet work environments. Our office isn't designed or equipped to accommodate children during business operations. My co-worker Jennifer started bringing her 5-year-old daughter Maya to work occasionally when childcare arrangements fell through. Initially, this seemed like a reasonable temporary solution for emergencies, and Maya would sit quietly at Jennifer's desk, colouring or playing with quiet toys. But occasional visits became daily occurrences when Jennifer decided that bringing Maya to work was more convenient and cost-effective than paying for regular childcare. She set up a corner of her workspace with toys, books and activities to keep Maya entertained during business hours. Maya is a normal, energetic child who couldn't be expected to sit silently for 8 hours while adults worked around her. She'd talk loudly, ask questions, run around the office, and generally create the kind of noise and disruption that made concentration difficult for everyone. During important client phone calls, Maya would interrupt Jennifer or start talking loudly enough that clients could hear child chatter in the background. The professional atmosphere we needed to maintain was constantly compromised by normal child behavior. Jennifer expected other employees to help supervise Maya when she had meetings or needed to focus on detailed work. She'd ask people to watch her daughter for a few minutes, which often stretched into hours of unofficial babysitting during work time. When Maya would get bored or cranky, she'd wander around the office seeking attention from other employees. We'd have to stop our work to interact with her or redirect her back to Jennifer's desk, constantly disrupting our own productivity and concentration. Jennifer started treating Maya's presence as a team responsibility rather than her personal childcare challenge. She'd make comments about how everyone should pitch in to help with Maya, since we were all like a work family that supported each other. The situation became particularly problematic during tax season, when everyone was working under intense pressure and tight deadlines. Maya's normal child energy and noise became even more disruptive when need peopled maximum focus and quiet concentration. When I mentioned that the constant childcare interruptions were affecting my ability to complete client work, Jennifer accused me of being unsympathetic to working mothers and not understanding how difficult it was to balance career and parenting responsibilities. Several clients commented on hearing child noises during phone conferences or seeing Maya running around the office during meetings. The unprofessional appearance was starting to impact our business relationships and client confidence. Management eventually had to address the situation and require Jennifer to arrange alternative childcare. They explained that while the company supported working parents, the office environment wasn't appropriate for daily childcare and was affecting productivity and professional standards. Jennifer was upset about the policy change and made comments about how some people didn't understand the challenges of parenthood or the importance of family-friendly workplace policies. That story is over. The casual transformation of a professional office into a personal daycare while expecting co-workers to provide free childcare is absolutely wild. Jennifer turned everyone else into unwilling babysitters while playing the victim about work-life balance. Sometimes, being a working parent doesn't mean your workplace becomes your personal childcare solution. These workplace horror stories really put things in perspective, don't they? No matter what's going on in your job right now, at least you're probably not dealing with someone who thinks federal labour laws are just suggestions or co-workers who turn the office fridge into a science experiment. Sometimes the best therapy is just knowing that somewhere out there, someone else is dealing with an even more unhinged situation than whatever's stressing you out today. Moving on to someone whose co-worker apparently thought the workplace smoke detector was just a suggestion. My co-worker kept vaping at her desk and claimed it wasn't real smoking. I work at a small graphic design agency where we have a strict no smoking policy inside the building. Most people understand that this includes all forms of smoking and tobacco products, but my co-worker Ashley apparently had her own interpretation of the rules. Ashley started bringing a vape pen to work about 3 months ago and would use it constantly throughout the day. She'd take long draws from it that clouds her desk, blow a vapor into the air and fill our entire work area with this overwhelming artificial fruit that made it smell hard to breathe. When people mentioned that vaping was still smoking and wasn't, and say that Ashley would laugh to loud inside vapor wasn't smoke, and that the no smoking policy only applied to cigarettes. She claimed that since her vape pen didn't produce actual smoke, the rules didn't apply to her habit. The fruity vapor smell was so strong that it would trigger headaches for several co-workers who are sensitive to artificial fragrances. People started opening windows and turning on fans to try to clear the air, but Ashley's constant vaping made the office atmosphere unpleasant for everyone. Ashley would client AP during meetings, conference calls, and presentations, creating these weird fruit-scented clouds that would drift across the room. While we were trying to maintain professional appearances, clients would look confused and uncomfortable when vapor started filling the meeting space. When management told Ashley that vaping wasn't allowed inside the office, she argued that her vape pen was a smoking cessation device and that preventing her from using it was discriminating against her efforts to quit cigarettes. She acted like workplace vapor clouds were somehow a health improvement. She started sneaking vape sessions in the bathroom, supply closet, and any other indoor space where she thought people wouldn't notice. The artificial fruit smell would linger for hours after her secret vaping sessions, making it obvious what she'd been doing. The final straw came when Ashley's vaping triggered the building's smoke detection system during an important client presentation. The fire alarm went off, everyone had to evacuate, and the department had to come fire check for actual fire hazards, while our clients watched the chaos unfold. Even after the fire alarm incident, Ashley continued insisting that her vaping wasn't real smoking and that the smoke detector had malfunctioned. She seemed genuinely confused about why everyone was upset about her indoor vapor production. Ashley was eventually terminated for repeatedly violating company policies and creating safety hazards. She continued claiming that she was being discriminated against for using a legal smoking alternative that shouldn't have been covered by traditional smoking restrictions. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to convince yourself that pumping fruity vapor clouds isn't smoking is truly remarkable. Ashley basically turned the office into her personal hookah lounge, while acting shocked that smoke detectors can't tell the difference between cigarette smoke and artificial fruit fog. Some people really think they can lawyer their way around basic workplace safety rules. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought dress codes were more like gentle suggestions. My manager wore pajamas to work and said business casual was outdated. I work at a customer-facing consulting firm where maintaining professional appearances is crucial for client relationships and business credibility. Our employee handbook clearly outlines dress code expectations, and most people understand that looking professional is part of the job. About 4 months ago, our department got a new manager named Derek, who apparently had very different ideas about appropriate workplace attire. On his first day, he showed up wearing what looked like pajama pants, flip-flops, and a wrinkled t-shirt that had cartoon characters on it. Initially, I thought maybe Derek was moving office furniture or handling some kind of messy setup work that required casual clothing. But as the week progressed, it became clear that pajama pants and graphic t-shirts were his standard professional wardrobe choices. Derek's clothing became increasingly inappropriate as he got comfortable in his role. He'd wear shorts that belonged at the beach, tank tops that showed too much skin, and house slippers that made shuffling noises when he walked through the office. When employees mentioned the dress code policy during team meetings, Derek would laugh and say that judging people by their clothing was shallow and outdated. He claimed that comfortable employees were more productive and that forcing people to wear uncomfortable business clothes was bad for morale. Derek's casual attire became particularly problematic during client meetings where everyone else was dressed professionally, while he looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. Clients would stare at his pajama pants and flip-flops while trying to focus on important business discussions. Several clients made comments about the unprofessional appearance of our office environment and questioned whether we were serious about handling their business needs. Derek's clothing choices were actively damaging our company's reputation and client relationships. When upper management addressed Derek's dress code violations, he argued that his comfortable clothing helped him think more creatively and that restrictive business attire stifled innovation. He said that successful tech companies had casual dress codes and that we should modernize our outdated policies. Derek started encouraging other employees to dress more casually and ignore the established dress code. He'd make comments about how people in suits were trying too hard to impress others instead of focusing on actual work quality. The situation reached a breaking point when Derek wore actual pajama bottoms and bedroom slippers to an important client presentation. The prospective client was visibly uncomfortable and ended the meeting early, citing concerns about our company's professionalism. Upper management had to formally discipline Derek and require him to follow established dress code policies. They explained that client-facing roles required professional appearances regardless of personal comfort preferences. Derek eventually started wearing slightly more appropriate clothing, but continued making comments about how dress codes were discriminatory against people who valued comfort over conformity. That story is over. The complete transformation of a professional office into a personal bedroom while calling it innovative thinking is absolutely wild. Derek basically showed up to client meetings looking like he was about to watch Saturday morning cartoons while eating cereal. Sometimes there's actually a good reason why certain jobs have dress codes. Moving on to someone who learned that their coworker thought the office thermostat was their personal climate control system. My coworker constantly changed the temperature and said everyone else needed to adapt. I work in a shared office space with about 12 people where maintaining a comfortable temperature for everyone requires compromise and consideration. Most people understand that shared environments mean finding middle ground that works reasonably well for the majority. My coworker Janet appointed herself as the unofficial temperature controller and would adjust the thermostat multiple times throughout the day based on her personal comfort preferences. She'd crank up the heat when she felt slightly cool and blast the air conditioning when she got warm. Janet's temperature changes were extreme and frequent. She'd set the heat to 85 degrees in the morning, then switch to 65-degree air conditioning by lunch, creating this constant cycle of temperature swings that made it impossible for anyone to dress appropriately or feel comfortable. When people complained about the office being too hot or too cold, Janet would say that she was just trying to maintain optimal working conditions and that people should dress in layers if they couldn't handle normal temperature adjustments. The temperature swings became so dramatic that people started bringing blankets and fans to work just to cope with Janet's constant there. Some thermostat manipulation co-workers were wearing winter coats inside during summer because Janet had the air conditioning set to Arctic levels. Janet would make condescending comments about how some people were just more sensitive to temperature changes and needed to build better tolerance for normal climate variations. She acted like her constant thermostat adjustments were somehow helping everyone develop resilience. The situation escalated when Janet started locking the thermostat control panel and carrying the key with her so that nobody else could make temperature adjustments. She said that too many people were interfering with her climate management system. Multiple employees complained about the extreme temperature fluctuations and how Janet's constant adjustments were making the office environment uncomfortable for everyone except her. We pointed out that shared spaces required shared decision-making about climate control. When management spoke with Janet about the thermostat situation, she claimed that she had a medical condition that required precise temperature control and that preventing her from adjusting the thermostat was discriminating against her health needs. Janet couldn't provide any medical documentation for her supposed temperature sensitivity and discover conditioned management that she'd been making unauthorized modifications to the office climate control system without any legitimate health accommodations. The thermostat controls were moved to a location where Janet couldn't access them constantly, and temperature settings were established by management to maintain consistent comfort levels for all employees rather than Janet's personal preferences. Janet continued making comments about how some people couldn't handle normal temperature variations and that the office environment had become too rigid and controlled for people with legitimate climate sensitivity needs. That story is over. The complete takeover of office climate control while claiming medical necessity is such a creative form of workplace tyranny. Janet basically turned everyone into unwilling participants in her personal temperature experiment while carrying around thermostat keys like some kind of climate dictator. Some people really think shared spaces exist solely for their individual comfort. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought legal holidays were just marketing suggestions. My boss scheduled mandatory meetings on federal holidays and said time off was for lazy people. I work at a small marketing consultancy where federal holidays are supposed to be paid time off according to our employee handbook and employment contracts. Most companies understand that legal holidays are when employees shouldn't be expected to work unless they're in truly essential services. My boss Richard has always been demanding about work schedules, but he took things to a new level when he started scheduling mandatory staff meetings and project deadlines on federal holidays. He'd send emails on Sunday nights announcing Monday morning meetings for days like Martin Luther King Jr. Day or President's Day. When employees pointed out that these were federal holidays and that the office was supposed to be closed, Richard would say that successful businesses don't stop operating just because the government declares arbitrary celebration days. He acted like legal holidays were optional suggestions rather than established time off. Richard would frame holiday work as opportunities for dedicated employees to get ahead while competitors were being lazy. He'd make comments about how ambitious people used holidays to gain advantages over less motivated workers who prioritized personal time over professional growth. The holiday meetings were often about non-urgent topics that could easily have been handled during regular business hours. Richard would schedule training sessions, team-building activities, and strategic planning discussions for days when employees were supposed to be with their families. When people requested to use their contractual holiday time off, Richard would act like they were being unreasonable and uncommitted to company success. He'd suggest that truly dedicated employees would want to use holidays for productive work rather than wasteful leisure activities. Richard started requiring employees to choose between taking holiday pay and actually having the day off. He said that people who wanted to be paid for holidays needed to prove they deserved the compensation by participating in holiday work sessions. The situation became particularly problematic during major holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas, when Richard would schedule optional meetings that weren't actually optional. He'd make passive-aggressive comments about who showed true company loyalty by attending. Several holiday sessions, employees complained to HR about being required to work on federal holidays without additional compensation or legitimate business necessity. We pointed out that holiday work violations were potentially illegal and definitely contrary to our employment agreements. HR investigated and found that Richard had been systematically violating federal holiday policies and creating unreasonable work demands during legally protected time off. They had to pay back wages for holiday work and implement proper scheduling procedures. Richard was required to honor federal holiday policies and stop scheduling non-essential work during protected time off. He continued making comments about how modern workers were too focused on time off, rather than building successful careers through dedication and sacrifice. That story is over. The casual dismissal of federal holidays as lazy people conventions while forcing employees to work for free is such a classic power trip move. Richard basically decided that legal protections were just suggestions and that his marketing consultancy was somehow more important than established labor rights. Some bosses really think they can override federal law through sheer entitlement. Moving on to someone who learned that their coworker thought personal phone calls were a full-time job responsibility. My coworker spent entire shifts on personal calls and said it was networking. I work at a busy retail electronics store where customer service and sales support require constant attention and availability. During peak hours, every employee needs to be focused on helping customers and maintaining store operations. My coworker Marcus would spend hours each day on personal phone calls, often conducting what sounded like social conversations, relationship drama discussions, and personal business while customers waited for assistance. He'd use his cell phone constantly throughout his shifts. Marcus would take these personal calls right on the sales floor, where customers could hear him discussing his dating life, family problems, and personal finances. He'd talk loudly enough that his conversations became background noise for everyone trying to shop or work in the area. When customers approached Marcus for help while he was on personal calls, he'd hold up his finger to signal them to wait while he continued his conversation. Customers would stand there awkwardly while Marcus finished discussing his personal business before finally providing assistance. Marcus's phone calls were clearly personal rather than work-related. He'd be talking about weekend plans, relationship issues, and social drama that had nothing to do with electronic sales or customer service. Yet he'd conduct these conversations during the busiest parts of his shifts. When management spoke with Marcus about limiting personal phone use during work hours, he claimed that many of his calls were networking opportunities that could benefit the company. He said that maintaining personal relationships was important for potential business development. Marcus started claiming that his personal calls were actually professional development activities. He'd say he was discussing industry trends with friends or exploring partnership opportunities through social connections, even though everyone could hear him talking about personal relationship drama. The personal calls became so frequent and lengthy that Marcus was essentially unavailable for customer service during most of his scheduled shifts. Other employees had to constantly cover for him while he handled his social business on company time. Customers started complaining about waiting for assistance while Marcus conducted personal phone conversations. Several people mentioned that they'd left the store without making purchases because they couldn't get help from staff who were too busy with personal calls. When corporate investigated customer complaints about poor service, they discovered that Marcus was spending more time on personal calls than actually working. His phone logs showed hours of personal conversation during each shift. Marcus was terminated for neglecting job responsibilities and conducting excessive personal business during work hours. He continued claiming that his phone calls had been networking activities that would have benefited the company if management had been more support professional of development. That story is over. The creative rebranding of personal gossip sessions as professional networking while customers waited in line is absolutely shameless. Marcus basically turned the sales floor into his personal social club while getting paid to ignore actual work responsibilities. Some people really think they can talk their way out of any situation by calling it business development. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought employee privacy was an outdated concept. My manager read through everyone's personal belongings and called it security monitoring. I work at a small insurance office where we all have desk drawers and personal storage areas for our belongings during work hours. Most workplaces understand that employees have reasonable expectations of privacy for their personal items. My manager Linda started conducting what she called security inspections of employee workspaces about 2 months ago. She'd go through desk drawers, purses, lunch bags, and personal storage areas while people were away from their desks, claiming she was checking for security violations. Linda would read through personal documents, examine prescription medications, and look through private photos that employees kept in their desk drawers. She'd make comments about what she'd found during her searches, revealing that she was systematically invading everyone's privacy. When employees questioned Linda about going through their personal belongings, she'd say that company property could be searched at any time and that people shouldn't bring personal items to work if they wanted complete privacy. She acted like basic privacy expectations were unreasonable demands. Linda's searches became increasingly invasive as she looked through personal text messages on phones left at desks, read private notes and letters, and even examined the contents of employee wallets and purses when people stepped away briefly. The privacy violations extended to Linda reading personal emails on company computers and monitoring private social media accounts when employees checked them during break times. She claimed this was all part of maintaining workplace security and preventing data breaches. Linda would use information from her searches to make personal comments about employees' lives. She'd reference medical conditions she'd learned about from prescription bottles or comment on personal relationships based on private messages she'd read. When someone complained about Linda's invasive searches, she'd claim that people with nothing to hide shouldn't be concerned about security monitoring. She acted like objecting to privacy violations was evidence of suspicious behaviour that required additional scrutiny. The situation escalated when Linda started taking photos of personal documents and belongings during her searches. She was creating a file of private information about employees' personal lives that had nothing to do with work security or business operations. Multiple employees filed complaints with HR about the invasive searches and privacy violations. We provided documentation showing that Linda was systematically going through personal belongings and using private information inappropriately. HR investigated and found that Linda had no authority to conduct personal searches and that her invasive monitoring was violating employee privacy rights. They required her to stop all personal searches and delete any private information she'd collected. Linda was formally disciplined for privacy violations and required to attend training about appropriate workplace boundaries. She continued making comments about how security monitoring was important and that employees who valued privacy over security might have something to hide. That story is over. The transformation of basic workplace supervision into a personal surveillance operation is genuinely disturbing behavior. Linda basically appointed herself as the office privacy police while building secret files on everyone's personal business. Sometimes the biggest security threat in an office is the person claiming to provide security. Moving on to someone who learned that their coworker thought expense accounts were personal shopping funds. My coworker used the company credit card for personal purchases and said it was job-related networking. I work at a consulting firm where certain employees have access to company credit cards for legitimate business expenses like client dinners, travel costs, and work-related purchases. My coworker Jake was given company credit card privileges to handle client entertainment and business development expenses. Initially, his purchases seemed appropriate for his role in business development and client relationship management. But Jake's expense reports started including increasingly questionable purchases that seemed more personal than professional. He'd charge expensive dinners at high-end restaurants with no clear business purpose or identifiable client connections. Jake would use the company card for shopping trips, entertainment events, and personal services that he'd somehow classify as business development or networking opportunities. His expense reports became creative writing exercises in justifying personal spending. The personal purchases escalated to Jake charging vacation expenses, personal gifts, and household items to the company credit card. He'd claim these were necessary for maintaining the professional image and lifestyle required for effective client relationship building. When accounting questioned Jake's unusual expenses, he'd provide elaborate explanations about how everything related to business development and professional networking. He'd say that maintaining certain lifestyle standards was essential for connecting with high-end clients. Jake started charging personal clothing, grooming services, and entertainment subscriptions to the company card. He claimed that looking professional and staying current with culture and trends was part of his job requirements for relating to diverse client bases. The expense fraud became obvious when Jake charged a family vacation to Disney World as a team building and client entertainment expense. His documentation claimed he was hosting potential clients at the theme park for relationship development purposes. When management reviewed Jake's expense history, they found thousands of dollars in clearly personal purchases that had been disguised as business expenses through creative categorization and fictional business justifications. Jake was confronted with evidence of his expense fraud and initially tried to justify every purchase as somehow related to business, development, or professional requirements. He acted like personal spending was a legitimate business expense category. Corporate accounting had to conduct a full audit of Jake's credit card usage and discovered systematic fraud over several months. Jake had been treating the company credit card as his personal shopping account while creating fake business justifications. Jake was terminated for fraud and theft, and the company had to recover thousands of dollars in unauthorized personal expenses. He continued claiming that his purchases had been legitimate business investments that management didn't understand. That story is over. The creative accounting required to turn Disney World family vacations into client entertainment expenses is truly impressive in its complete shamelessness. Jake basically turned corporate fraud into an art form while acting like personal shopping was somehow professional development. Some people really think they can expense their entire lifestyle if they write creative enough justifications. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought employee evaluations were just creative writing exercises. My boss gave me negative reviews for things that never happened and said I needed to accept feedback better. I work as a customer service representative at a telecommunications company where performance evaluations are supposed to be based on actual job performance, customer feedback, and measurable metrics, like call resolution times and satisfaction scores. My manager Susan conducted my annual performance review last month, and I was completely blindsided by the feedback she provided. She criticised me for multiple incidents and performance issues that had never occurred during my employment at the company. Susan claimed that I'd received numerous customer complaints about being rude and unhelpful during phone calls. She said that several clients had specifically requested to never speak with me again because of my poor attitude and unprofessional behaviour during service interactions. The problem was that none of these customer complaints actually existed. I'd never received any negative feedback from clients, and our call monitoring system showed consistently positive customer satisfaction scores for my interactions throughout the year. Susan's review included detailed descriptions of specific incidents where I'd supposedly hung up on customers, refused to help with legitimate service requests, and argued with clients about company policies. These were elaborate fictional scenarios that had never happened. When I asked Susan to provide documentation of the customer complaints and incidents she was referencing, she said that not everything was formally documented, but that she remembered the situations clearly, and that my defensive attitude was part of the problem. Susan's evaluation criticised my punctuality and attendance, claiming that I was frequently late and had excessive absences that were affecting team productivity. In reality, I'd had perfect attendance for the entire year and was consistently early for my shifts. The performance review included negative comments about my teamwork and collaboration skills, with Susan claiming that co-workers had complained about my unwillingness to help with shared tasks and my generally uncooperative attitude during group projects. I asked my co-workers directly about these supposed complaints, and they were confused because they'd never made any negative comments about my work or attitude. Several people said they thought I was one of the most helpful and reliable team members. Susan's review also criticised technical skills and job knowledge that were objectively measurable through our computer systems. She claimed I had poor resolution rates and lengthy call times, but the actual performance metrics showed I was above average in both categories. When I presented Susan with objective data contradicting every criticism in her evaluation, she said that numbers didn't tell the whole story and that subjective feedback was just as important as measurable performance indicators. I filed a complaint with HR about the inaccurate performance review and provided documentation showing that Susan's criticisms were factually incorrect. HR investigated and found that none of Susan's claims could be substantiated with actual evidence. Susan was required to revise my performance evaluation based on actual job performance, rather than fictional incidents. She seemed frustrated that her creative feedback was being questioned and continued making comments about employees who couldn't handle constructive criticism. That story is over. The complete fabrication of customer complaints and performance issues while calling it constructive feedback is genuinely unhinged behaviour. Susan basically wrote fiction about OP's job performance while acting like objective reality was somehow less important than her creative imagination. Sometimes the most dangerous person in a workplace is the one writing your performance reviews. Moving on to someone who learned that their co-worker thought sick days were just mental health breaks for personal projects. My co-worker called in sick every Friday and posted vacation photos on social media. I work at a marketing agency where we all get a limited number of sick days per year that are supposed to be reserved for actual illness or legitimate health issues. Most people understand that sick leave is for when you're genuinely unable to work due to medical conditions. My coworker Ashley started calling in sick every single Friday about 3 months ago, claiming she had various health issues that prevented her from working on the last day of the week. She'd text our manager early Friday morning saying she felt terrible and needed to rest. The pattern became obvious pretty quickly, since Ashley never seemed to have health problems on any other day of the week. She'd be perfectly fine on Thursday evening, then mysteriously develop serious symptoms overnight that only affected her on Fridays. What made Ashley's sick day pattern even more suspicious was that she'd post photos on social media throughout her Friday sick days, showing her at beaches, shopping centres, restaurants, and various recreational activities around the city. Ashley's Friday sick days always seemed to coincide with beautiful weather, local events, or personal activities she wanted to attend. She'd call in sick and then spend the day hiking, going to concerts, or taking day trips that definitely didn't look like recovery from illness. When co-workers mentioned seeing Ashley's vacation photos on social media during her supposed sick days, she'd claim that fresh air and light activity were part of her recovery process, and that staying home in bed wasn't always the best treatment for her conditions. Ashley started getting creative with her Friday illness descriptions, claiming she had chronic conditions that required outdoor therapy and social engagement as part of her treatment plan. She'd say that isolation and bed rest would actually make her conditions worse. The Friday sick day routine became so predictable that other employees would joke about Ashley's weekly mysterious illnesses that only struck on the day before the weekend. Everyone knew she was using sick leave for personal vacation time. Management eventually noticed Ashley's pattern of Friday absences and started requiring medical documentation for her frequent sick days. Ashley claimed this was discriminatory against people with chronic health conditions that were difficult to diagnose. When Ashley couldn't provide legitimate medical justification for her weekly Friday illnesses, she changed her strategy and started calling in sick on random weekdays instead. But she continued posting social media photos of her recreational activities during sick days. The social media evidence became impossible to ignore when Ashley posted photos of herself at a music festival during a Tuesday sick day, clearly healthy and enjoying outdoor activities while claiming to be too ill to work. Ashley was eventually terminated for sick leave abuse and time card fraud. She continued claiming that her social media posts were taken out of context and that people didn't understand how chronic conditions required alternative healing approaches that looked like recreational activities. That story is over. The strategic deployment of Friday illnesses while posting beach selfies is such a transparent scam that it's almost impressive in its boldness. Ashley basically turned sick leave into a personal vacation fund while acting like hiking and concerts were medical treatments. Some people really think they can gaslight their way through photographic evidence of their lies. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought workplace democracy meant everyone votes except the employees. My manager held team meetings where only her opinions mattered and called it collaborative decision-making. I work at a non-profit organisation where team input and collaborative planning are supposed to be core values that guide our project development and organisational decisions. My manager Patricia regularly scheduled team meetings that she described as collaborative brainstorming sessions, where everyone's input would be valued and considered for important organisational decisions. She'd send emails emphasising how much she valued diverse perspectives and democratic processes, but Patricia's collaborative meetings followed a very predictable pattern where she'd ask for team input, listen politely to everyone's suggestions, and then explain why her predetermined decision was the only viable option for our organisation. During these supposedly democratic discussions, Patricia would present problems and ask for creative solutions from the team. People would spend significant time developing thoughtful proposals and presenting detailed recommendations for various approaches. Patricia would nod along during presentations and ask follow-up questions that made it seem like she was genuinely considering different options. She'd take notes and praise people for their innovative thinking and comprehensive analysis of complex issues. Then Patricia would announce that while everyone had provided valuable input, she'd already researched the situation thoroughly and determined the best path forward. Her predetermined solution was always completely different from anything the team had suggested. When team members pointed out that their suggestions hadn't been implemented or even seriously considered, Patricia would say that leadership sometimes required making difficult decisions that not everyone would understand initially, but would appreciate over time. Patricia started framing her decision-making process as collaborative because she'd listened to input before implementing her original plans. She acted like hearing suggestions was the same thing as actually incorporating feedback into final decisions. The fake collaboration became more obvious when Patricia would schedule urgent meetings about decisions she'd already made and announce to upper management. She'd ask for team input on initiatives that were already in progress and couldn't be modified. Patricia would praise team members for their collaborative spirit and valuable contributions while implementing policies and procedures that reflected none of their actual recommendations. She seemed to think that listening was equivalent to collaborating. When employees expressed frustration about the meaningless nature of these input sessions, Patricia would say that democratic processes required accepting majority decisions and that not every suggestion could be implemented in complex organizational environments. The team eventually stopped participating meaningfully in Patricia's collaborative meetings, since everyone realized their input was purely performative rather than actually influential in organizational decision-making processes. Patricia continued scheduling regular brainstorming sessions and praising the team's collaborative culture while making unilateral decisions about everything from project priorities to office policies without any genuine consideration of employee feedback. That story's over. The elaborate theatre of asking for input while completely ignoring every suggestion is such a masterclass in fake democracy. Patricia basically turned collaboration into a one-person show where everyone else was just unpaid audience members pretending their opinions mattered. Some managers really think listening equals collaborating, even when they've already decided everything in advance, moving on to someone who learned that their coworker thought confidential information was just interesting gossip to share. My coworker leaked confidential client information and said she was just being helpful. I work at a legal services firm where client confidentiality is absolutely crucial for maintaining professional standards and legal compliance. Everyone understands that private client information must remain completely confidential under all circumstances. My coworker Rachel had access to sensitive client files through her administrative role, and she started sharing confidential information with other employees who didn't have authorization to access those details. She'd gossip about client situations during lunch breaks and staff meetings. Rachel would discuss specific client legal problems, financial situations, and personal circumstances with anyone who seemed interested in hearing about interesting cases. She'd share confidential details as if they were entertaining stories rather than protected legal information. When people mentioned that Rachel shouldn't be discussing client information, she'd say she was just keeping everyone informed about office activities and that transparency was important for team cohesion and collaborative work environments. Rachel's confidentiality violations escalated when she started sharing client information with people outside the office, including friends and family members who found the legal drama entertaining. She'd tell detailed stories about client situations at social gatherings. The information sharing became particularly problematic when Rachel would discuss confidential details with vendors, contractors, and other business contacts who had no legitimate need to know anything about our client situations or ongoing legal matters. Rachel claimed that sharing client information helped her build professional relationships and demonstrated her knowledge of interesting legal cases. She acted like confidentiality violations were networking opportunities rather than serious professional breaches. When management discovered Rachel's pattern of information sharing, she insisted that she'd never shared anything truly confidential and that casual discussion of general case details wasn't the same as revealing sensitive client secrets. Rachel couldn't understand why people were upset about her information sharing, since she claimed she was just being conversational and friendly with colleagues and contacts. She acted like confidentiality requirements were antisocial restrictions on normal workplace communication. The confidentiality violations were discovered when a client learned that personal details about their legal situation were being discussed by people who shouldn't have had access to that information. The client filed a formal complaint about the privacy breach. The law firm had to conduct a full investigation of Rachel's information sharing and discovered systematic violations of client confidentiality policies over several months. Multiple clients had been affected by her casual gossip about their private legal matters. Rachel was immediately terminated for violating client confidentiality and potentially exposing the firm to legal liability. She continued claiming that she'd just been trying to be helpful and informative rather than maliciously violating privacy rules. That story is over. The casual treatment of legal confidentiality as office gossip material is absolutely terrifying for anyone who's ever hired a lawyer. Rachel basically turned client privacy into her personal entertainment system while acting like professional ethics were just suggestions. Some people really shouldn't have access to any information more sensitive than the weather forecast. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their boss thought employee safety was negotiable during busy periods. My boss removed safety equipment and said productivity was more important than precautions. I work at a warehouse facility where safety protocols and protective equipment are legally required due to the heavy machinery and potentially dangerous materials we handle daily. My manager Kevin started making changes to our safety procedures about 2 months ago, claiming that excessive precautions were slowing down productivity and affecting our ability to meet shipping deadlines during busy seasons. Kevin removed several safety barriers and warning signs from high-traffic areas, saying that experienced workers should know where the dangers were without needing constant visual reminders. He claimed that safety signage was cluttering the workspace unnecessarily. The safety equipment removals escalated when Kevin started encouraging workers to skip certain protective gear during rush periods. He'd say that experienced employees could work more efficiently without bulky safety equipment that slowed down their movements. Kevin would make comments about how previous generations of workers had been more careful and hadn't needed as many safety protocols because they paid better attention to their surroundings. He acted like modern safety requirements were evidence of declining worker competence. When employees raised concerns about the safety equipment removals, Kevin would say that meeting deadlines was more important than following every minor safety guideline, and that dedicated workers would find ways to stay safe while maintaining productivity. The situation became dangerous when Kevin started pressuring people to operate machinery without proper safety checks and protective procedures. He'd time workers and criticize anyone who took too long following established safety protocols. Kevin implemented productivity bonuses that effectively rewarded workers for skipping safety procedures and completing tasks faster than recommended guidelines. The incentive system encouraged people to take risks for additional pay. Several near-miss accidents occurred when workers were rushing to meet Kevin's productivity targets without following proper safety protocols. Equipment malfunctioned and people nearly got injured because safety checks were being skipped. When a worker was actually injured due to Kevin's safety shortcuts, the incident triggered an investigation by workplace safety regulators. Inspectors found numerous violations of mandatory safety requirements throughout the facility. Kevin was held personally responsible for the safety violations and faced potential criminal charges for knowingly removing required protective equipment. The company had to pay substantial fines and implement comprehensive safety retraining. The injured worker filed a lawsuit against both Kevin and the company for deliberately creating dangerous working conditions that prioritized productivity over employee safety. Kevin was terminated and faced personal legal liability for the safety violations. That story is over. The deliberate removal of legally required safety equipment while calling it productivity improvement is genuinely criminal behavior that could have killed people. Kevin basically turned the workplace into a death trap, while acting like employee safety was just an inconvenient suggestion. Sometimes the most dangerous person in a workplace is the one who thinks deadlines are more important than human lives. Moving on to someone who learned that their coworker thought customer service meant providing entertainment rather than assistance. My coworker treated customer calls like comedy shows and hung up on people who didn't laugh. I work at a customer service center for a telecommunications company where resolving client issues professionally and efficiently is our primary responsibility during phone interactions. My coworker Danny started treating customer service calls like personal entertainment opportunities where he could practice his comedy material and try to make people laugh instead of actually helping them with their technical or billing issues. Danny would spend the first several minutes of every customer call telling jokes, making puns about telecommunications, and trying to engage customers in humorous conversations that had nothing to do with the reasons they'd called for assistance. When customers would try to redirect Danny toward their actual problems or service issues, he'd continue with his comedy routine and act like people who didn't want to chat and laugh were being rude or unappreciative of his friendly customer service approach. Danny's entertainment approach became particularly problematic when customers were calling about serious issues like service outages, billing errors, or technical problems that were affecting their businesses or personal communications needs. Instead of providing professional technical support, Danny would make jokes about technology failures and try to turn customer frustration into comedy material. He seemed to think that making people laugh was more important than actually resolving their service problems. Danny started rating customers based on their responses to his jokes and would provide better service to people who laughed at his material. Customers who didn't appreciate his comedy would get rushed through their calls or transferred to other representatives. The entertainment approach escalated when Danny began hanging up on customers who seemed annoyed by his jokes or who asked him to stop being funny and focus on solving their technical issues. He'd claim these people were rude and didn't deserve quality customer service. Customer complaints started pouring in about Danny's inappropriate behavior during service calls. People were frustrated that they couldn't get help with legitimate issues because their representative was more interested in telling jokes than providing technical support. When management reviewed recordings of Danny's customer calls, they found hours of inappropriate comedy material mixed with inadequate technical assistance. His call resolution rates were terrible because he spent more time entertaining himself than helping customers. Danny was terminated for failing to provide appropriate customer service and for hanging up on clients who didn't appreciate his comedy routine. He continued claiming that his approach had been innovative customer service that made the experience more enjoyable for everyone. Several customers had filed formal complaints about Danny's unprofessional behavior, and the company had to reach out to apologize and provide proper technical support to people whose issues hadn't been resolved because of his comedy focus. That story is over. The transformation of customer service calls into personal comedy auditions while hanging up on people who didn't laugh is absolutely unhinged behavior. Danny basically turned technical support into his own comedy club, while customers desperately needed actual help with their problems. Some people really think their entertainment value is more important than doing their actual job. Let's move to someone who discovered that their manager thought employee scheduling was just a creative writing exercise. My manager constantly changed our schedules without notice and said flexibility was a job requirement. I work at a busy restaurant where reliable scheduling is crucial for both employee planning and maintaining adequate staffing for customer service during peak dining hours. My manager Carol would create weekly schedules and post them as usual, but then send last-minute text messages changing shifts, times and responsibilities, sometimes just hours before people were supposed to work. The constant changes made it impossible to plan personal lives around work commitments. Carol's schedule changes weren't due to emergencies or unexpected situations. She'd simply decide that different staffing arrangements would work better and would reorganize everyone's shifts without considering the impact on employees who had made plans based on the original schedule. When employees complained about the constant schedule changes, Carol would say that the restaurant industry required flexibility and that people who couldn't adapt to changing needs probably weren't suited for food service work. Carol started making schedule changes that directly contradicted time-off requests that had been approved weeks in advance. She'd schedule people to work during their approved vacation days and claim that business needs had to take priority over personal plans. The scheduling chaos became worse when Carol would change multiple people's shifts simultaneously without ensuring adequate coverage. She'd move servers to kitchen duties and kitchen staff to hosting positions without proper training or advance notice. Carol would make schedule changes via group text messages that created confusion about who was supposed to work when. People would show up for shifts they weren't scheduled for, or miss shifts they didn't know they'd been assigned to. The constant schedule changes meant that employees never knew if their posted schedule was accurate or if they'd receive last-minute text messages requiring them to work different hours than originally planned. Several employees quit because they couldn't handle the unpredictable scheduling and constant changes that made it impossible to maintain second jobs, attend school, or fulfill family responsibilities. When staff turnover increased due to Carol's scheduling practices, she blamed employees for not being committed enough to adapt to the flexible environment that successful restaurants required. Corporate eventually investigated the high turnover rate and discovered that Carol's constant schedule changes were creating an unstable work environment that was driving away good employees and affecting customer service quality. Carol was required to maintain consistent scheduling practices and limit changes to genuine emergencies. She continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle the dynamic nature of restaurant management. That story's over. The complete chaos of treating posted work schedules like rough drafts that could be rewritten at any moment shows how some managers think employees exist solely for their convenience. Carol basically turned scheduling into a daily lottery where nobody knew when they might be working until the last possible second. Sometimes the most stressful part of a job isn't the work itself, but trying to figure out when you're actually supposed to do it. These workplace nightmares really highlight how some people completely lose perspective when they get even. A tiny amount of authority over other people. Sometimes you have to wonder if these people were always this way, or if power just revealed who they really were all along. Let's move on to someone who learned that some co-workers think the workplace kitchen is their personal science laboratory. My co-worker kept rotten food in the fridge for months and claimed it was science. I work at a tech startup where we have a communal kitchen with a large refrigerator that everyone uses for their lunches and snacks. Like most office fridges, it occasionally gets cluttered with forgotten leftovers, but generally, people are pretty good about cleaning up after themselves. About 4 months ago, my co-worker Derek brought in what looks like a leftover sandwich and some fruit in a clear plastic container. He placed it in the fridge, and I didn't think of it since everyone stores their food there occasionally. Days turned into weeks, and I noticed the container was still sitting in the exact same spot. The sandwich had developed an impressive coating of green and white mold, and the fruit had transformed into what can only be described as a horrifying brown liquid. The condensation inside the container suggested active bacterial growth was occurring. The smell started to permeate the entire refrigerator. Every time someone opened the door, this wave of putrid decay would assault your nostrils immediately. People began making comments about the terrible odour and wondering was what causing the biohazard situation. I finally approached Derek and politely mentioned that his food container had been decomposing in the fridge for several weeks and starting to create a pretty serious smell issue. I suggested he might want to dispose of it before it got any worse. Derek looked at me with complete sincerity and explained that he was conducting a controlled experiment to observe the various stages of bacterial breakdown and mold formation in different food types. He seemed genuinely excited about documenting the decomposition process with photos and detailed notes. When I pointed out that the smell was making it difficult for anyone else to use the refrigerator, Derek said that real scientific discovery required some sacrifices and that people should be more interested in learning about natural biological processes rather than complaining about temporary inconveniences. Over the following month, Derek's experiment expanded significantly. He started bringing in additional containers with different food combinations to test various decomposition rates under controlled refrigerator conditions. Our communal fridge became his personal laboratory for studying organic decay. The smell became absolutely unbearable. People stopped bringing lunch from home because they couldn't stand to open the fridge door. Some employees started eating out every day rather than deal with the biohazard Derek had created in our kitchen area. Multiple co-workers complained to Derek directly about his rotten food experiments, but he always responded with the same lecture about scientific curiosity and the importance of understanding natural processes. He acted like we were all anti-intellectual for not appreciating his research contributions. The situation reached a crisis point when someone discovered that one of Derek's containers had leaked decomposed liquid all over the refrigerator shelves. The entire appliance had to be professionally cleaned and sanitized before could use it again. When management confronted Derek about the biohazard he'd created, he tried to frame it as an educational opportunity for the entire office. He said people could learn valuable lessons about food safety and bacterial growth by observing his ongoing experiments. HR had to explicitly ban unauthorized food experiments and implement a policy requiring all employees to remove their items from the refrigerator within 1 week maximum. Derek seemed genuinely disappointed that his research project was being shut down for what he called bureaucratic reasons. He finally cleaned out his moldy containers, but continued making comments about how our office culture didn't support scientific innovation and intellectual curiosity. He acted like removing rotten food was somehow stifling his professional development. That story ends there. The complete transformation of a shared refrigerator into a personal petri dish, while calling it scientific research, is truly something to behold. Derek managed to convince himself that creating a workplace biohazard was actually advancing human knowledge, while his colleagues couldn't eat lunch without gagging. Some people really will justify anything if they frame it as educational advancement. Moving on to someone who discovered that some managers think wedding planning should revolve around retail scheduling. My manager scheduled me to work on my wedding day, even after I submitted time off months in advance. I work at a department store where getting time off requires following proper procedures and submitting requests well ahead of time, especially for major personal events or busy shopping periods. When I got engaged 9 months ago, literally the first thing I did was submit a formal time off request for my wedding day and the day after for a brief honeymoon. I filled out all the required paperwork, received written approval, and got confirmation that my request had been accepted and processed. My manager Linda acknowledged the request and even congratulated me on my engagement. She said she completely understood how important the day would be and assured me she'd arrange adequate coverage for my shifts during that time period. Throughout the following months, I reminded Linda about my upcoming wedding whenever she posted new schedules. I wanted to make absolutely sure there were no misunderstandings or forgotten details that could create problems as the date approached. 3 weeks before my wedding, Linda posted the work schedule for that week, and I was completely shocked to see my name listed for a full 8-hour shift on my wedding day. I immediately went to her office, thinking there must be some kind of computer error or scheduling mistake. When I showed Linda the approved time off request and pointed out the obvious scheduling conflict, she looked at me like I was being completely unreasonable about the situation. She said the store was going to be short-staffed that week, and everyone needed to be flexible about their personal plans. I explained that this wasn't some casual personal plan that could be rescheduled. This was my wedding day that had been planned and booked for months, with a venue, catering, guests travelling from other states, and vendors all contracted for that specific date. Linda's response was that we'd all things happen the time, and weren't really that important in the grand scheme of things. She said truly dedicated employees would, when understand business needs, had to take priority over personal celebrations and social events actually. She suggested that I could reschedule a different day when I schedule my wedding for the store's staffing situation was less critical. She said flexible employees who were willing to adjust their personal lives for work demands were the ones who advanced their careers. I was absolutely floored by her suggestion that I should move my entire wedding to accommodate a retail shift. The venue was booked, invitations had been sent, family was travelling from across the country, and every vendor was contracted for that specific date. When I explained the impossibility of changing the wedding date at this point, Linda said maybe I should have considered the store's operational needs before making such elaborate personal commitments. She acted like planning a wedding was somehow inconsiderate to my employer. I contacted HR immediately about the scheduling conflict and provided all my documentation showing the approved time off request from months earlier. HR confirmed that Linda couldn't override approved vacation time and that the schedule needed to be corrected immediately. When HR ordered Linda to honour my approved time off, she became incredibly passive-aggressive about the entire situation. She made constant comments about how some people considered their personal lives more important than their job responsibilities. The wedding was absolutely beautiful, and I had an amazing day celebrating with my family and friends. When I returned to work, Linda continued making snide remarks about employees who prioritised personal celebrations over workplace commitments. That story is over. The casual suggestion to reschedule an entire wedding around a department store shift shows a level of workplace entitlement that defies all logic. Linda really thought a marriage ceremony should be planned around minimum wage retail coverage. At least HR had some basic understanding of the difference between approved vacation time and optional personal preferences. Let's continue with someone who learned that some co-workers think workplace gossip is a competitive sport. My co-worker spread rumours that I was getting fired while I was sitting right at my desk. I work in a marketing agency where information travels quickly and office gossip can seriously impact people's professional reputations and career advancement opportunities. Most people try to keep speculation to themselves rather than spreading unverified information about colleagues. My co-worker Jennifer has always been the type of person who thrives on drama and seems to know everyone's business before they know it themselves. She's constantly engaging in whispered conversations with different people about office politics, workplace relationships, and speculation about promotions or terminations. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that Jennifer was having more hushed conversations than usual with various co-workers around the office. She'd stop talking abruptly whenever I'd give approached and me these oddly sympathetic looks that made me wonder what was happening. Then people started treating me differently. Colleagues who normally chatted with me during coffee breaks became awkward and distant. Some people seemed to be avoiding me entirely, while others would give me these pitying glances like something terrible was about to occur. I finally cornered my friend Sarah and asked her everyone strange directly what was going on with behaviour toward me. She seemed uncomfortable, but eventually told me that Jennifer had been telling people was about I to be fired for performance issues. According to Jennifer of Events, management versions had been building a case against me and documenting various mistakes and attitude problems. She claimed to have inside information about HR meetings and disciplinary actions that were supposedly in progress against me. The rumours were incredibly specific and detailed, which made them seem credible to people who didn't know better. Jennifer was telling people that I'd missed important deadlines, received multiple client complaints, and been written up for insubordination. None of these things had actually happened. Sarah said Jennifer had been spreading these termination rumours for weeks, always emphasising how sad she was about the situation and how much she'd miss working with me. She was positioning herself as the sympathetic friend, preparing everyone for my inevitable departure. The most ridiculous part was that Jennifer was spreading these firing rumours while I was sitting at my desk doing my normal work just a few feet away from her. She'd walked past me having whispered conversations about my supposed termination while I was clearly still employed. I decided to confront Jennifer directly about the false rumours she'd been spreading. When I asked her why she was telling people I was getting fired, she acted completely innocent and claimed she was just sharing information from reliable sources. She said she was actually trying to help me by giving people advance notice so they could be emotionally prepared and supportive during what she assumed would be a difficult transition period for everyone involved. When I pointed out that none of her claims true in word, that I hadn't received any disciplinary actions or negative feedback whatsoever, Jennifer suggested that maybe I wasn't aware of all the behind-the-scenes discussions happening about my performance. I went straight to HR to report Jennifer's false rumours and asked directly about my actual employment status and any potential issues. HR confirmed there were no disciplinary problems, no performance concerns, and absolutely no plans to terminate my employment. When HR confronted Jennifer about spreading false information regarding my job security, she claimed it was all a misunderstanding and that she'd been trying to be helpful by sharing concerns from unnamed sources within the company. HR made it clear that spreading unverified rumours about colleagues' employment status created a hostile work environment and could result in disciplinary action if the behaviour continued in any form. Jennifer stopped her termination rumours after the HR meeting, but continued making vague comments about office politics and how quickly things could change in our industry. She seemed disappointed that her dramatic predictions hadn't materialised. That story ends there. The psychological warfare of spreading termination rumours while sitting 3 desks away from your target is genuinely disturbing behaviour. Jennifer created weeks of workplace anxiety and damaged professional relationships based on pure fiction while positioning herself as the helpful insider. Some people really get their entertainment from manufacturing crises for their co-workers to suffer through. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought 2 a.m. was prime time for urgent business discussions. My boss called me at 2 a.m. for urgent work that turned out to be printing copies for a meeting in 2 days. I work at a consulting firm where we occasionally have genuine emergencies that require immediate attention from team members. True urgent situations are rare, but when they happen, everyone understands that sometimes business can't wait until normal hours. My manager Kevin has always been somewhat disorganised and prone to last-minute panic about routine tasks, but he generally keeps his scheduling issues contained to regular business hours. I'd never received after him except hours calls for legitimate emergencies. Last Tuesday night, I was sound asleep when my phone started ringing at 2:17 in the morning. I immediately assumed there must be some kind of crisis, major client emergency, or urgent deadline that required immediate action from the team. Kevin's voice sounded stressed and frantic as he explained that he needed my help with something extremely urgent that couldn't wait until morning. He said he'd been working late preparing for an important client meeting and had encountered a critical issue. I got out of bed, put on clothes, and prepared to either come into the office or handle whatever emergency Kevin was dealing with from home. I was fully awake and ready to address whatever crisis had prompted a middle-of-the-night phone call. Kevin explained that he needed me to come into the office immediately to help him prepare presentation client meeting. He said the materials for a crucial meeting was extremely important, and we couldn't afford to be unprepared for such a significant business opportunity. When I asked about the specific nature of the emergency and what materials needed preparation, at 2 a.m., Kevin said he needed help printing and organizing copies of presentation slides and supporting documents for the client meeting. I was confused about why printing documents constituted a middle-of-the-night emergency, so I asked when the client meeting was actually scheduled. Kevin said it was Thursday afternoon, which meant we had over 2 full business days to handle printing. I pointed out that printing copies for a meeting in 2 days didn't seem like the kind of urgent emergency that required waking people up at 2 a.m. Kevin got defensive and said proper preparation was crucial for client success. He insisted that dedicated employees would understand the importance of being thoroughly prepared and that cutting corners on presentation materials could damage our professional reputation with important clients and prospects. When I suggested we could easily handle the printing during normal business hours over the next 2 days, Kevin said procrastination was unprofessional and that successful people didn't leave important tasks until the last minute. I told Kevin I'd be happy to help with presentation preparation first thing in the morning, but I wouldn't be coming into the office at 2 a.m. to print documents for a meeting that was still 2 days away. Kevin became angry and accused me of not being committed to client success and professional excellence. He said employees who truly cared about their careers would be willing to sacrifice sleep for important business opportunities. The next morning, I arrived at the office early and found Kevin surrounded by printed presentation materials. He'd apparently spent several hours during the night printing and organizing documents that could have been completed in 30 minutes. During regular, I asked why he, when hours felt compelled to handle routine printing tasks in the middle of the night, Kevin said he'd been too anxious about the upcoming meeting to sleep and decided to be productive. Several co-workers mentioned that Kevin had also called them during the night with similar urgent printing requests. Most people had ignored the calls or refused to come in, leaving Kevin to handle his self-created emergency alone. I spoke with HR about Kevin's inappropriate after-hours calls for non-emergency work tasks. HR reminded all managers about proper protocols for contacting employees outside business hours and specified that true emergencies didn't include routine administrative tasks. Kevin continues to be disorganized and prone to last-minute panic, but he stopped making middle-of-the-night phone calls about printing and document preparation. He still creates unnecessary stress for himself through poor planning, but now handles it during appropriate hours. That story is over. The transformation of basic printing tasks into a 2 a.m. emergency perfectly demonstrates how some people's poor planning becomes everyone. Kevin else's crisis inability to distinguish between genuine urgency and his own procrastination. Anxiety created a nightmare for his situation entire team. At least HR understands that making copies isn't actually a life or death emergency. Let's move to someone who discover workers think workplace that some is optional safety when they're having fun. My co-worker showed up drunk to every shift and management looks the other way until he nearly injured someone. I work at a warehouse where operating heavy machinery and moving large shipments requires constant attention and coordination between team members. Safety protocols are supposedly taken very seriously because even minor mistakes can result in serious injuries or significant property damage. My co-worker Brad has always been a heavy drinker, but initially he seemed to keep his personal habits separate from work responsibilities. He'd make jokes about his weekend adventures and occasionally mention hangovers, but his job performance seemed adequate during his first few months of employment. Gradually, I started noticing that Brad smelled like alcohol during morning shifts. It was subtle at first, just a faint odour that could have been left over from the night before, but it became increasingly obvious that he was showing up to work under the influence of alcohol. Brad's behaviour during shifts became more concerning as his drinking problem escalated. He'd be unusually loud and giggly, make poor decisions about equipment operation, and seem generally unfocused on safety procedures that required careful attention and precision. Several times, I watched Brad operate forklifts and other heavy machinery while clearly impaired. His movements were slower and less precise than they should have been, and he'd make judgment errors that could have resulted in accidents if other workers hadn't been paying attention. When I mentioned Brad's drinking problem to our supervisor, Jim, he brushed off my concerns and said Brad was just a fun-loving guy who liked to have a good time. Jim seemed to think that as long as Brad completed his basic tasks, his alcohol consumption wasn't a workplace issue. Other co-workers started noticing Brad's intoxication as well, but management continued to ignore the obvious safety hazard he was creating. Jim would joke about Brad being a party animal and act like showing up drunk was just part of his colourful personality. The situation escalated when Brad started bringing alcohol to work and drinking during lunch breaks. He'd have beer or liquor in his locker and would consume it during break time, then return to operate heavy machinery while actively intoxicated. Multiple employees about Brad's drinking complained to management and the safety risks it created for everyone in the warehouse. We pointed out that impaired equipment operation could result in serious injuries or fatalities if something went wrong during operations. Jim's response was always the same dismissive attitude about Brad being harmless and fun-loving. He said some people just had different personalities and that we should be more tolerant of individual differences rather than trying to control other people's behaviour. The breaking point came when Brad was operating a forklift while visibly drunk and nearly dropped a heavy pallet on another worker. The co-worker had to jump out of the way to avoid being crushed by the falling shipment, and several people witnessed the close call. Brad seemed completely unaware that he'd almost caused a serious injury. He was laughing and joking about the incident while the worker he'd nearly hurt was shaking from adrenaline and fear of what could have happened to him. That near-miss accident finally forced management to take action. Corporate was notified about the safety incident, and Brad was immediately suspended pending an investigation into his workplace alcohol use and the dangers it had created for other employees. The investigation revealed that supervisors had been aware of Brad's drinking problem for months, but had chosen to ignore it rather than address the safety concerns it created. Jim was demoted for failing to maintain appropriate workplace safety standards. Brad was terminated for violating company policies about substance use and creating dangerous conditions for his co-workers. The warehouse implemented stricter policies about monitoring employee sobriety and responding to safety concerns from other workers. That story ends there. The casual acceptance of drunk forklift operation until someone nearly died shows how completely broken some workplace safety cultures really are. Jim treated serious substance like abuse amusing personality quirks, while everyone else lived in fear of being crushed by impaired equipment operators. Sometimes it takes a near-death experience to force management to acknowledge obvious dangers they should have addressed months earlier. Moving on to someone whose boss apparently thought chairs were luxury items that employees needed to earn through suffering. My boss refused to provide side chairs for employees, and standing 8 hours was good for discipline. I work at a retail clothing store where shifts are long and customer traffic is constant throughout most of the day. Most retail jobs are tough on your feet, but usually you get brief moments to sit down during slow periods or when processing inventory. When our new manager David took over about 6 months ago, one of his first changes was removing all the stools and chairs that employees had been using during quiet moments throughout their shifts. He said sitting while on the clock looked unprofessional to customers and that dedicated workers should be able to stand for entire shifts. I pointed out that we were required to work 8-hour shifts with only a 30-minute lunch break, which meant standing for 7.5 hours straight on hard concrete floors. David said standing builds character, and that employees in other countries work much longer hours under more difficult conditions. When several of us mentioned that our feet and backs were killing us by the end of shifts, David suggested we invest in better shoes and focus on developing mental toughness. He said people who complained about standing probably weren't cut out for retail work. The situation got worse when David noticed that some employees were leaning against counters or walls during slow periods. He implemented a policy requiring us to remain standing upright at all times while on the floor, claiming that leaning looked lazy to customers. He started doing random checks throughout the day, walking around the store to make sure nobody was sitting, leaning, or even shifting their weight in ways he deemed inappropriate for professional retail environments. If he caught someone not standing perfectly upright, he'd lecture them about professionalism. Several employees developed serious foot and back problems from standing on concrete for 8 hours without any relief whatsoever. When people requested accommodations or mentioned doctor visits for pain issues, David said medical accommodations were for people with real disabilities, not healthy adults who simply didn't want to stand. One coworker actually fainted during her shift from the combination of being on her feet all day and not being allowed to sit down, even briefly, during slow periods. David's response was that she should have eaten a better breakfast and stayed more hydrated. Multiple employees complained to corporate about the no-sitting policy and the physical strain it was creating for workers. We pointed out that other retail stores allowed brief sitting periods and that requiring 8 hours of continuous standing was causing actual health problems. Corporate eventually overruled David's policy and required him to provide appropriate seating options for employee breaks and slow periods. They said employee health and safety had to take priority over his personal opinions about standing and discipline. David was clearly frustrated by corporate's decision and continued making comments about how modern workers were soft and entitled compared to previous generations, who understood the value of hard physical labour without complaining. That story's over. The idea that chairs are somehow a character weakness rather than basic human comfort shows a level of management sadism that's genuinely disturbing. David literally turned retail work into an endurance contest where fainting was preferable to appearing lazy to customers. Some people really shouldn't be trusted with any authority over other human beings' basic physical needs. Let's continue with someone who discovered that their coworker thought customer service meant providing personal entertainment rather than actual assistance. My coworker treated customer calls like comedy shows and hung up on people who didn't laugh. I work at a customer service centre for a telecommunications company where resolving client issues professionally and efficiently is our primary responsibility during phone interactions with customers seeking technical support. My co-worker Danny started treating customer service calls like personal entertainment opportunities, where he could practice his comedy material and try to make people laugh instead of actually helping them with their technical problems or billing issues. Danny would spend the first several minutes of every customer call telling jokes, making puns about telecommunications technology, and trying to engage customers in humorous conversations that had absolutely nothing to do with the reasons they'd called for assistance. When customers would try to redirect Danny toward their actual problems or service issues, he'd continue with his comedy routine and act like people who didn't want to chat and laugh were being rude or unappreciative of his friendly customer service approach. Danny's entertainment approach became particularly problematic when customers were calling about serious issues like service outages, billing errors, or technical problems that were affecting their businesses or personal communications needs that required immediate attention. Instead of providing professional technical support, Danny would make jokes about technology failures and try to turn customer frustration into comedy material for his own amusement. He seemed to think making people laugh was more important than actually resolving their service problems. Danny started rating customers based on their responses to his jokes and would provide better service to people who laughed at his material. Customers who didn't appreciate his comedy would get rushed through their calls or transferred to other representatives without proper assistance. The entertainment approach escalated when Danny began hanging up on customers who seemed annoyed by his jokes or who asked him to stop being funny and focus on solving their actual technical issues that they'd called about. customer complaints started pouring in about Danny's inappropriate behavior during service calls. People were frustrated that they couldn't get help with the legitimate technical issues because their representative was more interested in telling jokes than providing actual support. When management reviewed recordings of Danny's customer calls, they found hours of inappropriate comedy material mixed with completely inadequate technical assistance. His call resolution rates were terrible because he spent more time entertaining himself than helping customers. Danny was terminated for failing to provide appropriate customer service and for hanging up on clients who didn't appreciate his comedy routine during technical support calls. He continued claiming his approach had been innovative customer service that made the experience more enjoyable. Several customers had filed formal complaints about Danny's unprofessional behavior, and the company had to reach out to apologize and provide proper technical support to people whose issues hadn't been resolved because of his focus on comedy over service. That story ends there. The transformation of customer service calls into personal comedy auditions while hanging up on people who needed actual help is absolutely unhinged behavior. Danny basically turned technical support into his own entertainment venue, while customers desperately needed assistance with real problems affecting their lives. Some people really think their comedic aspirations are more important than doing their actual job responsibilities. Moving on to someone who learned that some managers think employee scheduling is just a rough draft that can be rewritten at whim. My manager constantly changed our schedules without notice and said flexibility was a job requirement. I work at a busy restaurant where reliable scheduling is crucial for both employee planning and maintaining adequate staffing levels for customer service during peak dining hours throughout the week. My manager Carol would create weekly schedules and post them as usual, but then send last-minute text messages, changing shifts, times and responsibilities, sometimes just hours before people were supposed to work. The constant changes made it impossible to plan personal lives around work commitments. Carol's schedule changes weren't due to emergencies or unexpected situations that required immediate adjustments. She'd simply decide that different staffing arrangements would work better and would reorganize everyone's shifts without considering the impact on employees who had made plans based on the original posted schedule. When employees complained about the constant schedule changes, Carol would say that the restaurant industry required flexibility and that people who couldn't adapt to changing needs probably weren't suited for food service work in a dynamic environment. Carol started making schedule changes that directly contradicted time-off requests that had been approved weeks in advance. She'd schedule people to work during their approved vacation days and claim that business needs had to take priority over personal plans and commitments. The scheduling chaos became worse when Carol would change multiple people's shifts simultaneously without ensuring adequate coverage for all positions. She'd move servers to kitchen duties and kitchen staff to hosting positions without proper training or advance notice about the changes. Carol would make schedule changes via group text messages that created confusion about who was supposed to work when and where. People would show up for shifts they weren't scheduled for, or miss shifts they didn't know they'd been assigned to work. The constant schedule changes meant that employees never knew if their posted schedule was accurate or if they'd receive last-minute text messages requiring them to work completely different hours than originally planned and communicated. Several employees quit because they couldn't handle the unpredictable scheduling and constant changes that made it impossible to maintain second jobs, attend school, or fulfill family responsibilities that required advanced planning. When staff turnover increased due to Carol's scheduling practices, she blamed employees for not being committed enough to adapt to the flexible environment that successful restaurants required to operate effectively. Corporate eventually investigated the high turnover rate and discovered that Carol's constant schedule changes were creating an unstable work environment that was driving away good employees and affecting customer service quality during busy periods. Carol was required to maintain consistent scheduling practices and limit changes to genuine emergencies only. She continued making comments about how some people just couldn't handle the dynamic nature of restaurant management. That story is over. The complete chaos of treating posted work schedules like rough drafts that could be rewritten at any moment shows how some managers think employees exist solely for their convenience. Carol basically turned scheduling into a daily lottery, where nobody knew when they might be working until the last possible second. Sometimes, the most stressful part of a job isn't the work itself, but trying to figure out when you're actually supposed to do it. Our first story comes from someone whose family loyalty got tested in the most brutal way possible. Am I the bad person for not attending my brother's wedding after he slept with my ex? This happened about 6 months ago, and my family still won't let it go. I was with Sarah for 3 years. We lived together, talked about marriage, the whole 9 yards. I thought we had something real until I found out she'd been sleeping with my brother Jake behind my back for God knows how long. The discovery happened in the worst possible way. I came home early from work one day and heard voices upstairs. I figured Sarah had a friend over, so I was trying to be quiet when I walked up to our bedroom. The door was cracked open, and I could see them together. My girlfriend of 3 years, and my own brother. I just stood there for a minute, completely frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. I didn't even confront them that day. I just grabbed some clothes and left. Stayed at a friend's place for a week before either of them even realised I knew. When I finally told Jake I'd seen everything, he had the nerve to say they'd fallen in love and couldn't help themselves. Sarah tried to apologise, said it just happened and she never meant to hurt me, but that she couldn't fight her feelings anymore. The whole thing destroyed me. Not just losing Sarah, but losing my brother too. We'd always been close growing up. He was the guy I called when I needed advice, the person I trusted most in the world. Finding out he'd been betraying me for months, while looking me in the eye every Sunday at family dinner, was worse than the cheating itself. Fast forward to 2 months ago, when Jake called to tell me he and Sarah were engaged. He actually had the audacity to ask if I'd be his best man. Said that what happened between them was real love, and that family should come first. I told him he should have thought about family before he decided to sleep with my girlfriend in my own bed. The wedding is next weekend, and my entire family expects me to show up. My mum keeps calling me, crying about how I'm tearing the family apart by holding a grudge. My dad says I need to be the bigger person and that Jake made a mistake, but he's still my brother. Even my grandmother got involved, telling me that family forgives and that I'm being selfish by missing such an important day. Everyone keeps saying I should put the past behind me and support Jake's happiness. They act like I'm the one causing drama by refusing to celebrate the relationship that destroyed mine. My aunt even suggested that maybe it's better this way, since Sarah and Jake are clearly meant to be together, and I should be happy they found love. The worst part is that they're all acting like I'm overreacting. Like my brother sleeping with my girlfriend is just some minor disagreement we should get past. They keep saying it's been 6 months, and I should be over it by now. My mum told me that refusing to attend makes me look bitter and small, and that people will judge our whole family for the drama. I've tried explaining that it's not about holding grudges or being bitter. It's about self-respect. How am I supposed to sit in a church and watch my brother marry the woman who cheated on me with him? How am I supposed to smile and pretend everything's fine when they're exchanging vows with rings? They probably picked out while I was still thinking Sarah and I had a future. My friends all support my decision, but they don't have to deal with the family pressure. Every conversation with a relative turns into a guilt trip about how I'm destroying family unity over something that's in the past. They keep reminding me that Jake is my only brother and that I'll regret missing his wedding someday. Sarah even reached out to me last week. She said she knows things are awkward, but she hopes we can all move forward as a family. She actually asked if I could give a speech at the reception about how happy I am for them. I couldn't believe the nerve of that request. The wedding is in 3 days and my phone won't stop ringing. Everyone has an opinion about what I should do. Half the family thinks I'm justified in staying away, but the other half thinks I'm being dramatic and need to get over it. My cousin offered to be my +1 for moral support, but I told her there's no amount of support that would make sitting through that ceremony bearable. That story is absolutely brutal, and honestly, OP is completely justified in his decision. The brother didn't just betray him once by sleeping with his girlfriend, he betrayed him every single day for months, while pretending everything was normal. The family expecting him to show up and celebrate is just adding insult to injury. Some boundaries can't be crossed, and this is definitely one of them. You don't get to destroy someone's relationship and then demand they celebrate your happiness. Moving on to our next story, which involves someone who discovered that family apparently means becoming a free babysitting service. Am I the bad person for refusing to babysit my sister's kids every weekend? My sister Emma has 2 kids, ages 5 and 7, and for the past year, she's been dropping them off at my place almost every Saturday morning. It started as an occasional favour when she needed to run errands or had appointments, but it's turned into this expectation that I'm available every weekend to watch her children. Emma is a single mum, and I get that parenting is exhausting. I really do have sympathy for her situation, but somewhere along the way, my Saturdays stopped belonging to me. She'll text me Friday night, asking what time she can drop off the kids, not if she can drop them off. Like it's already decided that I'm spending my weekend being a free babysitter. The kids are sweet, don't get me wrong, but they're also a lot of work. They need constant attention, they fight with each other, and they expect me to entertain them all day. I've spent my own money buying toys and snacks to keep them happy. I've cancelled plans with friends, missed out on dating opportunities, and basically put my entire social life on hold because Emma needs her weekly break. What really bothers me is that she treats it like I owe her this. She'll say things like, "You don't have kids, so you don't understand how hard it is," or "Family helps family." But when I ask her to return the favour by helping me move or watching my dog when I travel, she's always too busy with the kids or too tired from work. Last month, I had plans to go on a weekend trip with some college friends. It was the first vacation I'd planned in over a year, and I was really looking forward to it. When I told Emma I wouldn't be available that Saturday, she completely lost it. She said I was being selfish, and that she'd already made plans because she was counting on me to watch the kids. I suggested she ask our mum or find a babysitter, but Emma said Mum is too old to handle both kids, and babysitters are too expensive. She actually had the nerve to ask me to cancel my trip because her plans were more important. When I refused, she called me selfish and said I clearly don't care about my niece and nephew. The breaking point came 2 weekends ago when Emma dropped the kids off and didn't come back until Sunday evening. She said she'd decided to extend her plans and figured I wouldn't mind keeping them overnight. She didn't ask, didn't check if I had Sunday plans, just assumed I'd be fine with a surprise sleepover. I was furious. I had a date planned for Sunday, which I had to cancel. I didn't have enough food for 3 people for 2 days. The kids were asking when Mommy was coming back, and I had no idea what to tell them. When Emma finally showed up Sunday night, she was tan and relaxed, talking about how amazing her weekend getaway was. That's when I finally snapped. I told Emma that I was done being her free childcare service. I said I love my niece and nephew, but I have my own life and my own responsibilities. I explained that I need advance notice, and I need her to ask instead of just assuming I'm available. Emma completely exploded. She started screaming about how I don't understand what it's like to be a single mother, how she never gets a break, and how family's supposed to support each other. She said I was abandoning her and her children when they needed me most. She accused me of being selfish and only caring about myself. She's been giving me the silent treatment for 2 weeks now. Our mum called to say Emma is struggling without her weekly break, and that maybe I should reconsider. Even our aunt got involved, saying that helping with childcare is what aunts are supposed to do, and that I'm being too harsh. The guilt is really getting to me. I see Emma's Facebook posts about how exhausted she is, how she never gets time for herself, how hard single parenting is. Part of me feels terrible for taking away the one thing that was helping her cope. But another part of me is angry that my needs don't seem to matter to anyone. My friends all say I did the right thing and that Emma was taking advantage of me. But my family thinks I'm being selfish and that I should help more since I don't have kids of my own. They keep saying that someday I might need help and I'll want family to be there for me. That story ends there, and wow, Emma really turned her sister into an unpaid nanny and then had the audacity to get mad when boundaries were finally set. Being a single mum is tough, but that doesn't give you the right to hijack someone else's entire weekend every week without even asking. The overnight surprise was the final straw that broke the camel's back. OP deserves to have a life outside of providing free childcare for someone who clearly doesn't appreciate the sacrifice. Let's move on to another family drama that involves financial expectations and guilt trips. Am I the bad person for not paying for my mum's new phone after she broke hers? My mum has this habit of breaking her electronics and then expecting other people to replace them. This has been going on for years, but it's gotten worse since I started my first real job out of college. 3 weeks ago, Mum called me in tears saying she'd dropped her phone in the toilet. Apparently, she was texting while using the bathroom and it just slipped out of her hands. She tried putting it in rice, taking it to a repair shop, everything, but it was completely dead. Instead of asking if I could help her figure out a solution, she immediately told me that I needed to buy her a new one. Not asked, told. She said that since I'm the responsible one in the family and I have a steady income, it's my job to take care of these things. She already had a phone picked out, some expensive smartphone that costs more than my monthly grocery budget. I tried explaining that I'm barely covering my own bills right now. I'm still paying off student loans. I've got rent, car payments, insurance, and I'm trying to build an emergency fund. I'm not exactly swimming in disposable income. But Mum just kept saying that I make more money than she does, and that family takes care of family. The thing is, this isn't the first time she's expected me to bail her out financially. Last year she needed money for car repairs after she rear-ended someone while texting. Before that, it was money for new glasses after she sat on hers. Every time something goes wrong in her life, she immediately looks to me to fix it. What really bothers me is that Mum isn't exactly struggling financially. She gets disability payments, she lives in subsidised housing, and she doesn't have a lot of major expenses, but she also doesn't budget well. She'll spend money on lottery tickets, cigarettes and takeout, then act like she's destitute when something unexpected comes up. When I told her I couldn't afford to buy her a new phone, she completely lost it. She started crying and saying that I don't care about her, that I'm selfish and ungrateful. She brought up everything she'd done for me as a kid, how she'd sacrificed to raise me, and how this was my chance to pay her back. The guilt trip got intense. She said she couldn't apply for jobs without a phone, couldn't call doctors for appointments, couldn't stay in touch with family. She made it sound like I was personally responsible for ruining her life by not buying her a replacement. Then she started telling other family members about how I'd abandoned her in her time of need. My aunt called to lecture me about respecting my elders and taking care of my mother. My cousin sent me a text saying I should be ashamed of myself for letting Mum go without a phone. Everyone keeps reminding me that she's my mother and that she raised me when I couldn't take care of myself. They say that now it's my turn to take care of her, and that refusing to help with something as basic as a phone shows that I don't appreciate everything she's done for me. The pressure is really getting to me. I feel guilty every time I think about Mum sitting at home without a way to communicate. But I also feel angry that she automatically assumed I'd pay for her mistake, and that she's turned the whole family against me when I said no. I suggested she could get a basic phone instead of the expensive smartphone she wanted, but she said she needs all the features for staying connected and managing her health. I offered to help her look into payment plans or see if her disability coverage includes phone replacement, but she said that's too complicated and I should just handle it. My friends think I'm being manipulated and that Mum needs to learn to be more responsible with her belongings. They point out that I'm not her parent and that constantly bailing her out isn't helping either of us. But my family thinks I'm being heartless and that I should prioritize my mother's needs over my own financial goals. The whole situation is making me question everything. Am I really being selfish by not wanting to spend money I don't have on replacing something she broke through carelessness? Or am I failing as a daughter by not putting my mother's needs first? That story wraps up there, and honestly, this is classic financial manipulation disguised as family obligation. OP's mum has created a pattern where her mistakes become everyone else's responsibility to fix. The fact that she immediately demanded an expensive phone instead of being grateful for any help shows this isn't about necessity, it's about entitlement. Being a parent doesn't give you lifetime access to your adult child's bank account, especially when they're struggling financially themselves. Our next story comes from someone who learned the hard way that family gatherings can become guilt trip central when you dare to prioritize your own plans. Am I the bad person for skipping my dad's birthday party to go on a trip? I know how the title sounds, but hear me out. I planned this weekend getaway to the mountains with my girlfriend back in February. We booked the cabin, took time off work, and I was really looking forward to some time away from the city. This trip has been on my calendar for literally 6 months. 2 weeks ago, my dad casually mentioned that he was thinking about having a birthday party. His actual birthday is in 3 weeks, but he wanted to do something the same weekend I'm supposed to be out of town. When I reminded him about my trip, he just shrugged and said we'd figure something out. Fast forward to last week, and suddenly this casual birthday idea has turned into this huge family reunion. My mum has invited aunts, uncles, cousins I haven't seen in years. She's ordered a custom cake, planned this whole elaborate menu, and keeps talking about how special it's going to be to have everyone together. The problem is nobody bothered to check with me before planning all this. They just assumed I'd cancel my plans because first. When family comes, I explained that I'd already paid for the cabin and couldn't get a refund. My dad said I was prioritizing fun over family. My mum started crying and said she'd been looking forward to having all her children there for such an important milestone. I suggested we celebrate before I leave, or the weekend after I get back, but apparently that's not good enough. My dad said his birthday only happens once a year, and that I should have checked with the family before making plans. He actually said that a responsible son would have known better than to schedule a vacation during birthday season. The guilt trips got more intense as the week went on. My sister called to say that Dad has been really hurt by my decision and that she's never seen him so disappointed. My aunt sent me a long text about how family traditions matter more than romantic getaways and that I'm setting a bad precedent for the younger cousins. My mum pulled out all the stops yesterday. She said this might be one of Dad's last big birthdays and that I'll regret missing it someday. She reminded me of all the sacrifices they made when I was growing up and how they never missed any of my important events. She said she doesn't understand how I can be so selfish when all they want is their son there to celebrate. Even my girlfriend is starting to waver. She says she feels terrible that our trip is causing so much family drama and maybe we should just reschedule. But we've been planning this for months and it's not like my dad's birthday was some surprise that came out of nowhere. His birthday is the same day every year, and they chose to plan the party for a weekend when they knew I'd be unavailable. The thing that seems to care about that really gets me is that nobody money I'll lose, or the fact that I've been looking forward to this trip for half a year. They act like my plans don't matter because they're not family related. When I pointed out that I deserve to have a life outside of family obligations, my dad said that's the kind of attitude that destroys families. My brother thinks I should just suck it up and be there because it's easier than dealing with the fallout. He said Dad's been talking about this party for weeks and that missing it will create drama that'll last for months. He doesn't want to deal with the tension at future family gatherings if I don't show up. The party is this Saturday, and my trip is supposed to start Friday afternoon. My phone has been blowing up with messages from relatives asking if I've changed my mind. Some are supportive and say they understand that I had prior commitments, but most are treating me like I'm the worst son in the world for choosing a vacation over my father's birthday. I feel like I'm in an impossible situation. If If I cancel my trip, I'm letting my girlfriend down and losing money I can't afford to lose. If I stick to my plans, I'm apparently destroying family relationships and proving that I don't care about the people who raised me. That story ends there, and honestly, this is such a perfect example of how families can weaponize guilt when they don't get their way. OP booked his trip 6 months in advance, but somehow he's supposed to be a mind reader about when Dad might want to celebrate. The fact that they planned the entire party around a weekend they knew he'd be unavailable shows this was intentional manipulation. You can't just expect people to drop their lives because you decided to throw a last-minute celebration. Let's dive into our next workplace nightmare that shows how helping a coworker once can somehow turn you into their personal chauffeur service. Am I the bad person for refusing to drive my coworker to work every day? This started about 2 months ago when my coworker Derek mentioned that his car was in the shop and he needed a ride to work. Since we work at the same place and I'm generally a helpful person, I offered to give him a lift for a few days until his car was fixed. Those few days turned into 2 weeks, then a month, and now it's been 8 weeks of Derek expecting me to pick him up every single morning. His car apparently needs more work than originally thought. Then it needed a new transmission. Then he was waiting on parts. Then he decided it wasn't worth fixing and he'd just buy a new one when he saved up enough money. The thing is, Derek lives 40 minutes in the opposite direction from my normal commute. What used to be a 20-minute drive to work has become an hour and a half round trip every morning just to collect him. I'm leaving my house at 6:30 instead of 7:15, using way more gas and putting extra wear on my car to basically run a free taxi service. At first, Derek was grateful. He'd offer to pay for gas, bring me coffee, and constantly thank me for helping him out. But as the weeks went on, he started treating the rides like they were my obligation rather than my favour. He'd text me the night before with pickup times, like he was my boss giving me a schedule. If I was running 5 minutes late, he'd call asking where I was. Last week was the breaking point. Derek texted me at 11 at night saying he needed to be at work early the next day for a meeting, so I'd need to pick him up at 6 instead of our usual 6:45. No please, no asking if it was possible, just informing me that my schedule needed to change to accommodate his needs. I replied that I couldn't do the earlier pickup because I had my own morning routine to consider. Derek called me immediately, saying it was really important and that he was counting on me. When I explained that leaving that early would mess up my entire morning, he got frustrated and said I was being difficult over 15 minutes. That's when I realised this whole situation had gotten completely out of hand. I told Derek that I needed to stop giving him daily, needed to figure out alternative rides, and that transportation. I suggested he look into ride shares, public transit, or maybe ask other co-workers who live closer to him for help. Derek completely lost it. He said I was abandoning him when he needed help most and that I was being selfish after he'd been depending on me for months. He pointed out that the drive wasn't that big of a deal for me since I was going to work anyway, conveniently ignoring the fact that his house is nowhere near my route. He started telling other co-workers that I'd suddenly decided to stop helping him for no reason. He made it sound like I'd just randomly gotten tired of being nice and was leaving him stranded. Several people approached me asking why I was being so cold to Derek and whether something had happened between us. When I explained the full situation, including the 40-minute detour and the 8 weeks of daily pickups, most people understood my position. But Derek had already painted himself as the victim, so some co-workers still think I'm being heartless for cutting off someone who doesn't have reliable transportation. Derek tried guilt-tripping me by saying he might lose his job if he can't get to work consistently. He said he'd been using the money he would have spent on car repairs to help his elderly mother with her medical bills, and that I was basically punishing him for being a good son. The manipulation got even worse when he started timing his arrival at work to coincide with mine, then making loud comments about how some people abandon their friends when it becomes inconvenient. He'd sigh dramatically whenever he walked past my desk and make passive-aggressive remarks about having to take expensive ride shares because certain people couldn't be bothered to help anymore. My supervisor even pulled me aside to ask if everything was okay between Derek and me because the tension was affecting the workplace atmosphere. I explained the situation and she understood my position, but she also said that workplace harmony was important and maybe we could find a compromise. Derek suggested that maybe I could just drive him 3 days a week instead of 5, like that was some generous concession on his part. He said he'd be willing to meet me halfway by only asking for rides on the days when he really needed them, which basically meant he'd still expect me to go out of my way whenever it was convenient for him. I stood firm and said no. I told Derek that 8 weeks of daily rides was already way more than most people would have done, and that it was time for him to take responsibility for his own transportation. I pointed out that plenty of people manage to get to work without relying on co-workers to drive them around. The whole thing has created this weird dynamic at work where people have opinions about whether I'm being reasonable or heartless. Derek continues to act like I betrayed him, and I'm starting to wonder if I should have just gradually reduced the rides instead of cutting them off completely. That story wraps up there, and wow, Derek really turned a temporary favour into a permanent expectation and then played victim when the free ride ended. 40 minutes out of the way every single day for 2 months is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that he started making demands instead of being grateful shows exactly why OP needed to cut this off. Some people will take advantage of kindness until you're basically their unpaid employee. And Derek is clearly one of those people. Moving on to another family financial drama that shows how saying no to bad spending habits can make you the villain in everyone's story, my cousin. Am I the bad person for not helping pay his rent? My cousin Marcus and I have always been pretty close. We grew up together, went to the same schools, and even lived together for a year after college. But over the past few years, I've watched him make increasingly bad financial decisions, and now he expects me to bail him out when things go wrong. Marcus has a decent job at a marketing firm. He makes about the same salary I do, which is enough to cover his rent, bills, and living expenses with some left over for savings. The problem is that Marcus treats his paycheck like it's meant for entertainment rather than responsibility. Every weekend, he's out at expensive bars and clubs, dropping hundreds of dollars on bottle service and rounds of drinks for people he barely knows. He buys the latest gadgets the moment they come out, even though his current stuff works perfectly fine. Last month, he bought a $1,000 watch because he said he deserved to treat himself after a hard week at work. Meanwhile, he's constantly stressed about money. He'll complain about being broke while wearing designer shoes that cost more than most people's rent. He'll post Instagram stories from expensive restaurants while simultaneously asking family members for loans to cover his utilities. This pattern has been going on for 2 years now. Every few months, Marcus calls me in a panic saying he's short on rent and needs help. The first few times, I lent him money because I thought he was going through a rough patch. But I started noticing that these financial emergencies always happened right after he'd posted pictures from some expensive night out. The amounts kept getting bigger too. It started with 100 here and there, then 300, then 500. He always promises to pay me back, but somehow there's always another emergency before he can repay the previous loan. I've probably given him over $3,000 in the past year, and I've seen maybe 200 of it back. Last month was the final straw. Marcus called me crying, saying he was going to be evicted if he didn't come up with $1,200 for rent by the end of the week. He said he'd been working extra hours but still came up short, and he needed family to help him avoid homelessness. I felt terrible for him and was about to agree when I checked his social media. The night before he called me, he'd posted videos from some exclusive club downtown. He was buying drinks for a table full of people, showing off expensive bottles, acting like money was no object. The cover charge alone for that club probably would have covered half his rent. That's when I finally said no. I told Marcus that I couldn't keep lending him money when he was clearly prioritizing partying over paying his bills. I explained that giving him rent money while he spent his own money on luxury items wasn't helping him. It was enabling his irresponsible behaviour. Marcus completely lost it. He said I was abandoning him when he needed help most and that I clearly didn't understand how much stress he was under. He claimed that his social media posts were misleading and that other people had paid for everything. When I pointed out specific purchases he'd made, he said I was stalking his accounts and judging him unfairly. He started calling other family members, telling them I'd refused to help him avoid eviction. Suddenly I was getting calls from aunts and uncles saying I should help Marcus because family sticks together. My grandmother called me in tears, begging me to loan him the money because she couldn't bear the thought of him being homeless. Nobody seemed interested in hearing about the $3,000 I'd already given him, or the fact that his financial problems were entirely self-created. They just focused on the fact that I had money in savings and Marcus needed help, so clearly I should be the solution to his problems. My mum took Marcus's side, saying that everyone makes mistakes with money when they're young, and that I should be more understanding. She reminded me that Marcus had helped me move apartments last year, and that family members should support each other through difficult times. The guilt trip intensified when Marcus started posting about his struggles on social media. He wrote these long posts about how hard it is to make ends meet, and how disappointed he was in people he thought cared about him. He never mentioned me by name, but everyone knew who he was talking about. Marcus ended up borrowing money from our uncle to cover his rent, which just reinforced everyone's belief that I should have helped in the first place. My uncle made several comments about how some people have money saved up, but won't share it with family members who are struggling. The whole situation has created this weird dynamic where I'm the bad guy for refusing to enable someone's terrible spending habits. Marcus continues to live the same lifestyle, posting pictures from expensive events while complaining about money. But now, everyone acts like I'm selfish for not wanting to subsidize his choices. Last week, Marcus posted pictures from a weekend trip to Las Vegas, while simultaneously sharing articles about the struggles of young people trying to afford rent. The cognitive dissonance is incredible, but somehow I'm still the villain for not wanting to fund his lifestyle. That story ends there, and honestly, this is textbook financial manipulation, disguised as family emergency. Marcus has turned OP into his personal ATM, while continuing to blow money on luxury items, then plays victim when the free money stops flowing. The family pressure just makes it worse because they're enabling his behaviour instead of holding him accountable. You can't help someone who refuses to help themselves, and Marcus clearly has no intention of changing his spending habits as long as other people will cover his responsibilities. Our next story shows what happens when someone thinks your hard work should become their payday. Am I the bad person for refusing to share my bonus with my girlfriend? I've been working at this tech company for 3 years, and for the past 2 months, I've been putting in serious overtime to finish this massive project. We're talking 60-hour weeks, working weekends, missing social events, basically living at the office. The project was a huge success, and last week, my boss surprised me with a $5,000 bonus. I was over the moon because this money is going to help me finally build up my emergency fund and maybe even start saving for a house down payment. When I told my girlfriend Sarah about the bonus, her first response wasn't congratulations or pride in my hard work. It was asking how we were going to spend it. Not how I was going to spend it, how we were going to spend it. She immediately started talking about this vacation she'd been wanting to take and some furniture she thought we needed for the apartment. I explained that I wanted to put most of the money into savings since I'd worked so hard for it and had specific financial goals. Sarah got quiet for a minute, then said she thought we were building a future together and that meant sharing financial windfalls. She pointed out that she'd been supportive during all those long work weeks, that she'd eaten dinner alone most nights and had to cancel plans because I was always at the office. She said she deserved to benefit from my success since she'd made sacrifices too. I tried to explain that her being understanding about my work schedule wasn't the same as her actually earning the money. I worked the extra hours, dealt with the stress, and sacrificed my free time to make this project successful. The bonus was a reward for my individual effort and dedication. Sarah got more upset and said I was being selfish. She argued that since we live together and share expenses, any extra money should be treated as household income. She said that's how couples are supposed to work, especially when they're serious about each other. I offered to use some of the money to take her out for a nice dinner and maybe buy something small we both wanted, but she said that wasn't the point. She wanted us to make the decision together about how to spend the entire amount because that's what partners do. The argument escalated when she accused me of not seeing her as an equal partner in our relationship. She said that keeping the bonus money separate proved that I saw our finances as completely individual rather than shared. She claimed I was acting like a roommate instead of a boyfriend. I pointed out that we've been together for 18 months, not married, and we don't have joint bank accounts or shared financial goals. I said I was happy to discuss our future and how we might handle money as we get more serious, but that this bonus was specifically for work I'd done. Sarah started crying and said she felt like she wasn't important enough to share in my success. She brought up all the times she'd ordered takeout for both of us when I was working late, how she'd handled more of the household chores during my busy period, and how she'd been emotionally supportive when I was stressed. She said she wasn't asking for half the money, just for us to make decisions together about how to use it for our shared benefit. She suggested we could use some for the vacation, some for improving our living space, and some for savings. She made it sound completely reasonable, but something about her assumption that she had any claim to money I'd earned through overtime work really bothered me. I worked those extra 20 hours a week for 2 months straight. I dealt with impossible deadlines and difficult clients. The bonus was recognition of my individual contribution to the project. Sarah has been giving me the cold shoulder for a week now. She keeps making comments about how I obviously don't see us as a real team and that she's learning a lot about my priorities. She told her friends about the situation, and now they're all weighing in on social media about how couples should share everything. Her sister called me yesterday, saying that Sarah has been really hurt by my decision and that maybe I should reconsider if I want the relationship to work. She said that refusing to share the bonus sends the message that I don't value Sarah's support and partnership. I'm starting to wonder if I'm being too rigid about this. Sarah did make sacrifices during my busy period, and she's been supportive of my career goals. Maybe sharing some of the windfall would show that I appreciate her and see us as a team. But I also worked really hard for this money, and I have my own financial goals that this bonus could help me achieve. I don't want to set a precedent where any money I earn through extra effort automatically becomes joint funds before we're even engaged or married. That story ends there, and honestly, Sarah's entitlement here is pretty shocking. Supporting your partner through busy work periods is what you do in relationships, not something you get paid for later. The fact that she immediately started planning how to spend money, she didn't earn shows. This is more about wanting access to his success than actually being a supportive partner. OP worked those brutal hours and deserves to decide how his bonus gets used. Here's another story about family members who think your personal property comes with shared custody rights. Am I the bad person for not inviting my aunt to my wedding? My aunt Linda has been a source of drama in our family for as long as I can remember. She has this ability to turn any gathering into a disaster with her constant negativity and need to be the centre of attention. The breaking point happened at my sister's wedding 2 years ago. Linda spent the entire reception making snide comments about everything from the decorations to the food to my sister's dress. She cornered guests to complain about how expensive weddings are these days and how young people don't understand the value of money. During my sister's first dance, Linda actually stood up and started taking flash photos with her phone, completely disrupting the moment. When the wedding planner asked her to sit down, Linda made a huge scene about being discriminated against and how she had every right to take pictures of her niece. The worst part came during the speeches. My dad was giving this beautiful toast about my sister and her new husband, talking about love and family and hopes for their future. Linda interrupted him halfway through to make some joke about how marriage never lasts anyway, and that they should enjoy it while they can. My sister was in tears, my parents were mortified, and half the guests were staring in shock. Linda seemed to think she was being funny and couldn't understand why everyone was upset. She spent the rest of the night complaining that people can't take a joke anymore. After that disaster, I made the decision that Linda wouldn't be invited to my wedding. I'm not willing to risk her ruining what's supposed to be the happiest day of my life. I want to celebrate with people who actually support my relationship and can behave appropriately at formal events. When I told my mum about my decision, she begged me to reconsider. She said Linda would be devastated if she wasn't included and that family should forgive each other's flaws. She pointed out that Linda doesn't mean to cause trouble. She just doesn't have good social filters. My dad understood my position but worried about the family drama that would result from excluding Linda. He said she'd probably make my wedding about her exclusion rather than just staying away quietly. He suggested maybe inviting her but having someone assigned to manage her behaviour. I stood firm on my decision. I told my parents that I wasn't willing to spend my wedding day worrying about what Linda might say or do next. I explained that I wanted to focus on celebrating with my fiancé rather than managing a family member who consistently causes problems. Linda found out about not being invited through my cousin, who accidentally mentioned wedding details during a family phone call. Linda called me immediately, crying and asking what she'd done wrong. She said she couldn't believe I would exclude her from such an important family event. When I explained that her behaviour at my sister's wedding had been inappropriate, Linda got defensive. She said she was just trying to lighten the mood and that everyone was being too sensitive. She claimed she had no memory of interrupting the speeches or causing any disruption. Linda started calling other family members to complain about being excluded. She told everyone that I was holding a grudge over nothing and that she was being punished for having a sense of humour. She painted herself as the victim of a family conspiracy to isolate her. My grandmother called me in tears, saying that Linda was heartbroken and that weddings are supposed to bring families together, not divide them. She begged me to invite Linda and promised that she would personally make sure Linda behaved appropriately. Several aunts and uncles have reached out saying that excluding Linda is cruel and that I'm creating unnecessary drama. They keep saying that family forgives family and that Linda's quirks are just part of who she is. They act like I should accept her disruptive behaviour as normal. My cousin suggested a compromise where Linda could come to the ceremony but not the reception. Or maybe she could attend the reception but not give a speech or participate in formal activities. She said there had to be some middle ground that would include Linda while protecting my special day. Linda has been posting passive-aggressive messages on social media about how some people forget where they came from and abandon family when it's convenient. She shares articles about the importance of family unity and forgiveness, obviously directed at me. The pressure is really getting to me. Part of me feels guilty for excluding a family member from such an important event, but another part of me remembers sitting at my sister's wedding, watching Linda turn what should have been a beautiful moment into an embarrassing spectacle. My fiancé supports my decision completely. He was at my sister's wedding and saw firsthand how Linda's behaviour affected everyone. He said our wedding day is about us, and we shouldn't have to worry about managing someone else's bad behaviour. But the family guilt is intense. Every conversation with relatives becomes a discussion about Linda and whether I'm being too harsh. Some people are threatening not to attend if Linda isn't invited, which would create even more family drama. I keep going back and forth between standing firm and just inviting her to keep the peace. But then I remember my sister's face when Linda interrupted that beautiful speech, and I know I'm making the right choice for my wedding day. That story wraps up there. And wow, Linda really thinks ruining one wedding earns her the right to potentially ruin another one. The fact that she has zero memory of her terrible behaviour shows she either doesn't care about the impact she has, or she's completely delusional about her own actions. OP shouldn't have to hire security for their own family member at their wedding. Sometimes protecting your special day means making hard choices about who deserves to be there. Let's move into another story about someone whose generosity got mistaken for a permanent free service. Am I the bad person for refusing to let my sister borrow my car? My sister Jessica has a pretty terrible track record when it comes to vehicles. In the past 3 years, she's been in 2 accidents that were completely her fault, and she currently doesn't have car insurance because she says it's too expensive. The first accident happened when she rear-ended someone at a red light because she was texting. The second one was when she tried to parallel park and scraped the entire side of her car against a fire hydrant. Both times she had to pay out of pocket for repairs because she'd let her insurance lapse. Despite this history, Jessica called me last week asking to borrow my car for a job interview. She said her current car was making weird noises and she was afraid it would break down on the way to this important meeting. She promised she'd be super careful and that it would only be for a few hours. I told her I wasn't comfortable lending my car to someone without insurance, especially given her accident history. I suggested she could take an Uber to the interview or ask our parents for a ride. Jessica got upset and said I was being paranoid and holding past mistakes against her. She argued that the accidents were just bad luck and that she's a better driver now. She said she really needed this job and that my refusal to help could cost her this opportunity. She made it sound like I was sabotaging her career prospects over something minor. I explained that it wasn't about trust, it was about liability. If she got into an accident while driving my car, I could be held responsible for damages since she doesn't have insurance. I told her I'd worked hard to maintain good credits and insurance rates, and I wasn't willing to risk that. Jessica started crying and said she couldn't believe her own sister wouldn't help her when she was trying to get her life together. She brought up times when I'd borrowed things from her in the past and said I was being hypocritical. She claimed I was punishing her for being in a difficult financial situation. Our mum got involved after Jessica called her complaining about my refusal to help. Mum said I was being selfish and that family should support each other during hard times. She pointed out that Jessica really needs this job and that I should be willing to take a small risk to help my sister succeed. I tried explaining the insurance liability issue to my mum, but she said I was overthinking things and that Jessica would be careful. She suggested that maybe I could drive Jessica to the interview myself if I was so worried about the car, but I had to work that day. Jessica then started telling other family members that I'd refused to help her get a job, conveniently leaving out the part about her not having insurance and her accident history. Suddenly, I was getting calls from aunts and cousins saying I should be more supportive of my sister's efforts to improve her situation. My dad called to say that while he understood my concerns about insurance, maybe I could make an exception just this once since the job was so important. He said Jessica had promised to be extra careful and that she'd learned from her previous mistakes. The guilt trip intensified when Jessica posted on social media about how hard it is to get ahead when people don't believe in you. She shared articles about the importance of family support and how small acts of kindness can change someone's life. Everyone knew she was talking about me. Jessica's friends started commenting on her posts about how terrible it is when family members abandon you during tough times. Some of them sent me direct messages saying I should reconsider helping my sister when she's trying so hard to get back on her feet. The pressure got so intense that I almost gave in. But then I talked to my insurance agent, who confirmed that I could be held liable for any accidents Jessica caused while driving my car, especially since she's uninsured. The potential financial consequences were way too serious to ignore. I offered to pay for Jessica's Uber to the interview instead, but she said that wasn't the same as showing faith in her driving abilities. She claimed that my refusal to lend the car proved that I didn't trust her and that I was treating her like a child. Jessica ended up getting a ride from a friend and actually got the job, but instead of being grateful for the outcome, she's still angry with me for not helping when she asked. She says my lack of support during her time of need showed her who I really am as a person. She's been cold toward me ever since, making passive-aggressive comments about how some people only care about themselves. At family gatherings, she'll make jokes about how I'm too attached to my possessions to help family members. The whole situation has created tension at family events. People keep bringing up the car situation and questioning whether I made the right choice. Some relatives think I should have helped regardless of the risk, while others understand my position about the insurance liability. I feel bad that Jessica interpreted my refusal as a lack of faith in her, but I also think I made the responsible choice given her driving history and insurance situation. I just wish the family drama would die down and that Jessica would understand I wasn't trying to hurt her. That story ends there, and honestly, Jessica's track record speaks for itself. 2 accidents in 3 years plus no insurance equals a massive liability risk that no reasonable person should take on. The fact that she got the job anyway proves OP's concerns were valid and that there were other solutions available. Sometimes protecting yourself financially has to come before family feelings, especially when those family members have proven they can't handle responsibility. Our next story involves someone who discovered that doing one favor for a roommate can turn your entire living situation toxic. Am I the bad person for throwing out my roommate's rotten food? I live with this guy named Brad, who has absolutely zero sense of food safety or cleanliness. This has been an ongoing issue for the 8 months we've been roommates, but last week it reached a breaking point that I couldn't ignore anymore. Brad will buy groceries and then just forget about them completely. I've watched him put raw chicken in the fridge and leave it there for weeks without even checking on it. He'll buy produce that rots into liquid before he remembers it exists. Our refrigerator constantly smells like a garbage dump because of his expired food. I've tried talking to him about it multiple times. I've suggested we do weekly fridge cleanouts together, offered to help him meal prep so food doesn't go to waste, even bought him a whiteboard to track expiration dates. Nothing works. He just nods along and then continues the same disgusting habits. Last week was the final straw. Brad had put a package of raw chicken in the fridge and apparently completely forgotten about it. I noticed it on Monday and figured he'd deal with it soon. By Wednesday, the smell was getting noticeable. By Friday, it was absolutely revolting. The chicken had been in there for almost 3 weeks. The package was leaking bloody liquid all over the refrigerator shelf, and the smell was so bad that I couldn't even open the fridge without gagging. It was contaminating everything else in there and making our entire apartment smell like death. I tried calling Brad to ask him to come home and deal with it, but he didn't answer his phone. I texted him about the situation and got no response. Meanwhile, I couldn't use my own kitchen because the smell was so overwhelming that I couldn't even make myself food. After waiting until Saturday morning with no response from Brad, I decided I had to take action. I couldn't live with that rotting meat poisoning our entire living space for another day. I put on rubber gloves, held my breath, and threw the disgusting chicken package in the outside dumpster. I also had to throw away several other items that had been contaminated by the leaking chicken juice. Some of my own food got ruined because the smell and bacteria had spread throughout the refrigerator. I spent 2 hours scrubbing and disinfecting every surface. When Brad came home Sunday evening, he immediately went to the fridge looking for his chicken. When he couldn't find it, he asked where it was. I explained that it had been rotting for 3 weeks and had become a health hazard, so I'd thrown it away. Brad completely exploded. He started screaming about how I had no right to throw away his food and that I'd stolen his property. He said the chicken was expensive and that I owed him money to replace it. He acted like I'd committed some terrible crime instead of cleaning up his disgusting mess. I tried explaining that the chicken had been spoiled for weeks and was contaminating our entire refrigerator, but Brad said that wasn't my decision to make. He claimed he was planning to cook it that weekend and that I'd ruined his meal prep plans. The idea that anyone would eat chicken that had been rotting for 3 weeks was so insane that I didn't even know how to respond. I told Brad that the chicken could have made him seriously sick, and that leaving raw meat in the fridge for weeks was dangerous and disgusting. Brad said I was being dramatic and that food doesn't go bad as quickly as I think it does. He claimed I was just being prissy about normal food storage and that plenty of people keep meat in the fridge for weeks. He said my standards were unreasonable and controlling. He started telling our friends about how I'd thrown away his food without permission, conveniently leaving out the part about it being rotten for weeks. Several people reached out asking why I'd thrown away Brad's groceries, and I had to explain the full disgusting situation. Most people were horrified when they heard the details and completely supported my decision to throw away the biohazard that was festering in our refrigerator. But Brad had already painted me as the bad guy who hauls roommates' food. People still so thought some I'd overstepped. Brad has been passive-aggressive ever since, making comments about how he can't trust me around his belongings and that I'm controlling and judgmental. He started keeping all his food in a mini fridge in his bedroom, which honestly is probably better for everyone involved. He's also been leaving bigger messes in common areas, like he's trying to prove some point about cleanliness standards. Last night he left dirty dishes in the sink for 3 days straight, and when I asked him to clean them, he said maybe I should throw them away too since I like getting rid of his stuff so much. The whole living situation has become incredibly tense. Brad acts like I violated his trust and privacy by throwing away his rotten food, while I think he's being completely unreasonable about basic health and safety standards. Our lease doesn't end for another 6 months, and I'm starting to wonder if I should look for a new place to live. The over-cleanliness issue's constant tension is making our apartment feel hostile and uncomfortable. I keep second-guessing whether I should have just dealt with the smell for longer and it himself waited for Brad to handle. But then I remember how disgusting that chicken was and how it was making our entire living space uninhabitable. That story ends there, and honestly, Brad is absolutely delusional if he thinks 3-week-old raw chicken is still edible. OP probably saved him from serious food poisoning, and instead of being grateful, he's throwing a tantrum about his stolen biohazard. Living with someone who thinks rotten meat is acceptable, food storage sounds like an actual nightmare. The fact that he's now messier out being even of spite shows this was never really about the chicken. It was about control and basic adult responsibilities. Let's dive into another story about family obligations and the guilt trips that come with them. Am I the bad person for refusing to visit my grandma in the hospital? This is a situation that's been eating at me for weeks, and my family's making me feel like the worst person alive. My grandmother is 87 and has been in the hospital for about a month now after a bad fall. She broke her hip and has been recovering from surgery, but the doctors say she's doing well and should be able to go home soon. Here's the thing though, my grandma and I have never had what you'd call a close relationship. She's always been pretty critical of me and my life choices. Growing up, she'd make comments about my weight, my grades, my friends, basically everything. When I came out as gay in college, she didn't speak to me for 2 years. Even when we reconciled, things were always tense between us. She'd make passive-aggressive comments at family gatherings about how I never call or visit enough. But honestly, I didn't enjoy being around someone who constantly made me feel inadequate. When she got hurt, my cousins immediately started organising hospital visits and creating this whole schedule so someone would be there with her every day. They assumed I'd participate and put me down for several time slots without even asking me first. I told them I wasn't comfortable with that arrangement. I explained that Grandma and I don't have a close relationship and that my presence probably wouldn't be comforting for either of us. I suggested that since they're so much closer to her, they should handle the visits. My cousin Rachel completely lost it. She said I was heartless and selfish for abandoning Grandma when she's vulnerable and scared. She brought up all the times Grandma had helped our family when we were kids, like babysitting us during school breaks and making sure we had Christmas presents, even when money was tight. The guilt trips intensified when my uncle got involved. He called me saying that Grandma had been asking why I hadn't visited and that she seemed hurt by my absence. He said this might be one of the last chances I have to spend time with her and that I'd regret not being there if something happened. My mum tried to stay neutral at first, but eventually she sided with the rest of the family. She said that regardless of our past issues, Grandma's elderly and alone in the hospital, and that visiting her is just basic human decency. She reminded me that Grandma raised 6 kids mostly by herself and deserves respect in her final years. The pressure got so intense that I almost gave in and went to the hospital. But then I remembered how Grandma treated me at my cousin's wedding last year. She made several comments about how I'd never give her great-grandchildren and how disappointed she was that I'd chosen such a difficult lifestyle. I decided to stick to my decision not to visit. I sent flowers and a card wishing her a speedy recovery, but I didn't go see her in person. I figured that was a reasonable compromise that showed I cared about her well-being without subjecting either of us to an uncomfortable interaction. The family reaction was swift and brutal. My cousin started posting on social media about the importance of family and how some people forget where they came from. They shared photos from their hospital visits with captions about being there for the people who matter most. Rachel sent me a long text saying that Grandma had cried when she realised I wasn't coming to visit. She said I was breaking an old woman's heart during what might be her final hospital stay. She accused me of holding grudges and being unable to forgive past hurts. My uncle called me again, this time much angrier. He said that Grandma had specifically asked him why her grandson didn't love her enough to visit her in the hospital. He told me that my behaviour was causing her additional stress during her recovery and that I should be ashamed of myself. Even my dad, who usually stays out of family drama, reached out to say that maybe I should reconsider. He acknowledged that Grandma could be difficult, but he said that visiting someone in the hospital isn't about your relationship with them. It's about showing basic compassion for a fellow human being who's suffering. The worst part is that several family members have started treating me like I'm dead to them. My aunt won't return my calls, and my cousins have stopped inviting me to family gatherings. They act like I've committed some unforgivable sin by refusing to visit an elderly woman in the hospital. Grandma ended up going home after 6 weeks, and she's doing well physically, but according to my family, she's been telling everyone how hurt she was that one of her grandchildren couldn't be bothered to visit her during her time of need. Now there's this permanent tension at every family event. People make pointed comments about loyalty and family values, obviously directed at me. Some relatives have stopped speaking to me entirely, while others give me disappointed looks whenever they see me. I keep wondering if I made the right choice. Part of me feels guilty that I caused Grandma pain during a difficult time in her life, but another part of me thinks that I shouldn't have to subject myself to someone who's consistently made me feel unwelcome and criticised just because she's in the hospital. My friends support my decision and say that I can't force a relationship that was never really there in the first place. They point out that visiting someone out of obligation, when there's no genuine affection involved, is pretty hollow anyway. But the family pressure is overwhelming. Every conversation becomes about how I failed to show up when it mattered most, and how Grandma will never forget that I wasn't there for her. That story comes to an end there, and honestly, this is such a complicated situation, because hospital visits shouldn't be performed out of guilt and obligation. If Grandma spent years making OP feel unwelcome and criticised, why would her being in the hospital suddenly change that dynamic? The family's basically asking OP to pretend decades of tension don't exist just because Grandma is vulnerable. Sometimes the most honest thing you can do is acknowledge that a relationship was never really there instead of faking it during a crisis. Moving on to another story about family expectations and the pressure to sacrifice your own plans for someone else's big moment. Am I the bad person for not going to my sister's baby shower? My sister Emma lives across the country in California, and she's pregnant with her first baby. She planned her baby shower for last month, and when she sent me the invitation, I was excited to celebrate with her. The problem started when I looked up flight prices. Round-trip tickets from my city to hers were almost $800, plus I'd need a hotel for the weekend and rental car costs. The total expense would have been over $1,000 for a 2-day trip. I'm currently working 2 part-time jobs while finishing my master's degree, and money is incredibly tight. I've been eating ramen noodles and generic cereal for months just to make ends meet. Spending $1,000 on travel would have meant not paying my utilities bill or buying groceries for the rest of the month. I called Emma to explain my financial situation and to apologise for not being able to attend. I disappointed to told her I was really missed such an important celebration and asked if there was any way we could celebrate together when I visit for Christmas instead. Emma's response was not what I expected. She started crying and saying that this was a once-in-a-lifetime event and that I should have found a way to make it work. She said she'd been counting on having her sister there and that my absence would ruin the whole day for her. I tried to explain again that I literally didn't have the money, but Emma said that if I really wanted to be there, I would have started saving months ago when she first announced her pregnancy. She accused me of not prioritising her and her baby and said that real sisters make sacrifices for each other. Emma suggested that I could put the trip on a credit card and pay it off later. When I explained that I was already carrying credit card debt from school expenses, she said I was making excuses and that this was more important than my financial concerns. She then proposed that I could ask our parents for money to cover the trip costs. I told her that our parents are also struggling financially since Dad's hours got cut at work, and that I couldn't ask them to pay for my travel expenses. Emma got more upset and said I was being selfish, and that everyone else was making the effort to attend her shower. She pointed out that our cousin was flying in from Texas, and that our aunt was driving 6 hours to be there. She said my refusal to attend proved that I didn't care about her or my future niece. The conversation ended with Emma hanging up on me after saying that she was disappointed in who I'd become and that she never thought her own sister would abandon her during such an important time in her life. Our mum called me the next day saying that Emma was heartbroken about my decision not to attend the shower. Mum said she understood my financial constraints, but that maybe I could have found a way to make it work if it was really important to me. When I explained the actual costs involved, Mum seemed shocked by how expensive travel had become. But she still suggested that maybe I could have borrowed money from friends or picked up extra shifts at work to cover the expenses. Emma started posting on social media about how excited she was for people to celebrate her baby, with pointed comments about how some family members apparently had better things to do. She shared articles about the importance of family support during pregnancy and how meaningful it is when loved ones make sacrifices to be present. The baby shower happened without me, and based on the photos Emma posted, it looked like a beautiful celebration. Everyone looked happy and there were tons of gifts and decorations. Part of me felt guilty seeing how special the day was and knowing I wasn't part of it. After the shower, Emma sent me a cold text thanking me for the gift I'd shipped to her house. She said it was nice that I could at least manage that much effort, even if I couldn't be bothered to show up in person. She said the day was perfect despite my absence, but that she'd always remember who was there for her and who wasn't. Our relationship has been strained ever since. Emma barely responds to my texts and hasn't called me once since the shower. When I try to ask about her pregnancy or how she's feeling, she gives short answers and changes the subject. Other family members have weighed in with mixed opinions. Some understand that travel is expensive and that not everyone can afford last-minute trips across the country. Others think I should have found a way to make it work because baby showers are special once-in-a-lifetime events. My cousin who did attend the shower told me that Emma seemed sad during parts of the celebration and that she mentioned several times how much she wished I could have been there. She said Emma had specifically planned some activities that she thought I would enjoy. The guilt is really eating at me. I keep wondering if I should have put the trip on a credit card anyway, even though the debt would have taken months to pay off. Maybe Emma was right that some things are more important than financial stability, but I also feel frustrated that Emma doesn't seem to understand how tight my budget actually is. She has a good job, and her husband makes decent money, so they've never had to choose between paying bills and attending family events. Now I'm worried that our relationship is permanently damaged over this situation. Emma's baby is due in a few months, and I'm afraid she won't even want me to visit when the baby arrives. The thought of missing out on being part of my niece's early life because of this fight is devastating. That story wraps up there, and wow, Emma really expected her struggling sister to go into serious debt for a baby shower. $1,000 might not seem like much to someone with a steady income, but when you're living on ramen and working multiple jobs just to survive, that's absolutely impossible. The fact that Emma suggested credit card debt and borrowing money shows she has zero understanding of real financial hardship. You can't guilt someone into poverty just because you want them at your party. Let's move into another story about workplace dynamics and the expectations people create when you help them once. Am I the bad person for telling my friend she was wrong to propose at my party? I threw a birthday party for myself last weekend at my apartment. I'd been planning it for weeks, sent out invitations, bought decorations, arranged for catering, the whole thing. It was supposed to be a celebration of turning 30, and I was really looking forward to having all my friends together. My friend Kelly has been dating her girlfriend Sarah for about 2 years, and they've been talking about getting engaged for months. Kelly had mentioned that she was planning to propose soon, but I had no idea she was thinking about doing it at my birthday party. The party was going great. Everyone was having a good time, the food was delicious, and people were mingling and catching up. About halfway through the evening, Kelly suddenly stood up and got everyone's attention by tapping her glass with a fork. I figured she was going to give a birthday toast, which would have been really sweet. Instead, Kelly launched into this long speech about love and commitment and finding your soulmate. Then she got down on one knee right in the middle of my living room and proposed to Sarah in front of all my guests. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Kelly and Sarah. People were crying, taking photos, congratulating the newly engaged couple. Sarah said yes, obviously, and suddenly my birthday party had become an engagement celebration. I felt completely blindsided. This was supposed to be my special day, and Kelly had turned it into her moment without even asking me first. I stood there watching everyone focus on the engagement, while my birthday cake sat forgotten on the kitchen counter. The rest of the party became all about Kelly and Sarah. People were asking to see the ring, talking about wedding plans, taking engagement photos around my apartment. My birthday became secondary to their big news, and several guests actually left early to go celebrate with the newly engaged couple at a bar. After most people had gone home, I pulled Kelly aside and told her that I was hurt. She'd used my birthday party as the setting for her proposal without asking me first. I explained that it felt like she'd hijacked my celebration for her own purposes. Kelly seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She said she thought I'd be honoured that she chose my party as the location for such an important moment. She claimed that she'd wanted to share her happiness with all our mutual friends at once, and my party provided the perfect opportunity. I tried to explain that while I was happy for her and Sarah, I felt like she'd taken attention away from my birthday celebration. I said that if she'd asked me beforehand, we could have planned something that honoured both occasions without one overshadowing the other. Kelly got defensive and said I was being selfish and jealous. She accused me of caring more about being the centre of attention than celebrating her engagement. She said she couldn't believe I was making her proposal about me when it was supposed to be a joyful moment. Sarah tried to mediate by saying they were both sorry if the proposal had upset me, but that they were just excited to share their happiness with friends. She suggested that maybe we were all being too emotional and should talk about it when everyone had calmed down. But Kelly wasn't done. She said that real friends would be thrilled to have their party become the setting for such a beautiful proposal. She claimed that I was ruining her engagement joy by complaining about something that should have been a wonderful surprise for everyone. I told Kelly that surprising me with a major life announcement at my own birthday party wasn't the kind of surprise anyone should have to deal with. I said that proposals are incredibly personal moments that deserve their own special celebration, not to be tacked onto someone else's event. Kelly started crying and said she'd thought our friendship was strong enough that I'd want to be part of her special moment. She said she was disappointed in my reaction and that she'd expected more support and excitement from someone who was supposed to be her best friend. The argument escalated until Kelly and Sarah left my apartment, with Kelly saying she couldn't believe how selfish I was being about the whole situation. Several other guests who had overheard the conversation looked uncomfortable and started making excuses to leave as well. Since then, Kelly has been posting all over social media about her engagement, sharing photos from the proposal that all clearly show my apartment and my birthday decorations in the background. She's been tagging mutual friends and talking about how magical the moment was, but she hasn't mentioned that it happened at my birthday party. Some of our mutual friends have reached out to ask what happened between Kelly and me, since they could tell there was tension at the end of the party. When I explain the situation, reactions are mixed. Some people think Kelly should have asked permission first, while others think I'm overreacting to what was meant to be a beautiful moment. My cousin, who was at the party, said she felt awkward when the proposal happened because it was clearly my birthday celebration, and the sudden shift in focus felt inappropriate. She said several guests mentioned to her that they thought the timing was weird, but other friends think I'm being petty and jealous. They say that Kelly and Sarah's engagement is a happy occasion that should be celebrated, and that I'm ruining their joy by complaining about the timing. They argue that having a proposal at my party should make the event more memorable, not less. Kelly and I haven't spoken since the party. She's been posting passive-aggressive things on social media about how some people can't handle other people's happiness and how important it is to surround yourself with supportive friends. I know she's talking about me. I feel torn because I genuinely am happy that Kelly and Sarah are engaged. They're a great couple and I want them to be happy together. But I also feel like Kelly completely disregarded my feelings and hijacked my celebration for her own purposes. Now I'm wondering if I overreacted to the whole situation. Maybe I should have just been gracious about the proposal and celebrated both occasions together. But I can't shake the feeling that Kelly should have asked me first before turning my birthday party into her engagement announcement. That story ends there. And Kelly really thought she could commandeer someone else's celebration without permission and then act shocked when the host wasn't thrilled. Proposals are beautiful, but they're also massive attention magnets that completely change the energy of any event. The fact that Kelly got defensive instead of apologetic when called out shows she knew exactly what she was doing. Birthday parties aren't community property for anyone's major life announcements. Our next story involves family expectations about material possessions and the assumptions people make about what they're entitled to. Am I the bad person for not giving my brother my old laptop? I've been using the same laptop for about 3 years, and it's been great for my work and personal projects. Last month, I finally saved up enough money to buy a newer model, with better specs that I needed for some freelance graphic design work I'd been taking on. When my brother Jake found out I was getting a new laptop, he immediately asked what I was planning to do with my old one. I told him I was thinking about selling it since it was still in good condition and could probably get a decent price for it. Jake seemed surprised and said he'd assumed I would just give it to him since he needed a computer for college. He's a sophomore and has been using our family's ancient desktop that barely functions anymore. He said it would make way more sense for me to help him out rather than sell it to a stranger. I explained that I was planning to use the money from selling the laptop to help cover the cost of my new one. The new laptop was a significant investment for me, and getting a few $100s back by selling the old one would really help with my budget. Jake got upset and said I was being selfish by prioritizing money over helping family. He pointed out that he really needed a computer for his classes and that I was the only one in a position to help him. He said giving him the laptop would be the right thing to do as his older brother. I suggested that Jake could look into used computers online, or maybe ask our parents if they could help him find something affordable. I mentioned that there were plenty of decent laptops available for reasonable prices if he shopped around. But Jake said he shouldn't have to buy a computer when his brother had a perfectly good one, sitting unused. He argued that since I was upgrading anyway, giving him the old laptop wouldn't cost me anything and would solve his problem completely. I tried to explain that selling the laptop was part of my financial plan for the upgrade, but Jake said I was being greedy and that family should come before profit. He brought up times when our parents had helped me with expenses when I was in college and said I should pay that generosity forward. When I stood firm on my decision to sell the laptop, Jake got really angry. He said he couldn't believe his own brother would choose money over helping him succeed in school. He claimed that my refusal to help him was going to hurt his grades and potentially his future career prospects. Jake started telling other family members about the situation, painting me as the selfish brother who wouldn't help with his education. Our parents called me to ask why I wasn't willing to give Jake the laptop, since I was getting a new one anyway. I explained my financial reasoning to our parents, but they seemed to think I was being unnecessarily rigid about money. Our mum said that helping Jake with his education should be more important than making a few $100s from selling the laptop. Our dad suggested that maybe I could give Jake the laptop and he would pay me back gradually once he got a part-time job. But Jake hadn't shown any interest in getting a job, and I knew from experience that family loans rarely get repaid in full. The pressure from my family intensified when Jake started posting on social media about how hard college is when you don't have proper technology. He shared articles about the digital divide and how students from low-income families struggle without access to computers. Jake's friends started commenting on his posts about how unfair it is that some people have multiple computers while others can't afford any. Several of them sent me messages saying I should help my brother out instead of being greedy about money. My girlfriend supported my decision to sell the laptop, but even she suggested that maybe I could find a compromise. She proposed that I could sell the laptop for less money to Jake, basically giving him a family discount while still getting some financial benefit. But I felt like any compromise would just validate Jake's assumption that he was entitled to my property just because we're related. I worked hard to save money for my laptop upgrade, and I shouldn't have to sacrifice part of my plan just because my brother wants something for free. Jake has been giving me the cold shoulder for weeks now. He barely speaks to me at family gatherings and makes passive-aggressive comments about how some people only care about themselves. He's been asking our cousins and other relatives for computer recommendations, making sure everyone knows he has to buy his own because his brother won't help. The family drama has been exhausting. Every conversation with relatives somehow turns into a discussion about whether I should have given Jake the laptop. Some people support my right to sell my own property, but others think I'm being unnecessarily harsh with a family member who genuinely needs help. I've started second-guessing my decision because the ongoing tension is affecting my relationship with Jake and causing stress for our whole family. Maybe I should have just given him the laptop to keep the peace, even though it would have cost me financially. But I also think Jake needs to learn that he can't just expect other people to solve his problems for free. He's an adult who should be taking responsibility for his own needs instead of assuming his family will provide everything he wants. The laptop has been sold now, so the decision is final, but the family resentment continues, and I'm not sure when or if Jake will forgive me for not giving him what he felt entitled to receive. That story comes to an end there, and Jake really thought being related to someone automatically gives you rights to their property. The entitlement is incredible here because OP worked and saved for an upgrade, and selling the old laptop was part of making that financially possible. Jake could have gotten a job, applied for student aid, or found other solutions, but instead he decided to guilt-trip his brother and turn the family against him. Sometimes teaching someone they're not entitled to free stuff is more valuable than just giving in to keep the peace. Moving on to another story about the expectations people create when you've helped them before. Am I the bad person for refusing to help my cousin move again? My cousin David has this pattern of moving constantly, and somehow I always get roped into helping him. This is the 4th time in 2 years that he's asked me to spend my entire weekend hauling his stuff from one apartment to another. The first time I helped David move, it was actually kind of fun. We grabbed some other cousins, ordered pizza, and made it into a family event. David had just gotten divorced and was starting over in a smaller place, so everyone was happy to pitch in and help him get settled. But then David moved again 6 months later because he decided he didn't like his neighbours. Then he moved again because he wanted to be closer to his job. Now he's moving for the 4th time because his current rent went up and he found a cheaper place across town. Each time David calls me first because I have a pickup truck and I've helped him before. He acts like my assistance is just expected at this point, not something he needs to ask for politely. Last week he called and said he needed my truck and my help this Saturday, assuming I'd automatically say yes. I told David that I already had plans for the weekend and wouldn't be available to help him move. I'd been looking forward to a quiet weekend at home after working overtime all week, and I really didn't want to spend both days lifting heavy furniture. David got upset and said he was counting on me because I'd helped him move before. He pointed out that he'd already scheduled the moving truck rental based on having my pickup available, and that changing the date would cost him extra money. I explained that I'd helped him move 3 times already in less than 2 years, and that I needed a break from being his unpaid moving crew. I suggested he could hire professional movers or ask some of his friends to help instead of always relying on family, but David said professional movers were too expensive and that most of his friends weren't available on weekends. He claimed that family should help each other and that I was being selfish by refusing when he really needed assistance. I reminded David that moving this frequently was his choice, not some unavoidable circumstance. I pointed out that if he picked apartments more carefully and stayed in them longer, he wouldn't need to move so often and wouldn't need to keep asking people for help. David got defensive and said that his living situations had changed for legitimate reasons, not because he was being picky or irresponsible. He claimed that I was judging his life choices and that refusing to help was just mean-spirited. The conversation got heated when David accused me of being lazy and unhelpful. He said that he'd always been there for family members when they needed assistance, and that he couldn't believe I wouldn't return the favour when he was in he'd helped David when exactly a bind. I asked me with anything, since I couldn't remember any specific instances where he'd gone out of his way to help me or other family members. David got flustered and said that wasn't the point, that family helps family regardless of keeping score. I told David that while I agreed family should help each other, there was a difference between helping during genuine emergencies and enabling someone's poor planning. I said that constantly moving and expecting free labour from relatives every few months wasn't sustainable. David started calling other family members to complain about my refusal to help. He told everyone that I was abandoning him when he needed me most and that he couldn't afford professional movers on his budget. He made it sound like I was being cruel and unreasonable. Our aunt called me to say that David was really stressed about the move and that maybe I should reconsider helping him one more time. She said moving is expensive and that having family support makes a huge difference when you're struggling financially. I explained to our aunt that this was David's 4th move in 2 years and that I'd helped him every previous time. I told her that I was tired of spending my weekends doing free manual labour for someone who seemed to move constantly by choice rather than necessity. Our aunt seemed surprised to learn how many times David had moved recently. She said she hadn't realised it was such a frequent occurrence and that maybe David needed to think more carefully about his housing decisions. But other family members took David's side without knowing the full history. My uncle called to lecture me about helping family members during difficult times. He said that David had always been a good kid and that refusing to help him move was petty and selfish. David ended up having to hire day labourers to help with the move, which cost him several $100s he claimed he couldn't afford. He's been complaining to everyone about the expense and how it could have been avoided if his family had been more supportive. He's been posting passive-aggressive messages on social media about how you find out who your real friends are when you need help. He shares articles about the importance of family loyalty and how some people only care about themselves. The guilt is starting to get to me because I know David is struggling financially, and the moving costs were a real burden for him. Part of me wonders if I should have just sucked it up and helped him one more time to avoid all this family drama. But another part of me thinks that constantly bailing David out isn't actually helping him in the long run. If he never faces the full consequences of his decisions to move so frequently, he'll never learn to make better choices about housing. My friends all support my decision and say that David was taking advantage of my generosity. They point out that most people don't move 4 times in 2 years unless there's something seriously wrong with their decision-making process. But my family's divided, and the tension is making holiday gatherings uncomfortable. Some relatives think I should have helped regardless of how many times I'd done it before, while others are starting to question why David moves so much. David and I haven't spoken directly since our argument about the move. He's still angry with me for what he sees as a betrayal during his time of need. I'm frustrated that he expected free labour on demand without considering my own schedule or needs. The whole situation has made me realise that helping family members can become a trap if they start taking your assistance for granted. I want to be supportive, but I also need to protect my own time and energy from people who might be taking advantage. That story wraps up there, and David really turned his moving addiction into everyone else's problem. 4 moves in 2 years isn't bad luck, it's bad planning, and expecting your cousin to sacrifice every weekend to enable your poor decisions is completely unreasonable. The fact that he immediately guilt-tripped the family instead of accepting responsibility shows this was never about genuine need. It was about getting free labour. Sometimes, the most helpful thing you can do is stop helping someone avoid the consequences of their choices. Let's dive into another story about social expectations and the pressure people feel to fund other people's dreams. Am I the bad person for not donating to my friend's GoFundMe? My friend Jessica created a GoFundMe campaign last month, asking for money to fund what she's calling her dream trip to Europe. She wants to backpack through 6 countries for 3 months and is asking friends and family to help make it happen. The GoFundMe page is full of inspirational language about following your dreams and how travel broadens the mind. Jessica talks about how this trip will help her find herself and figure out what she wants to do with her life. She's asking for $8,000 to cover flights, accommodations, food, and activities. When Jessica shared the campaign on social media, she tagged a bunch of friends, including me, basically putting us all on the spot to donate publicly. The post was all about how grateful she'd be for any support and how this trip was going to change her life forever. I didn't donate to the campaign, and honestly, I didn't think much of it at first. Jessica has a decent job and lives with her parents, so it's not like she's facing some kind of financial emergency. This is essentially asking people to fund her vacation because she doesn't want to save up for it herself. A week later, Jessica sent me a direct message asking if I'd seen her GoFundMe and whether I was planning to contribute. She said she'd noticed I hadn't donated yet and wanted to make sure the link was working properly for me. I felt put on the spot because Jessica was clearly expecting me to donate, but I didn't feel comfortable giving money for someone's vacation. I told her that my budget was tight right now and I couldn't contribute, which was partially true since I'm trying to build my emergency fund. Jessica seemed disappointed and said she understood that not everyone could donate large amounts, but that even small contributions would help her reach her goal. She suggested that even $10 or $20 would be meaningful and would show that I supported her dreams. I felt uncomfortable with the continued pressure, so I explained that I prefer to save my charitable donations for actual emergencies or causes rather than funding someone's travel plans. I tried to say it nicely, but I could tell Jessica was hurt by my response. Jessica got defensive and said that personal growth and life experiences were just as important as traditional charities. She argued that investing in someone's dreams and education through travel was actually a form of helping others, not just frivolous spending. She pointed out that I spend money on things like coffee and entertainment, so contributing to her trip shouldn't be any different. She said she was disappointed that someone she considered a close friend wouldn't support something that was so important to her. I tried to explain that there's a difference between spending my own money on my own choices and being asked to fund someone else's wants. I said that while I hoped she'd be able to take her dream trip, I didn't feel obligated to pay for it. The conversation got awkward when Jessica said she was learning a lot about who her real friends were through this fundraising process. She said some people had been incredibly generous and supportive, while others had been disappointing and selfish. After our conversation, Jessica started posting updates about her fundraising progress that felt pointed toward people who hadn't donated. She'd thank specific contributors by name and make comments about how amazing it was to have friends who believed in her dreams. She shared articles about the importance of supporting friends' goals and how successful people invest in each other's growth. She posted inspirational quotes about how you can tell who your real friends are by who shows up when you need them. The social media pressure intensified when Jessica started posting about how close she was to her fundraising goal and how every donation mattered. She'd share screenshots of contributions with messages like, "Only $500 away from making this dream a reality thanks to amazing friends." Or several mutual friends started asking me privately whether I'd contributed to Jessica's campaign. Some of them seemed surprised when I said no, and a few made comments about how it was nice that Jessica had friends willing to support her adventures. I started feeling guilty about not donating, especially when I saw how excited Jessica was getting as her campaign gained momentum. She was posting constantly about her travel research and how grateful she was to everyone who was making her dream possible. But I also felt frustrated that Jessica seemed to expect financial support from friends for what was essentially a luxury vacation. She has the ability to save money for this trip herself if it's truly important to her, but instead she's asking others to fund it. The situation got more awkward when Jessica announced she'd reached her fundraising goal and would be booking her trip soon. She posted a long thank you message listing everyone who had contributed, which obviously didn't include me. Since then, Jessica has been somewhat cold toward me. She's still polite when we see each other, but there's definitely a change in our friendship dynamic. She shares all her travel planning excitement with other people, but doesn't include me in those conversations anymore. I'm starting to wonder if I should have just donated a small amount to maintain the friendship, even though I disagreed with the premise of the campaign. Maybe my principles about not funding other people's vacations aren't worth damaging a relationship over, but I also think it's problematic when people use emotional manipulation and social pressure to fund their personal wants. Jessica could save for this trip herself if she really wanted to go, but instead she's made it other people's responsibility to make her dreams come true. The whole experience has made me realize how complicated social media fundraising can be for friendships. When someone you care about asks for money publicly, saying no feels like you're rejecting them personally rather than just declining a financial request. That story ends there, and Jessica really tried to guilt trip her entire social circle into funding her European vacation. There's something particularly galling about someone who lives rent-free with their parents, asking friends to pay for their backpacking adventure. The passive-aggressive social media campaign and the direct pressure messages show this was never about genuine need. It was about entitlement to other people's money for personal entertainment. GoFundMe is for emergencies and legitimate causes, not for funding someone's wanderlust when they're perfectly capable of saving up themselves. Moving into our next story about relationship expectations and the assumptions people make about shared responsibilities. Am I the bad person for refusing to go to couples therapy? My girlfriend Sarah has been pushing me to go to couples therapy with her for the past few months. She says our relationship has issues that we can't resolve on our own and that professional help would make us stronger as a couple. The thing is, I don't really see the major problems that Sarah is talking about. We argue sometimes, like any couple, but I think our disagreements are pretty normal relationship stuff that we can work through by talking to each other. Sarah disagrees. She says we have communication problems and that we keep having the same fights over and over without resolving anything. She points to arguments we've had about household chores, spending money, and how much time we spend with each other versus with friends. When Sarah first brought up therapy, I said I'd think about it. But the more I considered it, the more I felt like it wasn't necessary. I've never been to therapy before, and I'm not really comfortable with the idea of discussing our private relationship problems with a stranger. I also think that if we need a therapist to fix our relationship problems, maybe that's a sign that we're not compatible, rather than something that can be solved with professional intervention. Shouldn't couples who are right for each other be able to work through issues without outside help? Sarah got upset when I shared these thoughts with her. She said I was being closed-minded and that refusing therapy showed I wasn't committed to improving our relationship. She argued that even good couples can benefit from professional guidance and better communication skills. I tried to explain that I'd rather work on our issues ourselves through honest conversation and compromise. I suggested we could set aside time each week to talk through any problems and really listen to each other's perspectives. But Sarah said we'd already tried that approach and it wasn't working. She pointed out that our discussions about problems often turned into arguments and that we tended to go in circles without reaching real solutions. Sarah started researching therapists and sending me profiles of counsellors she thought might be good fits for us. She said she'd found someone who specialised in couples communication and had great reviews from other clients. I felt pressured by Sarah's enthusiasm for therapy and frustrated that she seemed to think our relationship was in crisis when I saw it as going through normal growing pains. I told her I needed more time to think about it before committing to regular therapy sessions. Sarah interpreted my hesitation as resistance and said I was making excuses because I didn't want to do the hard work of improving our relationship. She accused me of being selfish and only caring about my own comfort rather than what might be best for us as a couple. The therapy discussion started affecting other areas of our relationship. Sarah would bring it up during unrelated conversations, saying things like, "This is exactly the kind of communication problem we could work on in therapy whenever we had any disagreement." Sarah's friends started weighing in after she vented to them about my refusal to go to therapy. Several of them told her that my unwillingness to try counselling was a red flag, and that partners who truly cared would be willing to do whatever it takes to make the relationship work. The pressure intensified when Sarah gave me an ultimatum. She said she couldn't continue in a relationship with someone who wasn't willing to work on their issues professionally. She told me I had 2 weeks to decide whether I'd commit to couples therapy or she'd have to reconsider our entire relationship. I felt manipulated by the ultimatum and angry that Sarah was essentially threatening to break up with me if I didn't agree to therapy. I felt manipulated by the ultimatum and angry that Sarah was essentially threatening to break up with me if I didn't agree to something I wasn't comfortable with. I told Sarah that ultimatums weren't healthy and that forcing me into therapy wasn't going to magically fix our relationship if I was going there under duress. I said that if she truly thought our relationship needed professional help to survive, maybe we should consider whether we were actually compatible. Sarah started crying and said she felt like I was giving up on us without even trying. She said she'd researched ways to improve relationships and that therapy was consistently recommended as one of the most effective approaches. She accused me of being stubborn and unwilling to grow. I tried to explain that my reluctance wasn't about being stubborn, but about genuinely believing we could work through our issues ourselves if we both made an effort. I said that paying someone to teach us how to communicate seemed like admitting failure before we'd really tried. The 2-week deadline Sarah gave me is almost up, and I still don't want to go to couples therapy. I feel like she's trying to force a solution that I'm not convinced we need, and I don't think therapy will be effective if one person is only there because they were threatened with a breakup. But I also don't want to lose Sarah over this disagreement. Maybe I should just agree to a few sessions to show that I'm willing to try, even if I don't think it's necessary. The thought of her ending our relationship over my refusal to go to therapy seems extreme, but she seems serious about the ultimatum. I'm torn between standing firm on my boundaries and giving in to keep the relationship intact. Part of me wonders if Sarah is right, and I am being too resistant to getting help, but another part of me feels like she's being controlling by demanding that I participate in something I'm not comfortable with. That story ends there, and honestly, ultimatums in relationships are rarely a good sign, especially when they're about forcing someone into therapy who doesn't want to be there. Sarah might have valid concerns about their communication, but threatening to end the relationship unless he agrees to professional help isn't exactly the healthy approach she's advocating for. Therapy only works when both people genuinely want to be there, not when one person is essentially being held hostage by relationship threats. Let's move on to another story about relationship expectations and personal boundaries. Am I the bad person for not wanting my girlfriend to move in yet? My girlfriend Emma and I have been dating for 2 years, and she's been pushing really hard for us to move in together. She says that after this amount of time, living together is the natural next step, and that most couples our age are already cohabitating. Emma has been dropping hints about moving in together for months, but recently the hints have become direct pressure. She says she's tired of splitting time between 2 apartments, and that combining our living expenses would be financially smart for both of us. The thing is, I'm just not ready for that level of commitment yet. I really enjoy having my own space where I can decompress after work, have friends over without checking with anyone, and just be alone when I need to recharge. Moving in together feels like a huge step that would change everything about how we relate to each other. Emma doesn't understand my hesitation. She says that if I truly loved her and saw a future with her, I'd be excited about the prospect of waking up next to her every day. She claims that my reluctance to live together means I'm not as serious about our relationship as she thought. I've tried explaining that it's not about not loving her or not being serious about us. I just think there's a difference between dating someone and building a shared domestic life with them. Once we live together, there's no going back to having separate spaces, and I want to make sure I'm completely ready for that change. Emma argues that 2 years is plenty of time to know whether you want to live with someone. She points out couples who moved in together much faster and are still happy. She says my need for independence is just fear of commitment disguised as personal preference. The pressure intensified when Emma's lease came up for renewal. Instead of signing for another year, she gave her landlord notice and assumed we'd find a place together. When I told her I still wasn't ready, she had to scramble to find a month-to-month rental that cost significantly more than her previous apartment. Emma was furious about the housing situation and said my indecision had cost her money and stability. She claimed that I'd led her to believe we'd be moving in together soon, even though I'd never actually agreed to any specific timeline. I felt terrible about Emma's housing predicament, but I also felt pressured by her assumption that we'd automatically move in together just because her lease was ending. I offered to help her cover the extra cost of the month-to-month rental, but she said money wasn't the real issue. Emma started questioning everything about our relationship. She said that if I wasn't ready to live together after 2 years, maybe I'd never be ready. She wondered aloud whether I was just wasting her time while she waited for me to grow up and commit to our future. She began comparing our relationship to her friends' relationships, pointing out couples who had moved in together, gotten engaged, or even married in less time than we'd been dating. She made it clear that she felt like we were falling behind some imaginary relationship timeline. Emma's friends started weighing in on the situation after she vented to them about my reluctance to cohabitate. Several of them told her that my hesitation was a red flag, and that men who are truly interested in long-term commitment don't drag their feet about taking next steps. The relationship tension started affecting other areas of our interactions. Emma would make passive-aggressive comments about how nice it must be to have my own space all the time. She'd talk about feeling like she was always the one making effort to spend time together since she had to come to my place, or we had to coordinate between two apartments. Emma gave me another ultimatum last week. She said she needed to know by the end of the month whether I was ready to start looking for apartments together. She explained that she couldn't keep living in uncertainty and needed to make long-term housing plans. I told Emma that ultimatums weren't helping either of us make good decisions about our relationship. I said that I understood her frustration with the timeline, but that rushing into living together because of external pressure didn't seem like the right foundation for domestic partnership. Emma started crying and said she felt like I was stringing her along with promises of someday being ready, while never actually committing to anything concrete. She accused me of being selfish and only thinking about my own comfort while ignoring her needs and relationship goals. I tried to reassure Emma that my hesitation wasn't about not wanting a future with her, but about wanting to make sure we took steps at the right pace for both of us. I suggested that maybe we could spend more time at each other's places to test the waters before making the full commitment to shared housing. But Emma said she was tired of half measures and compromises. She wanted either a firm commitment to moving in together within the next few months, or acknowledgement that we wanted different things from our relationship. The pressure is really getting to me because I do love Emma and I don't want to lose her over this disagreement about timing. But I also feel like rushing into cohabitation to meet her timeline could create problems for us down the road if I'm not genuinely ready for that level of shared living. I keep going back and forth between thinking maybe I should just commit to moving in together and worrying that I'd be making a decision based on fear of losing her, rather than genuine readiness to take that step. Emma deserves someone who's excited about building a life with her, but I also deserve to move at a pace that feels comfortable for me. That story wraps up there, and this is such a tough situation because both people have valid needs that just aren't aligning. Emma wants security and forward momentum after 2 years, which isn't unreasonable, while OP wants to make sure he's genuinely ready for such a big step rather than just going through the motions. The lease situation definitely added pressure that made everything more complicated, but ultimately, you can't force someone to be ready for cohabitation just because it fits your timeline. Sometimes love isn't enough if the pacing is completely mismatched. Moving on to our next story about financial boundaries and relationship expectations. Am I the bad person for refusing to pay for my partner's debt? My girlfriend Lisa and I have been together for about 18 months, and recently she's been asking me to help her pay off credit card debt that she met. She owed before we evens about $12,000 across multiple cards and says the interest payments are killing her budget. Lisa explained that most of her debt came from a period when she was unemployed for several months and had to put everything on credit cards just to survive. She said she'd been trying to pay it down, but the minimum payments were so high that she could barely make progress on the actual balances. When Lisa first mentioned her debt situation, I was sympathetic and offered to help her create a budget to tackle the payments more strategically. I suggested she look into debt consolidation or maybe pick up some freelance work to generate extra income for debt payments. But Lisa said budgeting and side work weren't enough to make a real dent in the debt. She asked if I would consider helping her pay it off, since I make more money than she does and have savings in the bank. She said it would be an investment in our future together, since her debt stress was affecting our relationship. I told Lisa that I wasn't comfortable taking on responsibility for debt that she'd incurred before we were together. I explained that while I wanted to support her, paying off someone else's financial obligations felt like a boundary I shouldn't cross in a relationship that was still relatively new. Lisa got upset and said she wasn't asking for charity, but for help from someone who claimed to care about her well-being. She pointed out that my refusal to help meant she'd continue struggling with debt payments that left her with very little money for dating activities or shared expenses. I tried to explain that it wasn't about not caring, but about maintaining healthy financial boundaries. I said that taking on her debt would create an imbalance in our relationship that could cause resentment on both sides later on. But Lisa said that people who are building a life together should be willing to help each other through financial difficulties. She argued that my unwillingness to help proved that I didn't see us as a real partnership, or that I was being selfish with money. Lisa started bringing up the debt situation regularly, mentioning how stressed she was about the payments, and how much easier things would be if she could just get some help from someone who had the means to assist her. She'd make comments about how some people hoard money while others struggle. The pressure intensified when Lisa suggested I could just pay off one of her smaller cards to give her some breathing room. She said it would only be about $3,000 and would help her feel like I was genuinely supportive of her financial recovery. I still said no, explaining that the amount didn't matter as much as the principle of taking on someone else's pre-existing debt. I offered to help her research debt management programs, or maybe co-sign for a consolidation loan if she qualified, but I wasn't willing to directly pay her debts. Lisa accused me of being stingy and unsupportive. She said that if the situation were reversed, she'd do everything she could to help me get out of debt, because that's what people who love each other do for one another. She started comparing our relationship to other couples she knew, pointing out friends whose partners had helped them with major expenses or financial emergencies. She made it sound like my refusal to pay her debt was abnormal and selfish. Lisa's financial stress started affecting our relationship in other ways. She'd decline invitations to go out because she couldn't afford her share, then make comments about how I could afford to cover both of us, but chose not to. She'd talk about feeling trapped by her debt while dating someone who had the power to free her, but wouldn't. The situation got more complicated when Lisa missed a credit card payment and her interest rate increased. She was devastated and said this proved that she needed help from someone who cared about her, not just advice about budgeting and debt management strategies. I offered to lend her money for that specific payment to avoid late fees, but Lisa said a loan wasn't what she needed since she was already drowning in debt. She wanted the money as a gift that would actually reduce her financial burden rather than adding to it. Lisa started giving me the cold shoulder when I maintained my position about not paying off her debt. She said she was disappointed in my priorities and that my refusal showed I wasn't the kind of partner she thought I was. She began making passive-aggressive comments about how nice it must be to have savings while your girlfriend struggles with debt payments. She'd talk about friends whose boyfriends had made financial sacrifices to help them, contrasting their generosity with my selfishness. The relationship tension has been building for weeks now, with Lisa becoming increasingly resentful about my refusal to help with her debt. She says she can't understand how someone who claims to love her wouldn't want to help her achieve financial freedom. I feel bad that Lisa is struggling with debt stress, but I also think that paying off someone's pre-existing financial obligations after 18 months of dating sets a precedent that I'm not comfortable with. I'm worried that helping her now would create expectations for future financial assistance that could damage our relationship dynamics. That story ends there, and Lisa really thought 18 months of dating entitled her to $12,000 in debt relief. That's not asking for help. That's asking someone to become financially responsible for choices they had no part in making. The guilt trips and comparisons to other couples show this was never about genuine partnership. It was about finding someone to solve her money problems. Financial boundaries exist for good reason, and OP was smart to maintain them instead of getting pulled into someone else's debt spiral. Let's move on to another story about seemingly small requests that reveal bigger issues. Am I the bad person for not sharing my Netflix password with my brother? This might sound petty, but my brother Jake has been asking me for my Netflix password for months, and I keep saying no. He already uses my Spotify account, and I'm getting tired of sharing all my streaming subscriptions with him. Jake moved back in with our parents 6 months ago after losing his job, and he's been asking family members for access to various services and subscriptions instead of paying for his own. He uses Mom's Amazon Prime, Dad's Hulu account, and now he wants my Netflix login too. When I told Jake I didn't want to share my Netflix password, he acted like I was being incredibly stingy over something that costs less than $20 a month. He said it wouldn't cost me any extra money, and that sharing streaming accounts is what families do to help each other. save money. I explained that I've already been letting him use my Spotify Premium account for over a year, which saves him $10 a month. I said I was willing to help him out with one subscription, but I didn't want to become his personal streaming service provider. Jake got upset and said I was being selfish over something so small. He pointed out that Netflix allows multiple users and that I'm not even using all the available profiles on my account. He made it sound like I was hoarding streaming access for no good reason. The thing is, Jake has been unemployed for 6 months, but still finds money for other things he wants. He goes out to bars with friends, buys video games, and even took a weekend trip last month. It bothers me that he'll spend money on entertainment, but expects family members to cover his streaming subscriptions. When I mentioned this to Jake, he got defensive and said that going out occasionally was important for his mental health while job hunting. He claimed that asking for streaming passwords was different because it didn't actually cost me anything extra to share access. I tried to explain that it wasn't really about the money, but about the principle of him expecting free access to everyone else's accounts while still spending his own money on other forms of entertainment. I said it felt like he was taking advantage of family generosity. Jake accused me of being petty and keeping score of every little favour. He said that family members should help each other without worrying about fairness or reciprocity. He made me feel like I was being unnecessarily difficult about something simple. The argument escalated when Jake started telling other family members about my refusal to share my Netflix password. He made it sound like I was being cruel and selfish by denying him access to basic entertainment while he was going through a tough time. Our mum called to ask why I wouldn't just give Jake the password since it wouldn't hurt me to share. She said that Jake was already stressed about being unemployed and that little acts of kindness from family could really help his morale during this difficult period. I tried to explain to Mum that I'd already been sharing my Spotify account with Jake for over a year and that I felt like he was taking advantage of family members' willingness to help. I said I wanted him to take some responsibility for his own entertainment expenses, but Mum said I was being too rigid about money and that family members should support each other during hard times. She suggested that the cost of a Netflix subscription was insignificant compared to maintaining good relationships with my brother. Jake started making passive-aggressive comments whenever we'd watch something on Netflix at family gatherings. He'd mention shows he wanted to see but couldn't access, or talk about how boring it was to only have basic cable at our parents' house. The situation got more awkward when Jake started asking other relatives for streaming passwords. Our uncle gave him access to his Disney Plus account, and our cousin let him use her HBO Max login. Jake would mention these arrangements to me, obviously trying to make me feel like the only family member who wasn't being helpful. I felt pressure to give in and share my Netflix password just to end the ongoing drama and guilt trips. But I also felt frustrated that Jake seemed to think he was entitled to free access to everyone's subscriptions while he was figuring out his employment situation. Jake finally got a new job last month, but he still hasn't offered to get his own streaming subscriptions or pay me back for the year of Spotify access he's been using. He acts like sharing passwords is just a permanent family arrangement that doesn't need to be re-evaluated now that his financial situation has improved. The whole experience has made me realise that small favours can turn into long-term expectations if you're not careful about setting boundaries. Jake went from asking for temporary help to treating my subscriptions like shared family resources that he had a right to access indefinitely. That story wraps up there, and Jake really turned asking for help into demanding permanent access to everyone's entertainment accounts. The fact that he's spending money on bars and trips while expecting family to cover his streaming costs shows this was never about genuine financial hardship. Getting one family member's password, then systematically working through everyone else's accounts is some next-level mooching behaviour. Sometimes saying no to small requests is actually about preventing much bigger boundary violations down the road. Moving into another workplace story about expectations and personal time boundaries. Am I the bad person for refusing to cover my co-worker's shift on Christmas? My coworker Derek asked me to cover his Christmas Day shift so he could go to a party with his friends. I told him no because I wanted to spend the holiday with my family, and now he's saying I ruined his plans. Derek and I work at a restaurant that stays open on holidays, which means someone always has to be there to cover the shifts. The holiday schedule was posted a month ago, and Derek was assigned to work Christmas Day while I was scheduled for the day after. When Derek first asked me to switch with him, he said he had important family obligations that came up unexpectedly. I felt bad for him and was considering helping out, even though it would mean missing Christmas dinner with my own family. But then I found out through another co-worker that Derek's family obligation was actually a big Christmas party that his friend group throws every year. He wanted to get drunk and party instead of working his assigned shift, and he was trying to guilt me into covering for him by claiming it was a family emergency. I told Derek I wouldn't switch shifts with him once I learned the truth about his plans. I explained that I had my own Christmas traditions with my family that were important to me, and that covering his party plans didn't seem like a good enough reason to sacrifice my holiday. Derek got angry and said I was being selfish and inflexible. He argued that the reason for needing the shift covered didn't matter, and that co-workers should help each other out when someone needs time off, regardless of what they plan to do with that time. I disagreed and said that there's a difference between covering for genuine emergencies or important family events and covering so someone can party. I told Derek that if partying on Christmas was more important to him than working, he should have requested the day off when the schedule was being made. Derek said I was being judgmental about his social life, and that his Christmas plans were just as valid as mine. He claimed that spending time with friends was important to him, and that I was discriminating against him for not having traditional family holiday celebrations. I tried to explain that it wasn't about judging his social choices, but about prioritizing genuine needs over wants when it comes to shift coverage. I said that if I covered for him every time he wanted to party, I'd never have any personal time because he goes out constantly. Derek started complaining to other co-workers about my refusal to help him out. He told everyone that I was being unreasonable and that he couldn't believe someone would refuse such a simple favor. He made it sound like I was the problem for not being more accommodating. Some of my co-workers sided with Derek and said that shift swapping should be no questions asked as long as both people are qualified to do the work. They argued that what Derek planned to do on his day off wasn't my business and that I should have just helped him out. But other co-workers understood my position and said that Derek should have been more honest about his reasons for needing the shift covered. They pointed out that lying about having a family emergency when you really want to party was manipulative and unfair. Derek's manager got involved when he complained that I was being uncooperative about shift coverage. I had to explain the situation to my boss, including Derek's dishonesty about his reasons for needing the time off. The manager supported my decision not to cover Derek's shift and reminded him that holiday shifts are assigned well in advance specifically so people can plan around them. She said that wanting to party wasn't a valid reason for last-minute shift changes, especially on major holidays. Derek was furious about getting called out by management and blamed me for getting him in trouble. He said I should have just handled it between us instead of involving our boss in what should have been a simple co-worker favour. I pointed out that Derek was the one who had escalated the situation by complaining to other co-workers and trying to pressure me through management. I said that if he'd been honest from the beginning, we might have been able to work something out. Derek ended up having to work his assigned Christmas shift and missed his friend's party. He's been giving me the cold shoulder ever since and makes snide comments about how some people aren't team players when it comes to helping co-workers. The whole situation has created tension at work, with some people thinking I should have just covered the shift regardless of Derek's reasons, while others think Derek was wrong to lie about needing emergency family time when he really wanted to party. I feel bad that Derek missed his friend's party, but I also think he created this problem by being dishonest and trying to manipulate me into giving up my Christmas plans so he could have fun. Working holidays is part of the job, and if you want specific days off, you need to request them properly through official channels. That story ends there, and Derek really thought lying about a family emergency to cover up party plans was going to work out well for him. The entitlement of expecting someone to sacrifice Christmas with their family so you can get drunk with friends is pretty stunning. Plus, trying to guilt trip OP by calling it a simple favour after being caught in a lie just makes it worse. Sometimes people create their own problems by being dishonest and then blame everyone else when it backfires. Let's move on to another story about transportation expectations and workplace boundaries. Am I the bad person for refusing to drive my coworker home every night? This situation started about 2 months ago when my coworker Jennifer mentioned that her car was in the shop and she needed a ride home after work. Since we both get off at the same time, and I try to be helpful when I can, I offered to give her a lift for what I thought would be a few days. Those few days turned into 2 weeks, then a month, and now it's been 8 weeks of Jennifer expecting me to drive her home every single night. Her car situation keeps changing. First it needed major repairs, then she decided it wasn't worth fixing. Then she was saving up for a down payment on something newer. The thing is, Jennifer lives about 30 minutes in the completely opposite direction from my house. What used to be a 15-minute drive home has turned into over an hour of driving every day just to drop her off. I'm spending way more on gas, putting extra miles on my car, and getting home much later than I used to. At first, Jennifer was really grateful. She'd offer gas money, bring me coffee in the morning, and constantly thank me for helping her out. But as the weeks went on, she started treating the rides like they were just part of my daily routine, rather than a huge favour I was doing for her. She'd text me throughout the day with updates about what time she'd be ready to leave, like she was coordinating with her personal driver. If I was running a few minutes late finishing up work, she'd come to my desk asking when we could go because she had things to do at home. Last week was the breaking point. Jennifer texted me at lunch saying she needed to stop at the grocery store on the way home, which would add another 20 minutes to our already long drive. She didn't ask if I minded the extra stop, just informed me that we'd need to make a detour. I told her I couldn't do the grocery store run because I had my own errands to handle and needed to get home. Jennifer seemed surprised and said it would only take a few minutes. When I explained that the detour plus the extra shopping time would make my commute even longer than it already was, she got frustrated. That's when I realised how completely out of hand this whole situation had gotten. I told Jennifer that I needed to stop driving her home every day and that she needed to figure out alternative transportation. I suggested ride shares, public transit, or maybe asking other co-workers who lived closer to her neighbourhood. Jennifer was shocked. She said she'd been counting on me for transportation and that suddenly cutting her off would make her life really difficult. She pointed out that driving her home was barely out of my way since we both had to leave the building anyway. I tried to explain that 30 minutes in the opposite direction every single day was actually a huge inconvenience that I'd been dealing with for 2 months. Jennifer seemed genuinely surprised that the drives were such a burden for me, like she'd never considered how much extra time and gas money I was spending. She started telling other co-workers that I was suddenly refusing to help her get home, making it sound like I'd just randomly decided to stop being nice. Several people asked me what had happened between us, and I had to explain that I'd been driving her home for 8 weeks and just needed a break. When people heard the full story, including how far out of my way her house was, most of them understood why I needed to stop. But Jennifer had already painted herself as the victim of my sudden change of heart, so some co-workers still thought I was being unnecessarily harsh. Jennifer tried guilt-tripping me by talking about how expensive ride shares are and how unreliable public transit can be in our area. She said she'd been using the money she saved on transportation to help her elderly parents with their medical bills, making me feel like I was somehow hurting her family by refusing to continue the free rides. She also started timing her departure from work to coincide with mine, then acting surprised to see me in the parking lot. She'd make comments about how she wished she had reliable transportation like some people, or mention how much she was spending on ride shares since I'd stopped helping her. My supervisor noticed the tension between Jennifer and me and asked if everything was okay. When I explained the situation, she was surprised that the rides had been going on for so long and said she understood why I needed to set boundaries about personal favours. Jennifer found another coworker who lives somewhat near her to give her rides twice a week, but she's still making passive-aggressive comments about people who abandon their friends when it becomes inconvenient. She acts like I betrayed her by stopping a favour that was supposed to be temporary. The whole experience has made me realise how quickly a simple act of kindness can turn into an expectation if you don't set clear boundaries from the beginning. Jennifer went from being grateful for occasional help to treating me like her personal chauffeur service. That story ends there, and Jennifer really thought she could turn a few emergency rides into a permanent taxi service without even acknowledging the massive inconvenience. 30 minutes in the opposite direction every single day for 2 months is absolutely unreasonable. And the fact that she acted shocked when OP finally said enough shows she was completely taking advantage. The grocery store demand was the final straw that broke this particular camel's back. Let's move into another story about tipping culture and the expectations that come with self-service. Am I the bad person for refusing to tip at a self-serve cafe? I went to this new coffee place downtown yesterday that has this setup where you order at a counter, pour your own coffee from dispensers, grab your own pastries from display cases, and basically handle everything yourself except paying. When I got to the register with my coffee and muffin, the cashier rang me up and then turned the payment screen toward me. There was a tip option with suggested amounts of 15, 20, and 25%, plus a custom option and a no-tip button. I was confused because I'd literally done everything myself. I walked to the coffee dispensers, filled my own cup, selected my own food, and brought everything to the counter. The cashier's only job was to take my payment, which took about 30 seconds. I pressed the no-tip button, and the cashier immediately gave me this look of complete disgust. She rolled her eyes and made this huffing sound like I'd personally insulted her. She practically threw my receipt at me and turned away without saying another word. The whole interaction made me feel really uncomfortable because I genuinely didn't understand what service I was supposed to be tipping for. In a regular cafe where someone takes your order, makes your drink, and brings it to your table, tipping makes perfect sense. But this place was designed specifically for customers to serve themselves. I mentioned the situation to a friend who said I was probably being cheap and that service workers deserve tips regardless of the setup. She argued that the cashier still had to deal with customers all day and that tipping is just part of supporting people in service jobs. But another friend said the whole point of self-serve establishments is that they can offer lower prices because customers do most of the work themselves. He thought it was ridiculous to expect tips when no actual service was being provided beyond basic transaction processing. I started second-guessing myself because the cashier's reaction was so hostile. Maybe there's something about cafe culture that I don't understand, or maybe I was supposed to tip for the privilege of using their coffee dispensers and display cases. I looked up the cafe online to see if they had any information about their tipping policy, but there was nothing on their website about gratuities or service charges. The whole business model seemed to be based on self-service convenience. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got about being made to feel guilty for not tipping when I'd done all the work myself. I'd walked in, served myself, and paid for my items. The only interaction with staff was the 30-second payment process. I went back to the same cafe this morning to see if my experience was just a one-off situation. This time, a different cashier was working, and I again selected no tip on the payment screen. This cashier didn't react negatively, just smiled and handed me my receipt normally. That made me think the first cashier was just having a bad day or had unrealistic expectations about tips in a self-serve environment. But it also made me wonder How many other customers feel pressured to tip even when no service is actually being provided? The whole thing has made me more aware of how tip screens where traditional are popping up everywhere. Even in situations tipping wouldn't make sense. I've seen them at self-checkout grocery stores, takeout counters, and even automated kiosks. I understand that service workers often depend on tips to make a living wage, and I always tip generously when I receive actual service. But I don't think customers should feel obligated to tip for the privilege of serving themselves, especially when businesses are already saving money by not providing traditional service. That story wraps up there, and the entitlement of expecting tips for literally watching someone serve themselves is pretty wild. The dirty look and attitude, just for pressing the no tip button, shows some people have completely lost perspective on what tipping is actually supposed to reward. Self-serve means you're already paying less because you're doing the work yourself, not paying extra for the privilege of being your own server. Moving on to another relationship story about privacy boundaries and social media oversharing. Am I the bad person for not wanting my partner to share our arguments with friends? My boyfriend Alex has this habit of immediately running to his group chat whenever we have any kind of disagreement or argument. He'll give them a play-by-play of what happened, what we both said, and ask for their opinions on who was right. This has been going on for our entire 8-month relationship, but I only found out about it recently when one of his friends made a comment about something that should have been private between us. We'd had a fight about household chores, and his friend Jake made a joke about how I was being controlling about the dishwasher. When I asked Alex how Jake knew about our argument, he seemed surprised that I was upset. He said he'd just been venting to his friends about the disagreement and that talking through problems with other people helps him process his emotions and figure out the best way to handle situations. I told Alex that I wasn't comfortable with him sharing details of our private conversations and arguments with his friend group. I explained that our relationship issues should stay between us, and that involving other people made me feel exposed and judged by people who only heard his side of the story. Alex got defensive and said that everyone talks to their friends about relationship problems. He argued that getting outside perspectives helps him be a better partner, and that his friends give him good advice about how to handle disagreements with me. I tried to explain that there's a difference between occasionally asking for advice about general relationship issues and giving his friends a detailed account of every argument we have. I said that knowing his friends had heard about our private moments made me feel like I couldn't be authentic or vulnerable with him. Alex said I was being paranoid and controlling by trying to dictate who he could talk to about his problems. He claimed that his friends were supportive and helpful, not judgmental, and that their input actually made our relationship stronger because he learned better communication techniques. The problem is that now, whenever we disagree about something, I find myself wondering if Alex is going to immediately text his group chat about it. I feel like I'm performing for an invisible audience of his friends rather than having genuine conversations with my boyfriend. I asked Alex if he would be comfortable with me sharing details of our arguments with my friends, including things he'd said in private moments when he was angry or upset. He said that would be different because his friends are more mature and objective than mine, which made me even more frustrated. The situation got worse when I realised that Alex's friends probably know more about our relationship dynamics than I know about theirs. They've heard about every fight we've had, every issue I've raised, and every private moment that Alex decided was worth discussing with his group chat. Alex started getting annoyed with me for bringing up the oversharing issue repeatedly. He said I was making a big deal out of nothing, and that if I didn't want him to talk about our problems, maybe I should stop creating problems to talk about. That comment really hurt because it implied that our relationship issues were entirely my fault, and that Alex was just an innocent victim venting to his friends about my unreasonable behaviour. It made me realise that his version of our arguments probably painted me as the difficult one in every situation. I suggested that we could both agree to keep our relationship disputes private unless we genuinely needed outside advice about serious issues. Alex said that was unrealistic because talking to friends is how he processes emotions, and that restricting his communication with his support system wasn't fair. Alex's friends have started treating me differently at group gatherings, like they know things about me that I never consented to share with them. They'll make comments or jokes that reference private conversations I've had with Alex, which makes social situations really uncomfortable. When I mentioned this to Alex, he said I was being oversensitive and reading too much into innocent comments. He claimed that his friends actually like me more because they understand our relationship better through his explanations of our disagreements. The whole situation has made me feel like I can't trust Alex with sensitive information about my feelings or concerns. If I tell him something bothers me, I have to assume that 5 other people are going to know about it within hours. That story ends there, and Alex really thought turning his relationship into group entertainment was totally normal behaviour. The fact that he justified it by saying his friends are more mature than hers shows he's completely missing the point about privacy and respect. Nobody wants to date someone who treats every argument like content for their group chat, especially when you're painted as the villain in every story. Let's move into another story about social obligations and relationship expectations. Am I the bad person for not attending my girlfriend's friend's wedding? My girlfriend Sarah got invited to her college friend Emma's wedding next month, and she automatically assumed I'd be going with her as her +1. The thing is, I've only met Emma maybe 3 times in the 2 years Sarah and I have been dating. Emma lives in another state, and the wedding is going to be a whole weekend affair with multiple events. There's a welcome party Friday night, the ceremony and reception on Saturday, and a farewell brunch on Sunday. Sarah is super excited about celebrating with her college friends and has already booked us a hotel room. When Sarah told me about the wedding weekend, I tried to be supportive but mentioned that I wasn't sure about committing to an entire weekend of events with people I barely know. I said I'd be happy to go to the actual wedding ceremony and reception, but that 3 days of wedding festivities seemed like a lot. Sarah got upset and said that going to Emma's wedding was really important to her. She explained that Emma had been one of her closest friends in college and that she wanted me to be there to share this special moment with her college friend group. I told Sarah that I understood the wedding was meaningful to her, but that I felt awkward about spending an entire weekend with strangers. I pointed out that I'd only had brief conversations with Emma and didn't really know any of her other college friends either. Sarah said that weddings are great opportunities to get to know people better, and that I was being antisocial by not wanting to participate in her friend's celebration. She argued that as her boyfriend, I should be excited about meeting the people who were important to her. I explained that it wasn't about not wanting to meet her friends, but about feeling uncomfortable being trapped at multiple events where I wouldn't know anyone except Sarah. I said that 3 days of small talk with strangers while pretending to be excited about someone else's wedding sounded exhausting. Sarah accused me of not being supportive of her friendships and said that my refusal to attend made her question how committed I was to being part of her life. She claimed that couples are supposed to participate in each other's social circles and important events. I offered a compromise where I would go to the Saturday ceremony and reception, but skip the Friday welcome party and Sunday brunch. I thought that would show support for Sarah while allowing me to avoid the most awkward social situations. But Sarah said that skipping parts of the weekend would be rude and would make it obvious that I didn't want to be there. She worried that Emma and her other friends would think I was being standoffish, or that Sarah and I were having relationship problems. The argument escalated when Sarah said that if I really loved her, I would be willing to spend one weekend being slightly uncomfortable to support something that was important to her. She made it sound like my reluctance to attend was a reflection of my feelings about our relationship. I tried to explain that my discomfort wasn't about not loving Sarah, but about my own social anxiety and preference for smaller gatherings over big group events. I said that forcing myself to attend wouldn't make me better company and might actually make the weekend less enjoyable for both of us. Sarah started comparing me to her ex-boyfriend, who apparently loved going to social events and meeting new people. She said she was disappointed that I wasn't more outgoing and social like he had been, which really stung. I told Sarah that comparing me to her ex wasn't fair, and that trying to change my personality to match someone else's social preferences wasn't healthy for our relationship. I said that she knew I was more introverted when we started dating, and that expecting me to suddenly become extroverted wasn't realistic. Sarah has been giving me the cold shoulder for the past week, posting pictures on social media of her shopping for wedding guest outfits and talking about how excited she is to celebrate Emma's big day. She's making it clear that she's disappointed in my decision not to attend. Her friends have started weighing in on the situation, with several of them commenting on her posts about how important it is to have supportive partners who participate in your social life. I know these comments are directed at me and my refusal to go to the wedding. The wedding is in 3 weeks and Sarah is still pressuring me to change my mind. She keeps bringing up how hurt Emma will be if I don't attend and how awkward it will be for her to explain my absence to all her college friends. I'm starting to feel guilty about potentially ruining Sarah's experience at her friend's wedding, but I also don't want to spend 3 days being miserable at social events just to avoid conflict. The whole situation has created tension in our relationship that I'm not sure how to resolve. That story ends there, and Sarah really expected her boyfriend to commit an entire weekend to celebrating someone he's met 3 times. The comparison to her ex-boyfriend was particularly brutal because it shows she's trying to change his personality rather than accepting who he is. Sometimes being supportive doesn't mean forcing yourself into every social situation, especially when it involves multiple days of awkward small talk with strangers. Our next story involves academic boundaries and the expectations classmates create around shared resources. Am I the bad person for refusing to take notes for my classmate? There's this girl in my economics class named Lisa who has missed about half the lectures this semester and keeps asking me to share my notes with her. At first, I didn't mind helping out occasionally when she had legitimate reasons for being absent. The problem is that Lisa rarely has actual emergencies or valid excuses for missing class. She'll skip because she stayed up too late partying, because she doesn't feel like getting up early, or because she has plans that conflict with the lecture schedule. Then she expects me to fill her in on everything she missed. Lisa started asking for my notes more frequently as the semester went on. She'd text me after every class she missed, asking if anything important happened and whether I could send her my notes from that day. She acts like I'm her personal note-taking service. Last week, Lisa missed 3 classes in a row and then sent me a long message asking for all my notes from those sessions, plus any handouts the professor distributed. She said she really needed to catch up before the midterm exam and that my notes were always so detailed and helpful. I told Lisa that I couldn't keep sharing my notes every time she decided to skip class. I explained that taking good notes requires focus and effort during lectures, and that constantly providing them to someone who chooses not to attend class felt unfair to me. Lisa got upset and said she thought we were friends and that friends help each other out. She claimed that sharing notes was just basic college courtesy and that I was being selfish by refusing to help a classmate who was struggling. I pointed out that Lisa wasn't struggling because of circumstances beyond her control, but because she was choosing not to attend class regularly. I said that if she made the effort to show up to lectures, she wouldn't need to rely on other people's notes. Lisa argued that everyone has different learning styles and schedules, and that some people can't always make it to every single class. She said that note sharing was a normal part of college life, and that I was being unnecessarily rigid about helping classmates. I explained that I'd be happy to share notes occasionally for genuine emergencies or illness, but that I couldn't be responsible for documenting every class she chose to miss. I suggested that she could form a study group with other students or ask the professor about makeup sessions. Lisa started telling other classmates that I was being mean and uncooperative about sharing notes. She made it sound like I was hoarding information and refusing to help struggling students, which wasn't accurate since she was struggling by choice rather than necessity. Several students approached me asking why I wouldn't help Lisa, and I had to explain that she'd been skipping class regularly and expecting me to provide detailed notes every time. When people heard the full context, most of them understood my position, but some classmates said I was being too harsh and that everyone skips class sometimes. They argued that sharing notes is part of being a good classmate and that I shouldn't judge Lisa for having different attendance patterns than me. Lisa started making passive-aggressive comments during the classes she did attend, mentioning how hard it was to catch up when some people weren't willing to help. She'd ask the professor to repeat information that had been covered in previous classes, obviously trying to get the material she'd missed. The professor noticed that Lisa was frequently absent and that she seemed unprepared for class discussions. During one lecture, she directly addressed the importance of regular attendance and said that students who missed class shouldn't expect classmates to provide comprehensive make-up notes. Lisa was embarrassed by the professor's comments and blamed me for making her look bad. She said that if I'd been more willing to share notes, she wouldn't have seemed so unprepared during class discussions. I told Lisa that her preparation level was a direct result of her attendance choices, not my willingness to share notes. I said that if she wanted to succeed in the class, she needed to take responsibility for showing up and taking her own notes. The midterm exam is next week, and Lisa has been frantically trying to get notes from other classmates since I stopped sharing mine. She's posted in our class group chat asking if anyone has comprehensive notes they're willing to share. A few students have offered to help her, but most people seem to have realised that Lisa's attendance issues are self-created rather than due to legitimate circumstances. The whole situation has made me more aware of how some people try to take advantage of others' academic efforts. That story comes to an end there, and Lisa really thought she could treat college like an optional activity while expecting classmates to do the work of attending for her. The entitlement of skipping half the semester and then demanding comprehensive notes shows she completely misunderstands how education actually works. You can't outsource attendance and engagement to other people and then act shocked when they stop enabling your choices. Let's dive into another workplace story about boundaries and personal time expectations. Am I the bad person for not helping my boss on my day off? My manager Dave has this habit of calling me on weekends and asking me to come in to help with various tasks that come up at our retail store. Last Saturday was supposed to be my first full day off in 2 weeks, and Dave called me 10 times trying to get me to come in. The calls started around 9 in the morning when Dave realised that one of our part-time employees had called in sick and we were going to be short-staffed for the busy Saturday shift. Instead of calling other employees or handling the situation himself, Dave immediately started trying to reach me. I was at home trying to relax and catch up on household chores after working 6 days straight. When I saw Dave's name on my caller ID for the 3rd time in an hour, I decided to just let it go to voicemail. I figured if it was a genuine emergency, he'd leave a message explaining what was wrong. Dave left increasingly frantic voicemails saying that the store was getting busy and that he really needed me to come in for just a few hours to help with customer traffic. He kept emphasizing how much he'd appreciate it and how it would really save the day. By noon, Dave had called me 10 times without me answering. I finally texted him back saying that I was enjoying my scheduled day off and wouldn't be available to come in. I reminded him that I'd worked the previous 6 days and needed time to recharge. Dave responded immediately with a long text about how retail management requires flexibility from everyone and that sometimes we all need to make sacrifices for the team. He said he was disappointed that I wasn't willing to help during a staffing shortage. I replied that staffing emergencies were management responsibilities, not something that employees should be expected to solve on their days off. I pointed out that I'd already worked overtime several times this month and deserved to have my scheduled time off respected. Dave got more frustrated and said that he couldn't believe I was being so inflexible when the store needed help. He claimed that good employees always step up when their team needs them, regardless of whether they're officially scheduled to work. I told Dave that I was a good employee during my scheduled hours, but that my time off was my own and shouldn't be subject to constant work demands. I said that if staffing was such a regular problem, maybe the store needed to hire more people or create better backup plans. Dave said I was being selfish and not thinking about the bigger picture of how the business operates. He argued that everyone occasionally has to work extra hours or come in on days off, and that my refusal to help was letting down the entire team. I explained that there's a difference between occasionally helping during genuine emergencies and being expected to be on call every weekend in case someone else calls in sick. I said that constantly interrupting employees' days off was bad management and unsustainable. The conversation ended with Dave saying he was disappointed in my attitude and that he'd remember my lack of flexibility when it came time for performance reviews and scheduling decisions. I felt like he was essentially threatening my job because I wouldn't sacrifice my day off. When I came back to work on Monday, several co-workers mentioned that Dave had complained about my refusal to help during the weekend staffing crisis. He'd apparently told everyone that some employees don't care about the team and only think about themselves. I found out that Dave had eventually handled the Saturday shift by himself and that the store had managed fine without me. The crisis he'd made such a big deal about had resolved itself, which proved that calling me 10 times had been unnecessary drama rather than a genuine emergency. Some of my co-workers supported my decision and said they were tired of Dave expecting everyone to be available on their days off. They shared stories about times when he'd pressured them to come in during scheduled time off, creating a pattern of boundary violations that affected multiple employees. But other co-workers said I should have helped out since we're supposed to be a team. They argued that retail work requires flexibility and that sometimes you have to sacrifice personal time to keep the business running smoothly. Dave has been cold toward me all week, making passive-aggressive comments about employees who prioritize their personal lives over work responsibilities. He's been scheduling me for less desirable shifts and hasn't asked for my input on decisions that usually involve team collaboration. I'm starting to worry that my refusal to come in on Saturday has damaged my relationship with Dave permanently. But I also think that setting boundaries about my time off was necessary to prevent him from expecting me to be on call every weekend. The whole situation has made me realize how toxic it can be when managers treat employee availability as unlimited. Dave created an environment where saying no to extra work feels like betraying the team, even when the requests are unreasonable and poorly planned. I've started looking for other job opportunities because I don't want to work for someone who threatens my job security when I exercise basic rights to time off. Dave's reaction to my boundary setting showed me that this workplace doesn't respect employee well-being or work-life balance. That story ends there, and Dave really thought calling someone 10 times on their day off was acceptable management behaviour. The threat about performance reviews and scheduling just proves he's the kind of boss who punishes employees for having boundaries. Good managers plan for staffing shortages instead of harassing people during their time off, and the fact that the store ran fine without OP shows this was manufactured drama rather than a real emergency. Moving on to another relationship story about trust and personal property boundaries. Am I the bad person for refusing to let my boyfriend borrow my laptop? My boyfriend Marcus has been asking to use my laptop for the past few weeks, claiming he needs it for work projects since his computer is supposedly broken. The thing is, I've caught him snooping through my personal stuff before, so I don't really trust him with unsupervised access to my devices. About 3 months ago, I found Marcus going through my text messages while I was in the shower. When I confronted him about it, he said he'd just been checking the time and accidentally saw some messages. But I know he'd been scrolling through conversations because he mentioned details from texts that were several days old. Marcus apologized for the phone incident and promised he'd never invade my privacy again. He said he'd been feeling insecure about our relationship and made a stupid mistake, but that he understood why I was upset and would respect my boundaries going forward. When Marcus first asked to borrow my laptop, I told him I wasn't comfortable with that because of the previous snooping incident. I explained that my laptop contains personal documents, photos, and information that I'd rather keep private, especially given his history of going through my things. Marcus got defensive and said I was holding one mistake against him forever. He argued that his work computer being broken was a legitimate emergency and that refusing to help showed I didn't trust him at all, even after he'd apologized and promised to do better. I suggested Marcus could use the computers at the library, or maybe ask his co-workers if he could borrow a device for his projects. I said I'd be happy to help him find alternative solutions, but that lending him my personal laptop still felt like too much of a privacy risk. Marcus said those options were inconvenient and that it would be much easier if he could just use my laptop for a few hours at home. He promised he wouldn't look at any of my personal files and would only use it for work-related tasks. I told Marcus that his promises didn't carry much weight, given that he'd already violated my privacy once, despite saying he respected my boundaries. I said that trust takes time to rebuild, and that I wasn't ready to give him unsupervised access to my personal devices. Marcus accused me of being paranoid and controlling. He said that healthy relationships require trust, and that my refusal to let him borrow my laptop proved that I was holding grudges instead of moving forward from past mistakes. I tried to explain that protecting my privacy wasn't about holding grudges, but about learning from experience and setting appropriate boundaries. I said that Marcus had shown he couldn't resist snooping when given the opportunity, so eliminating that opportunity seemed like the smart choice. Marcus started bringing up the laptop situation regularly, mentioning how inconvenient it was for him to have to go to the library or ask co-workers for help with his projects. He'd make comments about how other couples share everything and don't have trust issues like ours. He began comparing me to his ex-girlfriend, who apparently had no problem sharing devices and personal information. Marcus said she understood that couples should be transparent with each other and that hiding things creates more problems than sharing them. I told Marcus that comparing me to his ex wasn't fair and that different people have different comfort levels with privacy. I said that wanting to keep my personal devices and information private didn't mean I was hiding anything inappropriate from him. The argument escalated when Marcus said my privacy concerns were excessive and that normal people don't worry so much about their partners seeing their personal files. He claimed that my secrecy was making him more suspicious, not less. I pointed out that Marcus's reaction to my boundary setting was actually proving why I needed those boundaries in the first place. His inability to accept my decision and his attempts to pressure me into changing my mind showed that he still didn't respect my right to privacy. Marcus has been sulking about the laptop situation for weeks now, making passive-aggressive comments about how hard it is to get work done when your girlfriend doesn't trust you. He acts like my refusal to lend him my computer is a personal attack rather than a reasonable boundary. That story wraps up there, and Marcus really thought one apology would erase the fact that he's already proven he can't be trusted with access to personal devices. The pressure tactics and guilt trips just reinforce why OP was smart to maintain that boundary. Someone who respects your privacy doesn't spend weeks trying to convince you to give them access to your personal information, especially after they've already violated your trust once. Let's move into another story about financial expectations and relationship dynamics. Am I the bad person for not paying for my partner's vacation? My girlfriend Rachel has been planning a trip to Hawaii for her birthday next month, and she's been dropping increasingly obvious hints that she expects me to pay for the entire vacation since I make more money than she does. Rachel started talking about the Hawaii trip back in January, researching hotels and flights and activities she wanted to do during the week-long celebration. At first, I assumed she was saving up for the trip herself, or maybe expecting it to be a joint expense that we'd split based on our different income levels. But as the planning progressed, Rachel started making comments about how amazing it would be to have someone who could afford to make her birthday dreams come true. She'd send me links to expensive resort packages and talk about how this trip would be the perfect way for me to show how much I care about her. When I asked Rachel directly about how she planned to pay for the trip, she seemed surprised by the question. She said she'd assumed that since I make significantly more money than she does, I would want to treat her to something special for her milestone birthday. I told Rachel that while I'd be happy to contribute to the vacation costs, I wasn't planning to pay for the entire expensive trip by myself. I suggested we could find a more budget-friendly option that we could both afford, or maybe do something local instead of traveling to Hawaii. Rachel got upset and said I was being cheap and unromantic. She argued that people who truly love their partners want to make their dreams come true, especially for important birthdays. She said my reluctance to pay showed that I didn't value her happiness or our relationship. I tried to explain that it wasn't about not wanting to make her happy, but about the financial reality of spending several $1,000s on a vacation. I said that even though I make more money than she does, I still have my own bills and financial goals that I need to consider. Rachel pointed out that I'd recently bought myself some expensive electronics and had taken a guy's trip with my friends last year. She said that if I could spend money on things I wanted, I should be willing to spend money on things that would make her happy too. I explained that those purchases had been planned and saved for over time, not spontaneous expensive decisions. I said that a last-minute Hawaii vacation for someone else's birthday wasn't something I'd budgeted for or could easily afford without impacting my other financial responsibilities. Rachel started crying and said she felt like I didn't see her as worth the investment. She claimed that other boyfriends would be excited about the opportunity to spoil their girlfriends for special occasions, and that my focus on money proved I cared more about finances than her feelings. The conversation got heated when Rachel accused me of being selfish and stingy. She said that people in serious relationships share financial resources and support each other's goals and dreams, even when it requires sacrifice from one partner. I told Rachel that there's a difference between supporting each other and being expected to fund expensive vacations on demand. I said that a healthy relationship involves both people contributing to shared expenses, rather than one person automatically paying for everything the other person wants. Rachel started posting on social media about how disappointing it is when people don't prioritize your happiness, with obvious references to birthday plans that might not work out. She shared articles about love languages and how some people show affection through gift giving and experiences. Her friends began commenting about how important it is to have supportive partners who celebrate your special moments properly. Several of them made pointed remarks about how real love involves sacrifice and generosity, which I knew were directed at me and my refusal to fund the Hawaii trip. Rachel has been giving me the cold shoulder for 2 weeks now, making comments about how she'll have to scale back her birthday plans because some people aren't willing to invest in their relationships. She acts like my financial boundaries are a personal rejection rather than practical limitations. She started looking at cheaper alternatives like weekend trips to nearby cities, but she makes sure I know that these backup plans are disappointments compared to her original Hawaii dreams. Every conversation about her birthday becomes a guilt trip about what could have been if I cared enough to make it happen. The whole situation has made me question whether Rachel sees me as a partner or as a funding source for her lifestyle goals. Her expectation that I should automatically pay for expensive vacations just because I earn more money feels like she's treating our relationship as a financial arrangement rather than an equal partnership. That story ends there, and Rachel really thought having a boyfriend with more money meant automatic access to expensive vacation funding. The guilt trips and social media passive aggression show this was never about celebrating her birthday together. It was about getting someone else to pay for her luxury travel dreams. Expecting your partner to drop several $1,000s on a last-minute vacation without discussion or planning is pretty entitled behavior. regardless of income differences. Moving on to another story about housing expectations and emergency accommodations. Am I the bad person for refusing to host my friend after their breakup? My friend David went through a really messy breakup 3 weeks ago and has been asking to stay at my place while he figures out his housing situation. The thing is, David wants to crash on my couch for what he's calling a few weeks, but which sounds like it could easily turn into months of awkward cohabitation. David and his ex-girlfriend shared an apartment that was primarily in her name, so when they broke up, he had to move out pretty much immediately. He's been staying with different friends for a few days at a time, but now he's asking if he can settle in at my place for a longer period while he apartment hunts. When David first asked if he could stay with me, I felt really bad for him because going through a breakup is tough, and suddenly being homeless on top of that seemed overwhelming. But I also knew from experience that David can be a difficult house guest who doesn't clean up after himself and tends to overstay his welcome. Last year, David stayed at my place for what was supposed to be one night after a party, but he ended up camping on my couch for nearly a week. He left dishes in the sink, used my bathroom products, ate my food, and generally made himself way too comfortable in my space. I told David that I could let him stay for maybe 3 or 4 days while he figured out his immediate situation, but that I couldn't commit to hosting him for several weeks. I explained that my apartment is small and that having a long-term house guest would be stressful for both of us. David got upset and said he couldn't believe I was abandoning him during the worst time in his life. He argued that true friends help each other through crises, and that refusing to let him stay showed that our friendship didn't mean much to me. I tried to explain that it wasn't about not wanting to help him, but about recognizing my own limitations and boundaries when it comes to sharing my living space. I said that a few days of help was what I could offer, but that longer-term housing was something he needed to figure out independently. David said that a few days wouldn't be enough time for him to find a new apartment, and that a week-long stay would require her to make other arrangements. I offered to help him look at apartment listings online, and even suggested he could borrow some money for a security deposit if he found a place quickly. But David said apartment hunting was stressful and time-consuming, and that he needed a stable base of operations while he dealt with the emotional trauma of his breakup. He argued that asking him to find housing within a few days was unrealistic and showed that I didn't understand how hard his situation really was. I felt caught between wanting to help a friend in crisis and protecting my own living situation and mental health. David's breakup had been really dramatic and messy, with lots of crying phone calls and angry texts with his ex, and I wasn't sure I could handle weeks of that energy in my small apartment. When I maintained my position about the 3-day limit, David got angry and said I was being selfish and unsupportive. He pointed out that he would do the same for me if our situations were reversed, and that real friends don't abandon each other during the hardest times in their lives. That story ends there, and David really thought he could guilt-trip his way into a weeks-long sleepover after already proving he's a terrible house guest. The fact that he immediately went into victim mode instead of appreciating the few days being offered shows exactly why OP was smart to set boundaries. Sometimes helping a friend means knowing when to say no before they take advantage of your kindness. After diving into all these wild stories, I hope your own problems feel a little more manageable. Whether it's family drama, workplace boundaries, or relationship expectations gone wrong, these tales remind us that setting limits isn't selfish, it's necessary. Sometimes the people closest to us test our boundaries the most, and that's exactly when we need to hold firm. Be sure to subscribe for more stories just like these every evening, and I will see you again tomorrow. Take care.